As it turned out, in the Taichou battlefield, after Fang Yuan and the others left, Dong Fang Changfan gradually controlled his internal danger. The situation was turning around for him. He was an old schemer. After Fang Yuan left, he realized this problem. He immediately guessed that the 3 mysterious black-robed Gu Immortals were going to attack his base. But he had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was not worried. Instead, he was glad that these demonic path Gu Immortals were splitting up. He could deal with Unfettered Scholar more easily this way. But soon, he was shocked to find out that he had lost his connection with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dong Fang Changfan's biggest treasure. It was heavily guarded by Dong Fang Changfan's arrangements. Even against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, it could hold on for a while. How could it lose its connection to him in such a short time without any warning? Dong Fang Changfan immediately changed his plans. He gave up on the Taichou battlefield, flying towards his base to salvage the situation. Unfettered Scholar saw that Dong Fang Changfan was escaping. He had to chase after him relentlessly. Dong Fang Changfan had not told Old Lord Kenyang the final critical steps yet, thus the latter also followed him, fighting as they traveled. The 2 sides flew as they engaged in a huge aerial battle. The battlefield quickly shifted. After spending a lot of time, they reached Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched Hut was missing. Jade Pool Blessed Land was broken open. As a hole appeared connecting to the outside world. Seeing the demonic path Gu Immortals scavenging for resources openly, Dong Fang Changfan was extremely furious. He next saw the enslavement path Gu Immortal, Cheshire Min, using his unique method to capture Dong Fang tribe's Gu masters. Dong Fang Changfan was so angry, countless star thoughts were flying out of his head, causing the hat on his head to fall off. He was truly fuming. You demonic path scoundrels are truly unforgivable. Dong Fang Changfan pointed his finger, disregarding the huge amount of immortal essence expenditure. He used his trump card killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies. He Lulan and the others were still attacking Captivating Sea. They saw the countless starlight specks, starlight filling the sky like snow. It was extremely beautiful. Such a beautiful sight instead made everyone on alert. They quickly stopped their previous actions as they changed their attacks, flying into the sky and attacking Dong Fang Changfan. The current situation was very different from the circumstances in Taichou. In the Taichou battlefield, the band of demonic path Gu Immortals were competing intensely for a wisdom path inheritance. But Dong Fang Changfan had used possession. The wisdom path inheritance would only be in his mind. There was little hope of them taking the inheritance. But now, the huge Jade Pool Blessed Land had countless resources that were openly available to everyone. They could seize anything they wanted. With such huge profits here, as long as they killed Dong Fang Changfan, they could continue looting the place. The band of demonic path Gu Immortals stopped fighting amongst themselves and worked together. They were extremely excited and acted like a united group. The demonic path Gu Immortals attacked together. Dong Fang Changfan's expression became very ugly. He felt his pressure intensifying as he shielded himself from all directions. He was at a disadvantage. Kill him and the entirety of Jade Pool Blessed Land would be ours. Half Moon Brutemaster shouted. Other than this Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is still old scoundrel Dong Fang's Wisdom Path Inheritance. That is the #1 Wisdom Path Inheritance in Northern Plains. Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua said with shining eyes. I can give up even the Wisdom Path Inheritance. What I want is his possession method. Pai Shui Han's expression was cold as he attacked unceasingly. After Dong Fang Changfan retreated several times, he finally stabilized his situation after getting help from Old Lord Kenyang. Being suppressed like this, the anger in him was reaching an extreme. After getting some time to rest, he smiled in spite of his anger. I will make sure all of you die here. Saying so, an intense tremor occurred in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The demonic path Gu Immortals realized that all of their mortal killer moves lost much of their effectiveness. Dong Fang Changfan was Dong Fang tribe's first supreme elder for so many years. He held a large amount of control over Jade Pool Blessed Land. Even though the Blessed Land was publicly owned by the tribe and he could not manipulate it entirely, he had enough authority to use Jade Pool Blessed Land to repel these demonic path Gu Immortals. Jade Pool Blessed Land was Dong Fang tribe's headquarters. Dong Fang Changfan had an advantage when he fought here. It was only that the thieves came in when the owner was not around. The demonic path Gu Immortals' attacks weakened, But Dong Fong Chong Fan did not continue to engage them. He flew down towards a certain gap in space. He directly flew down into Captivating Sea, breaking the illusion and seeing that the sea of peach trees was in a pathetic state. The peach wolf group had mostly been killed until 2 or 3 were left. Some wolf corpses had yet to be taken away. They were lying down near the peach trees. It was a miserable sight. Dong Fong Chong Fan looked upon this, feeling his heart bleeding. Many years of exhausting efforts had gone down the drain. He suppressed his pain as he shouted, "Brother Fong, I protected your tribe for hundreds of years. We have an agreement to look after one another. I have never oppressed or harmed you. Now that my tribe is at a point of crisis, I need your help." Dong Fong Chong Fan's voice reverberated in the air. A few breaths later, a sharp voice resounded in the air, answering, "That is only natural." After this was said, everyone saw a jade green light emerging from Captivating Sea, landing in Dong Fong Yu Liang's hands. The jade green light faded and a small mountain could be seen. It was Minuscule Mountain. "This is Minuscule Mountain." Many demons were extremely excited. Pai Shui Han, He Lulan, and some others had tense expressions. Listening to the words exchanged between Dong Fong Chong Fan and the Miniman Gu Immortal, it appeared that Minuscule Mountain was not actually owned by Dong Fong tribe. Instead, the Miniman tribe and Dong Fong tribe had come to an agreement. They were allies. To be able to become Dong Fong tribe's ally, the Miniman tribe should have corresponding foundation and power. With Minuscule Mountain in his hands, Dong Fong Chong Fan laughed. His sharp gaze swept through the band of demonic cultivators. He had no hesitation. His inner fury was urging him to take revenge. "Today is the day you all die." Dong Fong Chong Fan held Minuscule Mountain as he moved his fingers, manipulating myriad star fireflies to attack the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight specks moved. It was like a huge blue wave. His sleeves were fluttering in the air, as if he was a transcendent being among men. His aura surged as it made the demonic cultivators feel fear. Fading heavenly flower. 1,000 disintegrations. Ice dragon lock. Strength path giant hand. The rank 7 battle strength experts attacked at once, for immortal killer moves were aimed at Dong Fong Chong Fan. Mortal killer moves were unusable already, only immortal killer moves had any useful effect. Final afterglow, Old Lord Kenyang muttered inwardly. He reinforced both him and Dong Fong Chong Fan, before waving his sleeve and shooting out the life-chasing fire. The life-chasing fire went after Unfettered Scholar, who was the biggest threat. He was forced to retreat as he lost his attacking position. Unfettered Scholar bellowed angrily. This had already happened many times. Life-chasing fire always forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to cancel out the attack. Dong Fong Chong Fan had been struggling at death's doors many times already, but he refused to die. After 1,000 disintegrations was diverted, the remaining Ice Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, and Heavenly Flower was still going after Dong Fong Chong Fan. Dong Fong Chong Fan raised Minuscule Mountain up high. The closer the demonic path Gu Immortal's killer moves approached Minuscule Mountain, the weaker they became. In the end, the Ice Dragon turned into an ice snake. The Strength Path Giant Hand shrank to less than 1% of its original size, and the Heavenly Flower faded and wilted. When these attacks finally reached Dong Fong Chong Fan, he waved his sleeves and blocked them easily. Immortal killer move, big to small. Pai Shui Han's expression was cold. He found out the enemy's method immediately. It turned out that the Minian race Gu Immortal with the surname Fong in Minuscule Mountain was a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Small. He led the Miniman tribe and made an alliance with Dong Fong tribe to obtain space for his tribe to live. At this point, when he made his move, he used an extraordinary method and suppressed the demon's surge of power. All of the demons frowned. He Lulan was already feeling regret. If she knew that Minuscule Mountain would be so strong, she would not have gone all in. Many demons attacked Captivating Sea forcefully. Even though they defeated the Peach Wolf group, that was not enough for Minuscule Mountain to use that killer move. This is somewhat troublesome. To solve this problem, we will have to rely on you, Unfettered Scholar. Pai Shui Han turned back, talking to Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar snorted coldly. At this crucial moment, who else can be relied upon but me? Pai Shui Han's eyelids trembled, but he did not rebuke him. Unfettered Scholar was also a rule path Gu Immortal. He had the rule path Immortal Gu Disintegrate. He similarly had the Immortal Killer move 1000 Disintegrations. To counter Rule Path with Rule Path was the most effective option. At once, the demons battled Dongfang Chang Fan, Old Lord Kenyang, and the Mini-Man Gu Immortal with Unfettered Scholar at the lead. The demons attacked one by one, trying to provide an opportunity for Unfettered Scholar. Unfettered Scholar grabbed onto the opportunity and used 1000 Disintegrations on Minuscule Mountain. 1000 Disintegrations was used against Big to Small, but it was countered by the latter. Your Rule Path Immortal Gu is only rank 6, my small Gu is rank 7, how can you beat me? The Mini-Man Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard coming from Minuscule Mountain. It was smug and arrogant. Unfettered Scholar's expression was grim, he could not refute it. His foundation was weaker compared to the Mini-Man tribe. The situation was becoming worse for the demonic path side. Dongfang Chang Fan had Minuscule Mountain. He also had Old Lord Kenyang watching out for him. He was in an impregnable position. As the killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, became stronger, his battle strength would surge with it. Eventually, it would end in a victory for him. He would defeat the band of demons and return to the world of Northern Plains Gu Immortals with a domineering display. The demons thought hard, but they had no way to counter Big to Small. The only tactic left for them was to attack forcefully, using their advantage in numbers to drain all of the enemy's immortal essence. But demonic path Gu Immortals were loners. They usually only considered their own interests. They did not want to expend too much of their own resources. It was not worth it. Just as they were worrying, the demonic path Gu Immortal Zhou Ping shouted angrily, "Damn it! My literature carps were taken away." The demons looked over following the voice and saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, Fang Yuan, who was above a deep pool, was drawing the water into his own immortal aperture. Seeing this, even He Lulan transmitted a message to Fang Yuan in fury. "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were fighting a tough battle. In the end, they realized that someone was stealing resources while they were occupied. This was like a situation where everyone was in a boat, paddling and moving forward. In the end, one of their companions decided to start fishing and even caught a big fat fish, keeping it for himself. "You, how can you be so selfish?" Unfettered Scholar pointed at Fang Yuan, chiding. "My literature carps, my fish group." Zhou Ping screamed angrily. "We are here fighting desperately, but you are taking benefits in the background? Taking advantage of us?" Pai Shui Han's eyes were flashing with a cold light, his tone was chilly. "My group of literature carps, return them to me." Zhou Ping roared, mixed with a tone of sobbing. "The urgent matter now is to kill Dongfang Changfan. By then, won't we have everything?" Fairy Li Shan's transmitted, her tone also had a hint of accusation in it. "Damn it, return my fish group, I demand justice." Zhou Ping was so regretful his eyes turned red. If he knew this, he might as well have destroyed the fish group. He spent so much precious time trying to get this resource, yet now it landed in someone else's hands, and it felt like he was only safe keeping it. "Shut up. Otherwise, I am going to thrash some people." Fang Yuan was very ruthless, his tone was arrogant, and he did not make any form of explanation or denial. "You." Zhou Ping was so angry his eyes were opened wide and staring, he almost spat out blood. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He had to act ruthless to not allow these demonic path Gu Immortals to take an inch and demand a mile. This could protect his interests. Pai Shui Han, Unfettered Scholar, and the others were gritting their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. If they really fought, he still had 2 companions. It's nothing much if it's only that rank 6 black-robed Gu Immortal, but this rank 7 is likely to be Fairy Li Shan from Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan had once made an agreement with Dongfang tribe she could not harm them. Now that she is involving herself in this matter, it's no wonder her appearance and identity are concealed. Once she attacked, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity was already revealed to Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han. Even though they found out, Pai Shui Han and Unfettered Scholar did not dare to attack her because Fairy Li Shan was a member of Snowy Mountain. She was a subordinate of the rank 8 Gu Immortal, Old Ancestor Shuehu. Old Ancestor Shuehu wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. This was known to everyone. But to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu, the investment was massive. Perhaps right now, Fairy Li Shan was here due to orders from Old Ancestor Shuehu to loot Dongfang tribe's resources. This would be the will of a rank 8 expert. Fang Yuan naturally knew Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han's mindsets. He was using Fairy Li Shan's reputation now to deter the demons, so that he could take the literature carps for himself. But just as he was about to continue saying arrogant words and deepen everyone's impression, Dongfang Changfan suddenly lost control again. Dongfang Yikong's face turned ruthless. He looked at Fang Yuan with eyes that could shoot out fire. His voice turned into Dongfang Yikong's. He screamed at Fang Yuan, "Scoundrel, you dare to take my literature carps away. I was only storing them here temporarily. You dare to take them? Do you know how much effort I had put in to obtain this group of literature carps? I want you to die like a dog." While he roared, he flew towards Fang Yuan. Everyone stared blankly at this. Earlier, Dongfang Changfan had appeared normal for a very long time. Everyone thought that he had regained control and succeeded in his possession. Nobody expected this to happen. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He quickly reacted. His 6-strength path giant hands flew over while his body retreated backwards. He grabbed onto the opportunity, but he was vigilant. What if the enemy was only acting and was purposely exposing a weakness? What if this was a trap? But the truth was, this was no trap. Dongfang Changfan regained control of the body very quickly. His expression turned dark. To think that he had lost control again. Man proposes, God disposes. He had made ample preparations. These demonic Pathgu immortals were not his match. Even old Lord Kenyang was his helpless tool that was being made use of all along, but the strength of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his expectations. Earlier, he was only suppressing the wills of the 8 Gu immortals forcefully. He had not gotten rid of them yet. Now that the literature carps were taken by Fang Yuan, an intense external stimulus awakened the rage in Dongfang Yikong's will. He burst through the suppression and emerged. The wills of these 8 Gu immortals were not the biggest issue. The problem was that due to their support, the original will of this body had been gathering strength. It was becoming quite formidable. Although Dongfang Yu Liang's soul was destroyed, the fragments of his soul was scattered in his body, turning into will. Thought, will, emotion. Within these divisions there weren't individual qualitative differences. Differences were shown from quantity. Dongfang Yu Liang's will had already accumulated to become similar to the other 8 Gu immortals. The most key danger was that this body was originally his. If his will burst out, the threat was many times that of the other Gu immortals of Dongfang tribe. Dongfang Changfan sighed deeply. He raised minuscule mountain up and used the big to small immortal killer move to weaken the 6-strength path giant hands before breaking them apart. Fang Yuan shouted from afar. "What are you waiting for? The enemy is already separated. Why aren't you killing them now?" The other demonic path Gu immortals all had rich battle experience. How could they miss such an opportunity? Right as Fang Yuan was still shouting, Pai Shui Han, Unfettered Scholar, and the others had already attacked, while Divine Lord Tiandu, Shiho, Lu Qingming, and Hirua came over and encircled the area, sealing any escape routes that Dongfang Changfan could take. At this point, the demons already had some basic teamwork. They could cooperate to execute simple tactics. Even though these were just basics, it gave Dongfang Changfan huge pressure. Old Lord Kenyang was angered to a boiling point. He did not expect Dongfang Changfan to lose control again. Originally, he was fighting together with Dongfang Changfan. They were close together and could take care of each other. Now that Dongfang Changfan had charged out alone, he was surrounded by the demonic path immortals, while Kenyang himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Changfan, what is going on with you? At the same time, minuscule mountain was shaking. The questioning of the Miniman Gu immortal could be heard. The alarming change earlier had scared him. Don't worry. Dongfang Changfan fought against the enemies around him as he answered plainly. You sure are calm. Don't you see how many people are encircling you? The Miniman Gu immortal was going crazy. Hang in there. Old Lord Kenyang was anxious. He fought his way in as he attempted to join up with Dongfang Changfan again. I will stop him. Fairy Li Shan emerged, obstructing Old Lord Kenyang. Fairy Li Shan had once made an agreement with Dongfang Changfan. She was using a special technique now to suppress the agreement's backlash. Despite this, during the battle earlier, she was focusing essentially all of her attacks on Old Lord Kenyang. The battle intensified all of a sudden. The demonic path party wanted to take advantage of the mistake to eliminate Dongfang Changfan. As long as Dongfang Changfan was dead, The blessed land would have no one controlling it. The demonic path Gu Immortals would not be restricted. Even if Old Lord Kenyang and Minuscule Mountain were around, they could not change the result. Dong Fong Chong Fan's side was trying their best. As long as he joined up with Old Lord Kenyang, they would regain their former advantage. During such an intense battle, Fong Yuan was at the periphery of the battlefield, looting the resources of the deep pools. Fong Yuan's actions made all of the demonic path Gu Immortals furious. They accused him while shouting loudly. Fong Yuan, however, gave his reasoning. What do you guys know? This is a battle tactic. I am trying to trigger the Gu Immortal wills that were suppressed in his body to make old scoundrel Dongfang commit a mistake. Wasn't the current advantage that we gained due to me? Quickly coordinate with me. Do not judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. After Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face distorted with anger. Pai Shui Han's heart was filled with the flames of rage. He felt that at this moment he was not an ice and water path Gu Immortal, instead he was cultivating fire path. But what Fong Yuan said was true, they had no way to rebuke him. Divine Lord Tian Du expressed everyone's thoughts. Why is it that we are all fighting here while you are out there gaining profits? The Miniman Gu Immortal from Minuscule Mountain also yelled. What do you mean, judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man? This is discrimination against our Miniman race. I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes turned. He said, this battle tactic makes sense. Let me coordinate. Saying this, he left his position in the battlefield and flew down towards a deep pool. Pai Shui Han roared in anger. Get the hell back! Unfettered Scholar was breathing roughly. He activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping shouted in pain. He suffered a heavy blow. He almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed. Defeat and victory were thinly separated. If everyone went to get profits, who would be left to kill Dongfang Chongfan? Unfettered Scholar shouted coldly, now is a crucial moment. If anyone tries to leave without reason, even if the enemy is in front of us, I will kill you. He no longer had the gentlemanly air from earlier. He started using abusive language. Zhou Ping, why aren't you back in battle yet? Do you want me to send you off? Pai Shui Han said coldly, threatening. Zhou Ping lowered his head. He had an expression of anger and hatred, but he had no choice but to return. Fong Yuan could not kill him, but that did not mean other rank 7 battle strength Gu Immortals could not. The other demonic path Gu Immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They felt glad and also indignant. Why was it that Fong Yuan could scavenge resources while they could not? Because of battle strength. Fong Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. Unfettered Scholar and Pai Shui Han, even if they wanted to, had neither the capability nor time to punish him. But for the other rank 6 Gu Immortals, if they dared to mess around so openly, did they think these rank 7s could be toyed with? Gu Immortals who made it this far were all astute figures. But to mess around with others, one had to see if they had the ability to do so. But even Fairy Li Shan could not stand to let this continue. She loudly spoke at Fong Yuan with a cold snort. Number 7. Come back now. We'll fight together. Fong Yuan was slightly stunned. He could not help but let out a laugh. Earlier, he was scheming against the others, but at the next moment, his ally actually slightly schemed against him. Even though he, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance, in which nobody had command over others in the alliance, but right now they had to act in front of everyone. Earlier, to show that they had a deep background, they put up a show and deterred the demons. Right now, he could not ruin that background they created. He had to continue acting. Over at Fairy Li Shan's side, her circumstances were quite bad. She fought using wood path, but Old Lord Kenyang was a fire path Gu Immortal, be it fighting techniques or methods. Fairy Li Shan was heavily countered. Fong Yuan came to help. He worked together with Fairy Li Shan, obstructing Old Lord Kenyang. Fong Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of life-chasing fire. But even so, the Strength Path Phantom Army in his immortal aperture was taking serious damage from the fire. After fighting for a while, Fong Yuan felt heartache inwardly. When he used the Strength Path Giant Hands, they did not use much immortal essence. That was because the Strength Path Giant Hands were formed using countless group strength Gu along with the Strength Path Phantoms. It was the manifestation of their strength. In essence, each Strength Path Giant Hand was made from tens of thousands of Strength Path Phantoms. The strength path phantoms were created using his immortal essence a while ago. They were stored in his immortal aperture. But now the life-chasing fire went after their origin, burning the strength path phantoms directly. By now, the strength path phantom army that Fang Yuan had accumulated had been mostly destroyed. If he summoned more now, he would need to expend huge amounts of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure is too great. This will not do. Fairy, block him for now. I have a plan. After fighting for some time, Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted while retreating. Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt a strong urge to curse at him. At this point in the battle, he was still thinking about immortal essence expenditure. She had already gone all out regarding that. She did not even dare to think about the amount of immortal essence she had expended. When they attacked Captivating Sea in order to fight against time, she used several immortal killer moves. Now that she was fighting with Old Lord Kenyang, her expenditure was even greater. Fang Yuan was still thinking about immortal essence expenditure now. It was obvious he had obtained the most profits. Seeing that Fang Yuan was retreating, the demons had varying expressions. They were stirred. Why is he flying down again? Unfettered Scholar asked Fairy Li Shan. He could confirm Fairy Li Shan's true identity already. Fang Yuan did not respond to him at all. It was much more effective to ask Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was inwardly angry. She fought intensely as she replied coldly. He said the immortal essence expenditure is too great. If this goes on, he has a plan to execute. Still caring about immortal essence? How much did we spend already? The band of demons were furious. Some had bloodshot eyes. Some were breathing roughly. Unfettered Scholar's body was trembling. In truth, even Fairy Li Shan and others had plundered some resources. In the entire demonic path gang, Unfettered Scholar was the one who put in the most work while obtaining the least. He did not even loot a single resource point. Dongfang Chongfan felt his pressure intensifying. It was a vicious cycle. Fang Yuan's words angered the band of demons. They were venting their rage on him. At once, Dongfang Chongfan raised minuscule mountain to defend himself. He was injured in many areas. He was in a pathetic state. The situation was getting worse. What Fang Yuan had said earlier was not a lie. He flew towards a deep pool directly. In fact, while the two sides fought intensely, they had shifted locations unintentionally. Fang Yuan realized that a deep pool below them was full of Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding. Evidently, this was an assembly point. Dongfang Chongfan, I want you to see it for yourself. The pitiful death of your tribesmen. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's wild laughter was mixed with the slamming of his strength path giant hand. How could the methods of mortals block an immortal killer move? The barrier of light that was erected with many layers was instantly destroyed. Without even holding on for a second, the moment the strength path giant hand made contact with it. The strength path giant hand slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground collapsed on itself. Many unlucky Mortal Goo Masters were smashed into meat paste. The Mortal Goo Masters at the periphery felt the intense wind caused by the hand. They scattered everywhere and screamed for help. They had no fighting spirit. The strength path giant hand rose into the air. A large crevice in the shape of a bloody handprint was left on the ground. My tribesmen. My kin. I will protect them. Dongfang Chongfan saw this and lost control again. His voice became high-pitched. Dongfang Chongfan saw this and knew a problem was arising, but he could not stop it. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will. The biggest internal threat. The eyes of the demons were shining. They attacked furiously. Dongfang Yuliang disregarded them. He flew down urgently to save everyone. Damn it! Damn it! As the danger of death approached, the Miniman Gu immortal surnamed Fang shouted out. He had to manipulate minuscule mountain, flying to the top of Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking attacks for him due to the agreement. Minuscule mountain shook intensely from the attack of the demons. Countless small rocks fell apart and crumbled. Dongfang Chongfan, you've caused me great harm. The Miniman Gu immortal shouted in anger and regret. Fang Yuan saw that this method was effective. He laughed loudly as he intentionally slowed down, chasing and killing the escaping Dongfang tribesmen as he attracted Dongfang Yuliang's attention. But while Dongfang Yuliang was flying in the air, he was suppressed and Dongfang Chongfan regained control once more. Dongfang Changfan realized that although he was injured, his surroundings were clear now. Only a few Gu immortals were right behind after him. There was a high chance he could break past the encirclement and join up with Old Lord Kenyang. Because Dongfang Yuliang had charged out without caring about life or death, Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price and took the damage in his place. Such a desperate and dangerous act had been out of everyone's expectations. It gave him a chance instead. You fools! I gave you a chance, but you're letting him escape? Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Unfettered Scholar and the others were furious and anxious. They had no time to care about Fang Yuan. They shouted, "Chase him! Don't let him escape!" At once, the intense combat had become a battle of pursuit. Dong Fang Chong Fan was escaping and breaking out of his encirclement. Success was in front of him, but the band of demons was doggedly on his tail. They threatened to surround him again. On another side, Old Lord Kenyang was trying to reach Dong Fang Chong Fan, but Fairy Li Shan remained in his way, blocking his paths. At once, the two sides were like headless chickens. They were flying around chaotically in the air. Their flying route was completely messy, but this showed the strong foundations of the Gu Immortals in flying. These Gu Immortals were all at least flying masters. Mortal Gu Masters did not have the time or effort to learn flying, but Gu Immortals did. Flying was a very useful method for advancing or retreating. Almost all Gu Immortals spent a lot of time on it, having a good grasp of this ability. Quick, kill some more Dongfang Gu Masters, make him lose control. Unfettered Scholar shouted. Fang Yuan was on it already. He used the Strength Path giant hands to grab a few Dongfang Gu Masters, before squeezing them to death. His methods were ruthless and savage. It had made Dongfang Chong Fan lose control many times. But there were limited numbers of Dongfang Gu Masters, and Dongfang Chong Fan refused to go down. At this moment, someone shouted, "Cheshire Min!" Cheshire Min captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier. He wanted to sell them as slaves. Cheshire Min was furious. These were resources that he had spent a lot of time to gather. "Cheshire Min!" Unfettered Scholar shouted while pursuing. "Make a sacrifice now, we will compensate you double after the battle." Pai Shui Han said grimly. Cheshire Min wanted to reject them, but seeing that Pai Shui Han was oozing with killing intent, he shuddered. "Okay." He took out many Dongfang Gu Masters from his immortal aperture, killing them in front of Dongfang Chong Fan. This made the remaining wills extremely furious. They came out one by one. Forget the other Dongfang Gu Immortals' wills. The most crucial one was Dongfang Yuliang's will. He was still immortal at rank 5. He had a deeper bond with the tribesmen. Every time his will took control, it gave Dongfang Chong Fan, Minuscule Mountain, and Old Lord Kenyang huge problems. As time continued to pass, Fairy Li Shan could not obstruct Old Lord Kenyang anymore. They successfully joined up, but the band of demons had gathered a huge advantage already from Dongfang Chong Fan's loss of control. Their victory was assured. Minuscule Mountain was full of cracks. Even while it flew in the air, rocks were falling off from it. Old Lord Kenyang had suffered many attacks in order to take care of Dongfang Chong Fan. His body was heavily injured, even his beard was dyed red from blood. This was the most dispiriting battle he had ever had. During the battle, he had asked Dongfang Chong Fan the final portions of the possession method. But would Dongfang Chong Fan dare to tell him? Once he told him, Old Lord Kenyang would flee. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Immortal Crane Sect. The possession method was the biggest bargaining chip. "Retreat, we cannot stay here." Old Lord Kenyang sighed. He transmitted this to Dongfang Chong Fan. "As long as we live, there will always be more opportunities in the future." The Miniman Gu Immortal was afraid that Dongfang Chong Fan would continue fighting. He quickly added this. Dongfang Chong Fan smiled bitterly. "Do you think I am someone who cannot understand the situation? We'll retreat." He gave Jade Pool Blessed Land another longing. He was inwardly filled with anger and hatred, but he had made up his mind. Temporary losses were nothing. A true champion could give things up and retreat. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan laughed. "Another Dongfang tribe assembly point. Dongfang Chong Fan, watch closely, I am going to slaughter them." "Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me to this extent." Dongfang Chong Fan was furious. He attacked with myriad star fireflies. Fang Yuan saw the imposing attack and smiled. He did not stay any longer. He evaded the attack. But this myriad star fireflies attack did not chase after him. It curved and flew down, slamming into the Dongfang tribe assembly point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding inside were all slaughtered in an instant. Not a single person was left alive. At once, even the demonic Pathgu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Changfan's ruthlessness. Rather than let you threaten me, I would rather destroy this weakness while I am in control of this body. Brave souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Changfan, will exact revenge for you. The hatred and grudge of today's events. I will return them 1,000-fold to you demonic scoundrels. Dongfang Changfan's tears flowed down his cheeks. He spoke in deep pain. Hearing his anguished voice, even the daring and lawless demonic path immortals felt a chill in their hearts. If the number one person in wisdom path escapes and plots against me in the future, the band of demons were feeling wary, fierce lights emerged in their eyes, they had overflowing killing intent. At this point, both sides were almost running dry, they had expended a huge amount of resources. Initially, it was just a battle for benefits, but now they could not stop anymore. Such a deep-seated hatred was established. There was no way else to resolve this. Go! Dongfang Changfan suddenly flew into the air, opening Jade Pool Blessed Land's doors and flying out. Chase after him. The band of demons were relentless. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed. Only a few Gu immortals had followed outside from behind. The rest had to change their directions and fly out from the hole that was made earlier. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Changfan's figure, he was already far away in the sky. Everyone was like a meteor flying through the sky, shrill sounds could be heard. The intense winds brushed against them. Everyone used their own movement techniques, but the distance was huge. They were already behind from the start. Eventually, their distance started widening. Fang Yuan was wearing a black robe and had 6 wings. His speed raised from time to time. It was due to the activation of Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. But even so, there was quite a difference compared to the others. He gradually fell behind, becoming the second wave of immortals. The first wave included Dongfang Changfan, Old Lord Kenyang, Minuscule Mountain, Unfettered Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Lishan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua. The second wave included Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Cheshire Min, and Divine Lord Tiandu. As for Half Moon Brutemaster, Zhuozhan, Shurho and the others, they had been left in the dust. Their figures could not even be seen. There was no third wave at all. After flying for 15 minutes, Old Lord Kenyang sighed deeply. He transmitted to Dongfang Changfan solemnly, I will block Unfettered Scholar and 2 other people for you at most. You will give me the final part of the method. Don't mess around, my patience is running out. You also know that my sect has Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. With the information I already have, I can deduce the final steps. Except that I will need to spend a lot of time, effort and funds, that is all. Dongfang Changfan was quiet for a moment. He did not dare to anger Old Lord Kenyang, otherwise he might turn on him. He had to give him the possession method. Old Lord Kenyang got what he wanted, but he did not go back on his words. He went back to the huge battle and blocked Unfettered Scholar, Lu Qingming and Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua. Meanwhile, the other demonic path immortals chased Dongfang Changfan relentlessly. After a while, Zhou Ping stopped. I am unresigned. I have 2 immortal level movement killer moves, but at this crucial time, my immortal essence is not enough. He screamed. He felt deeply regretful. He could only watch as the immortals flew away. A while later, Divine Lord Tiandu also started to slow down. He sighed. Everyone, please fight valiantly. I am unable to go any further. If they did not kill Dongfang Changfan, there would be huge problems later. Divine Lord Tiandu landed while deeply frowning. Brother Fang, I am not in a good position. Thank you for saving me even though your life was in danger. At this point, you should leave quickly. I will draw them away. A while later, Dongfang Changfan showed an exhausted expression as he secretly transmitted to the Miniman Gu Immortal. The Miniman Gu Immortal was overjoyed, but he hesitated. Are you really letting me go? But our agreement is not over yet. Dongfang Changfan interrupted him, throwing Minuscule Mountain out as he said, Brother Fang, say no more. All the best. Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Lishan immediately changed her direction and tried to grab at Minuscule Mountain. Minuscule Mountain shook, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Changfan's tired expression vanished, his speed raised by 30% as he continued to escape. The two split up, the demonic cultivators behind hesitated. But Fairy Li Shan had no hesitation. She pursued Minuscule Mountain. Compared to the tough Dongfang Chong fan, the Miniman Gu Immortal on Minuscule Mountain was weaker, and Minuscule Mountain was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she had sent a transmission to Fang Yuan and He Lulan for help. After all, it was hard for one person to catch Minuscule Mountain. If there was help, it would be far easier. He Lulan did not hesitate. She immediately followed after Fairy Li Shan. But Fang Yuan rejected her outright. He did not stop chasing Dongfang Chong fan. Thus, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han, and Cheshire Min chased after Dongfang Chong fan, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan went after Minuscule Mountain. Disregarding Fairy Li Shan's side, Dongfang Chang fan had successfully used Minuscule Mountain to lure two strong foes away. His speed was even faster now as he quickly widened the gap between him and his pursuers. Pai Shui Han was anxious. He shouted to Cheshire Min, "Why aren't you taking out the captives?" Cheshire Min's movement killer move was a chariot. It gave off the aura of Immortal Gu. He was sitting on the chariot, his expression grim. He had kept many of the Dongfang tribe captives in his immortal aperture. His motive was to leave them for the end, to deal a fatal blow to Dongfang Chong fan. But now he had no choice but to use them in advance. "Old scoundrel Dongfang, your tribesmen are in my hands. Fight us directly. You cannot escape." Cheshire Min said this as he killed one Gu master in his hand, taking out another one after that. Dongfang Chong fan sneered and chuckled coldly. He continued to fly forward. After Cheshire Min killed the 13th captive, he finally managed to get Dongfang Chong fan to make a mistake. The distance between him and Fang Yuan's group shortened again. But Dongfang Chang fan quickly suppressed the threat. After regaining control of the body, he flew again and moved ahead. The two sides were in a deadlock, their distance shrunk at times and lengthened at other times. Along the way, they met several Gu Immortals. They were either in the righteous path or demonic path. Some obstructed them, some chased them, some left immediately and did not want to get involved in this messy situation. An hour later, only Dongfang Chong fan, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han, and Cheshire Min were left. "If I do not die from this, I will definitely reward all of you well." Dongfang Chang fan was already quite far ahead, laughing loudly as he escaped. Fang Yuan and the others had grim expressions. These three pursuers were originally from the second wave. With their speed, they could not catch up to Dongfang Chong fan after he raised his speed. The longer this dragged on, the greater Dongfang Chong fan's advantage. He was gradually suppressing the internal threats in his body. Even though Cheshire Min was killing more Dongfang tribesmen now, Dongfang Chong fan was losing control less often than before. "What do we do?" Pai Shui Han, Fang Yuan, and Cheshire Min looked at each other. They saw anxiety but also anticipation in each other's eyes. "Both of you, if you have any methods, please use them, otherwise it will be too late," Cheshire Min said. Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han shook their heads. These three were at their wits' end already. They had to treasure their precious immortal essence beads. If they had any methods left, they would have used it already. Seeing that Dongfang Chong fan was going to get away from them, the three pursuers showed intense looks of disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Chong fan lost control again. Dongfang Yu Liang's voice was screaming. His speed fell drastically. Fang Yuan and the others were overjoyed. Cheshire Min shouted, "As expected, killing the captives had an effect. Quick, kill him, we can still search his soul later." Fang Yuan and the others quickly got ahead. But at this time, Dongfang Chong fan's expression changed. He showed a smile, as if his plot had succeeded. "Oh no, it's a trap." Fang Yuan quickly retreated. But it was too late to escape. He only saw a ray of starlight. It moved extremely quickly. It grazed Fang Yuan's shoulder and pierced into Cheshire Min's forehead. Cheshire Min's expression was frozen into a look of utter disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded. The chariot disassembled as he fell to the ground weakly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pai Shui Han, they were shocked and nervous. It was already so late into the battle. To think that Dongfang Chong fan still had such a powerful trump card. He had truly unfathomable depths. "If you pursue me any further, Cheshire Min can serve as an example." Dongfang Chong fan laughed loudly, escaping again. Earlier he lost control, That was only him acting. A trap. Xiaoshi Min was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weaker body than normal immortals because he was chasing fervently. He was slightly careless, but he actually got killed in one move. Chase him. He is bluffing. Pai Shui Han was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan was also pursuing closely. After this attack, he really has nothing left. Although his tone was certain, Fang Yuan did not believe it completely inwardly. If it were other Gu immortals, that would definitely be the case. But it was Dong Fang Chong Fan, this old scoundrel. This was not a certainty. After Xiaoshi Min died, there were no captives left to lure Dong Fang Chong Fan to lose control. This was terrible news. If they stayed and looted Xiaoshi Min's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, then they would not make it in time. Dong Fang Chong Fan would manage to escape. Honestly speaking, even though they were still chasing him, Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han did not have much hope within themselves. But quickly there was another change. Dong Fang Chong Fan's speed became slower. His speed fell by 30% compared to earlier. With this, Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han saw hope. As expected, his burst speed has its limits. Think about it, that is an immortal killer move. If he could use it for extended periods of time, he would have used it long ago. Maybe his immortal essence was used up. Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han interacted. They decided to work together for now, to leave Dong Fang Chong Fan no room to escape. They were also worried that if they fought between themselves at the crucial moment, they might end in failure. But just as they were getting closer to Dong Fang Chong Fan, his body flickered as another figure appeared, turning into a second Dong Fang Chong Fan. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. Pai Shui Han gasped, "Oh no! I've heard long ago that Dong Fang Chong Fan had a split shadow immortal Gu in his hands. To think that it was true! The two bodies had the same aura. They were identical. There was nothing that could differentiate them. They flew off in two different directions. Even though the pursuers were using investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. There was no choice. Fang Yuan and Pai Shui Han could only split up. In the end, not long after Fang Yuan went on his chase, Dong Fang Chong Fan split out another figure and flew towards the left. Fang Yuan was joyful and also worried. This indicated that he had been chasing the right figure, but he did not expect that this old scoundrel Dong Fang could create another split shadow. Fang Yuan quickly took out some Dong Fang tribe Gu master captives in his immortal aperture, shouting in the same manner again, "Dong Fang Chong Fan, I will kill your tribesmen again." Fang Yuan had used his strength path giant hands earlier to attack the assembly points. He killed large numbers of Dong Fang tribesmen. But in this process he had left a backup plan. He secretly kept a good number of the captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dong Fang Chong Fans did not pay heed to him. Fang Yuan's plan did not succeed. He could not differentiate them. He could only grit his teeth as he chose the left one randomly, pursuing it. Along the way, in just a short while, Dong Fang Chong Fan created another clone and flew in two directions. Fang Yuan felt anything but reassured in his mind. What should he do now? His immortal essence was almost used up completely. The strength path giant hands could only move slowly, and ordinary mortal killer moves could not even damage Dong Fang Chong Fan's clothes. Unable to determine the fake, Fang Yuan could only guess and make some baseless choices. Eventually, when it was night, he watched as Dong Fang Chong Fang's body gradually faded and vanished. In its place was a lump of Gu worms. Fang Yuan collected this lump of Gu worms. The split shadow immortal Gu was not inside. Instead, there were only some rank 5 Gu worms that were mixed with a heavy immortal Gu aura. I lost him. Only Pai Shui Han's end is left. But the chances are low. Most likely, Dong Fang Chong Fan escaped. As expected of a legendary character, the leader of a super force, he has so many trump cards. The most pressing matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder the final portion of the resources. Fang Yuan swept away his emotions. He immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, but they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They promised him a large amount of compensation if he went to help them out. Fang Yuan fell into a difficult situation with two choices in front of him. One was Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was rich in resources, but such a long time had passed, the other demonic Pathgu immortals might have looted it entirely already. The other was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, He inwardly felt moved. As night descended, the temperature became lower, the night sky was filled with dark clouds, the air was stuffy. A moment later, intense winds blew, it rained while accompanied by thunder and lightning. Dong Fang Chong Fan sat on the ground. His expression was white as chalk. He looked extremely pale. The body that he had just possessed was heavily injured. Some injuries were so severe that bones could be seen. His flesh and blood were exposed to the air openly. Dongfang Changfan's aura was weak. He frowned deeply to think that the possession I underwent caused such a huge and unexpected accident. Indeed, an act of defying heaven incurs the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, towards the end, I gave up Minuscule Mountain and drew some of the enemies away. I also gave up Split Shadow Immortal Goo to escape successfully. At once, Dongfang Changfan felt lingering fear, relief, joy, solemnness, sadness, and hatred. All of these complex emotions were mixing together. The injuries on my body are just a small matter, they are not fatal. The important thing is to get rid of the internal threat. The immortal essence I accumulated was mostly used on possession. After this battle, they have been consumed entirely. The battle of wills is my only chance at defeating these 9 wills. Dong Fang Chong Fan thought over it. He shut his eyes and entered a state of meditation. In truth, with his current terrible situation, he had no other options. He was at his wit's end. He was like a long river that had dried up until the riverbed was exposed. To be able to escape from the pursuers in this state and survive, it was truly nothing short of a miracle. Right now, if he hesitated slightly, or refused to undergo the battle of wills, his control over this body would be completely lost. He might as well engage in the battle of wills now while he still had some foundation and mental energy by converting all of his remaining mental energy into his own will army. The battle of wills was vicious, it did not concern one's cultivation level, only the wills in themselves. But Dong Fang Chong Fan had no other method now, he had to do this. His will rose from his mind. It instantly converted all of his foundation into a huge stream. The huge stream flew out of his mind. It was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, pouring down from above. With an immense force, it charged towards all of the other wills in the body. Fight! Let's fight together. That old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of ours. We have to cooperate. That is the only chance we have at winning. The wills of Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortals, as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will, joined forces. They resisted Dongfang Chongfan's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together, fighting chaotically. Both sides had no alternatives now. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure. Their existence would be wiped out. This, from the start, was a battle to the death. Both sides were equally matched, but a moment later, Dong Fang Chongfan's will was at a disadvantage. While fighting with the band of demons, Dong Fang Chongfan had only been suppressing the wills forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome they were to deal with. Only now when they fought, he realized that these wills were tough as iron. They were as firm as steel. All of them bore deep hatred towards Dongfang Chongfan. Dongfang Chongfan, you deceived us, you betrayed us. For your own selfish desire, you killed all of us just for your own sake. Old and scheming, we were all wrong about you. You only treated us as your pawns. If you want to kill us, don't think of surviving either. Die together. We will die together. It was you harmed us. You harmed the entirety of Dongfang tribe. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is being looted by the band of demons. Nothing is left of thousands of years of management from our tribe. These wills shouted with great anguish. They formed into a tide and attacked from everywhere in the body. Dongfang Chongfan's will was forced back. He quickly squeezed back into the mind. The mind was Dongfang Chongfan's final base. Once these wills broke through it, even if Dongfang Chongfan's soul was intact, he would have no way of winning. Defeat was imminent. Impressive, impressive. These wills have the resolve to die. They are overwhelmed with rage due to betrayal, and most importantly, due to the heavenly tribulation's influence, they were strengthened in an unspeakable way. At this moment, Dongfang Chongfan could feel deep animosity from heaven and earth. He walked on a path that defied heaven. He tried to revive himself. The terrifying backlash caused him to be at death's doors again. If he took a step back, it would be the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Chongfan was not flustered under such crisis. In fact, the more dangerous this situation became, the more his fighting spirit was stirred. In his life, he had always gone against the norm. Ever since he started his cultivation and led his tribe to prosperity, he had overcome countless difficulties, he had endured immense pressure, and defeated numerous foes. This time, my enemy is this world itself. Even if my body dies of old age, and my soul shrivels, my will is never going to submit. Dongfang Changfan understood. In a battle of wills, he could not feel discouraged or relaxed. He could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he was more determined now. His fighting spirit soared as his battle strength surged in this battle of wills. This was the spirit that he had nurtured after countless trials and obstacles. He would never yield. The fighting spirit to resist until the very end was engraved into his bones. At once, the counter-attack of his will began. It swept down from the mind, pushing down forcefully. The two sides were fighting using Dongfang Yu Liang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yu Liang's head was Dongfang Changfan's headquarters. Even though he was almost forced back in by the 9 wills, right now his will was charging down from his headquarters, down the neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They defended together, like a tortoise shell. They had a strong defense at the chest, refusing to move backwards. The battle of wills went into a stalemate. The 8 Gu Immortal wills were defending Dongfang Yu Liang's will. They were like 8 thick shields protecting him. Dongfang Yu Liang's will was growing in quantity. Out of the 10 wills, only Dongfang Changfan and Dongfang Yu Liang's wills could recover and grow. This was because the former had undergone possession, his soul was in this body and he occupied the mind, he could replenish his will from this source. The latter was the original owner of the body was most compatible with him. The entire body was Dongfang Yu Liang's base. As long as his body was not destroyed, his will could recover. The key to victory in this intense and dangerous battle of wills was in Dongfang Yu Liang and Dongfang Changfan, the wills of this pair of master and disciple. Compared to them, even though the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and abundant, they had no source to replenish themselves. They knew this clearly, thus they chose to sacrifice themselves and protect Dongfang Yu Liang's will to allow him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left the injuries on my body and did not heal them. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yu Liang's recovery speed. But if we continue this, my will is going to be expended continuously while Dongfang Yu Liang's will is recovering and growing. Thinking of this, Dongfang Changfan became calmer and even colder. He knew that at this rate he would definitely die. By now he had to bet with his life, to use his will to influence the other wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the fiercest and also the most dangerous one. But I have no choice, then let's do it. Dongfang Changfan shouted. All of his will that had been gathered together broke apart. It flowed like a river as it swallowed the other 9 wills, engulfing them. The contest of the mind. A battle of willpower. Everyone's perseverance had led to the final clash at this moment. The hatred of murder is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yu Liang was extremely furious. Dongfang Changfan's will was calm. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe back to its glorious days. Do you think I am not anguished? Do you remember the story in The Legends of Renzu? In order to walk out of ordinary abyss, Renzu abandoned even his own daughter. How can you say he abandoned her? It was self-gu which caused trouble. Dongfang Yu Liang's will rebuked. Dongfang Changfan sneered coldly. Whose self-gu is that? That is Renzu's self-gu. Those were Renzu's deepest thoughts. In order to stop being ordinary, it was not a problem if one sacrificed their wives or children, let alone merely the tribe. As a dirty and despicable person, whatever you see is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted back angrily. Enough. Without me, Dongfang Changfan, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. Would you have been able to reach this point? Would Dongfang tribe be as glorious and prosperous without me? I nurtured you all. I taught you. I gave you your achievements. I planted this tree, this was my achievement, and you were just sitting in the shade of my tree eating the fruits of my labor. Such words were like thunder, dealing a huge blow to the 9 wills. The Gu Immortals' wills were in a torrential wave, they could only be swept along. All of the scenes in his life were playing in reverse, they quickly filled Dongfang Changfan's mind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, while engaging with the band of demons, the battle that was perilous and fatal. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, his stubborn resistance, all to undergo possession. At the moment of life and death, his ambition that did not waver. His vision of the sky that turned dark. Deducing the location of immortal Gu for all of the righteous path Gu immortals, establishing the alliance agreement. In a dark and gloomy hall, he sat alone as he made up his mind to defy heaven. He sneered, "Even if you prevent me from obtaining lifespan Gu, so what? If heaven wants me to die, then I will defy heaven." Dongfang Changfan's recollection continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly ended. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu immortal was paying respects to him in the air. "Thank you for your assistance, First Supreme Elder." He himself was stroking his beard. "He that you can advance to Gu immortal is my greatest wish. Now, our Dongfang tribe has strengthened again." The battle ended in defeat. The righteous path Gu immortals were sighing to themselves. "Oh, Dongfang tribe cannot be suppressed. Fighting alone against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely become renowned in northern plains. What is this move?" Starlight filled the sky. It was shining in brilliance. He stood in the air proudly as he laughed. "This move is called Myriad Star Fireflies." "Oh? You killed a disciple of my sect, Immortal Crane sect, but you want to cooperate with us?" In this world, there are only eternal benefits. There are no eternal enemies or friends. I have found out a thing or two about the arrangements that you in Central Continent have been planning in Northern Plains. Dongfang tribe is being ostracized by the righteous path. To turn this situation around, how can a single Gu immortal like me succeed? My aspiration is to promote my tribe and bring glory to our name. I am certain that you can sense my sincerity," he said calmly. "Humph. You are just a poor Gu immortal. On what basis can you cooperate with Immortal Crane sect? I have a lifespan extension method for Gu immortals. It is named Possession, and it was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." "What? Is that true?" 88 True Yang Building, True Inheritance Secluded Domain. He was coughing blood, escaping pathetically among the array of flying True Inheritance meteors. It was like a web of death. But in the end, even after all his scheming, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. "Forget it. I cannot force this anymore. I will choose you." When he was young. "Spare me." The opponent who brought him shame was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. "You should not be like this." He shook his head slowly, sighing. "I was blind. I was too daring. Please spare me. Please spare me, young Master Dongfang." His opponent sprawled on the ground, begging pitifully. "If your attitude was more firm, and you were unmoved in the face of death, I would definitely have spared your dog life. But now," he attacked abruptly, dealing a fatal blow. The head flew up and landed on the ground. It rolled for a short distance, dying with a lingering grievance. He turned around and left. "Too disappointing. Why did I lose to a person like you back then? And also that fortuitous encounter." "Young man, what is your name?" the old beggar asked warmly. His hair was purple and messy. It was like uncut grass. "Dongfang Changfan," he said. "Changfan, this name is very incompatible with you." The purple-haired beggar's eyes were dark like the abyss. He could see his own shadow from within them. The beggar looked at him for a while before saying, "You are a good child. I will pass my most important inheritance to you. I believe that without any unexpected surprises, you will definitely make a name for yourself." Dongfang tribe, Meng tribe, and Gong tribe. These 3 super forces had gathered for a fighting competition. He was kneeling on the ground in utter defeat. His opponent mocked him. "Ha ha ha. Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring honor to your tribe? Your Dongfang tribe is going to be history. You only have one dying old Gu immortal left. In some years, your Dongfang tribe will be kicked out from the ranks of super forces. This is good too. As someone who shares the same bloodline of Giant Sun as you, I feel deeply ashamed for all of you." "You!" He was staring with wide-opened eyes. He struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, his opponent walked up and stepped on his head in the arena. "Ha ha ha. Dongfang Guangyao, according to the rules of our battle, you have to promise me one thing." I really hate your name. It does not suit you." I'll give you a new name for the rest of your life. You will use this name. Let's go with Dongfang Changfan. Hee, this suits you better. His opponent said in a mocking tone. He clenched his fists. His eyes were bright red. Anger was exploding in his body, almost bursting his blood vessels. But he was too weak. Okay. From today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Changfan. He squeezed these words out reluctantly. Ha ha ha, obedient. Good. Did everyone hear that? From now on, he will be called Dongfang Changfan. His opponent raised his feet and walked away. He was sprawled on the ground, his injuries were severe, he could not move. But in his heart, he screamed, even if I change my name to Dongfang Changfan, I will become extraordinary, I will be able to move freely and unhindered over the world, I will manipulate the masses. I swear, I will definitely take revenge for this with my own hands in this life. I will lead Dongfang tribe back to its glorious days. This is my aspiration. The aspiration of Dongfang Changfan. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were engulfed experienced Dongfang Changfan's entire life in this instant. At once they understood Dongfang Changfan, they understood that deep within his heart he was greatly anguished by the death of his tribesmen from the loss of Jade Pool-blessed land. This man, Dongfang Changfan, even if we are enemies, I must say this, incredible. Fine, to lose to a person like this, it is not a dishonor. Dongfang tribe in your hands. Maybe it would rise up again. Master. The 9 wills conceded, some faded, even if some still resisted. They were engulfed by Dongfang Changfan's will. My name may be Dongfang Changfan, but in this life I refuse to be ordinary. If a tree collapses, I will plant a new one. Everyone, give me time. I swear, I will definitely take revenge for this with my own hands. In this life, I will lead Dongfang tribe back to its glorious days. This is my aspiration, the aspiration of Dongfang Changfan. Heaven and earth can bear witness to it. This will's voice sounded like a clap of thunder from the outside world. Under this will, the 9 wills collapsed. They no longer resisted him, they vanished into nothingness. The battle of wills was extremely perilous, but he won in the end. Dongfang Changfan opened his eyes slowly, they were flickering with countless crystal lights. His eyes opened wide, he realized that out of nowhere, a black-robed Gu Immortal was in front of him. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find me? Dongfang Changfan calmed down. Although he seemed exhausted, he was extremely calm. It was as if he still had some sort of trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled. I guessed it. I chased after your split shadow and lost you. Just when I was about to leave, I had a thought. Earlier when you killed Cheshire Min, the situation was too strange. After checking the traces, I realized that you had dug an underground cavern not far away and hid here. It was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Changfan shook his head slowly. My immortal killer move could create 30 split shadows, but they did not waste much of your time. I purposely left Cheshire Min's corpse alone and intentionally let his immortal goo fly away. The traces were obvious, but you did not go after them. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Above this cavern, there is an ordinary pink flower rabbit den. But that did not deceive you. Your intelligence is far scarier than your strength. It is really strange, why did you cultivate strength path instead of wisdom path? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Are these the final words of praise from a dying person? Dongfang Changfan shook his head again, he smiled faintly. It is a pity that you came slightly late. If you were earlier, even by a few breaths' time, I would still be in the battle of wills. It would be extremely dangerous and I would not have time to resist you. But now, Dongfang Changfan dragged out his words. He showed immense confidence in his expression. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan saw this and praised. His tone was calm. There was no killing intent as he said warmly, like he was talking to a good friend. Man proposes, heaven disposes. If this method fails, I will leave immediately and acknowledge your superior strength, retreating from you in the future should we meet again. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. This was a young girl, having a delicate body and watery eyes. She wore a light yellow dress. She looked extremely gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path giant hands to capture Dongfang tribesmen, he unexpectedly found her, secretly keeping her in his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Changfan's expression changed. In an instant, even this body started reacting. The will in the body that was nearly dispersed became firm as ever. It rose up and instantly regained control. "Sister," he shouted. But soon, even though it was just a breath's time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Changfan regained control. His eyes were spewing fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with much anger. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He assessed the situation as he said, "Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands. Watch closely." Saying so, he stretched out his monstrous zombie hand and grabbed at the young girl's left shoulder. Pulling. Crack. Dongfang Qingyu's body shook before she let out a shrill scream. Her entire left arm was ripped off, the huge wound was spewing blood. Dongfang Changfan's pupils shrunk until they were pin-sized. He shouted angrily, "Damn it!" Before he finished his words, he lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang emerged. "Sister, I will kill you. You dare to harm her. You actually dare to harm her." Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely. He had gone into madness. Tears were bursting out from his eyes. "Good. This is how it should be." Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. The strength path giant hand flew out. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang when a light pillar burst out from his body. The light pillar stopped the strength path giant hand. Dongfang Changfan screamed with much fear and anger. "A Grand Gu Immortal going as far as to do this to a mortal? You are so despicable." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, his monstrous claw impacted. With a loud sound, he pressed Dongfang Qingyu's head into her chest completely. "Sister!" Dongfang Yuliang screamed at the top of his lungs. This was the most cruel blow he had ever suffered in his life. Dongfang Changfan lost control. The defensive light pillar scattered. Boom! Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand, and Dongfang Yuliang's body was smashed into meat paste. Dongfang Changfan's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was severely weakened. How could he escape? Fang Yuan easily caught him. The inheritance of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains was obtained. An intense shock wave burst out. Once the Gu Immortal died, the immortal aperture would land on the ground, forming an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this. He used his methods and concealed this shock wave to the best of his ability. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not intrude it forcefully. When the blessed land was placed down completely, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, as he gave it a deep glance before turning around and leaving. Chapter 3, Section 18 states, Renzu stepped on his own road of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He walked around in the bottom of the abyss, moving forward aimlessly. After a long time, even though he wanted to get out of ordinary abyss, he could not find the exit. In his anguish, Cognition Gu gave him pointers. "Human, oh human, you walked in the footsteps of other existences. Although this road is simple and safe, if you want to become extraordinary and walk out of ordinary abyss, there is little hope if you follow other people's trails. Since you walked on your own road of life, all the difficulties need to be challenged by you personally. You need to innovate and carve out your own footprints." After Renzu received this advice, he came to a realization. He was overjoyed as he followed Cognition Gu's instructions. He walked out of the footsteps that already existed. He started to step on the ground that was not too firm. The ground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were swampy, it was easy to get stuck in the mud, and the stench was foul. Some places were full of thorns, sharp pointy tips were everywhere. Renzu was full of injuries. In some parts of the ground there were also blade goo. When Renzu stepped on the ground, his soles were injured by the sharp blades. His injuries became larger as blood flowed. When he walked, the pain could be felt striking deep within himself. The injuries on his feet caused huge pain. Renzu decided to walk softly. But as he walked, Renzu lost his way in ordinary abyss. Many times, he would end up on the same route and waste extra effort traversing the same path. Renzu gradually found out this problem. He was perplexed. How could he not lose his way in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, "Renzu, if you do not want to lose your way, that is entirely up to you. You were afraid of pain. Thus you walked softly. The footprints you created were too shallow. When ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss, mortal dust will be blown out, and when the dust settles, your footprints will be covered up. If you do not want to lose your way, you have to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I am saying? Renzu nodded. He understood. Thus, he started to walk using heavy steps. Each time, he stepped hard onto the ground, creating a deep footprint. This way, every step he walked would have a deep and clear marking left by him. As long as Renzu saw these markings, he would know that these routes were already explored and that there was no exit to ordinary abyss there. But good things did not last. After a while, even the deepest footprints would be covered up by the dust. Renzu was extremely troubled. He asked Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu gave him another suggestion. "Oh human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and blades. Every time you saw them, you would take a detour. This will not do. You cannot ask to be extraordinary while leading a comfortable life." Renzu got the hint and gritted his teeth. He purposely walked on the paths filled with thorns and blades. Every time he took a step, he would leave a deep footprint behind, no matter how painful it was, no matter how deep the scar was. His sweat and blood seeped into the ordinary soil as he stepped heavily into it. When he left his foot and moved forward on his footprint, there would be a small stem of grass. The name of this grass was Accomplishment. In each of his footprints, there would be a small stem of grass. The stems of grass did not fall when the wind blew. They could not be buried under dust. They grow stubbornly and could be preserved for much longer than the footprints. This way, I would not need to be afraid of losing my way. Renzu was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He tenaciously walked on a road filled with thorns and blades. He was not afraid of bleed or perspiring. He walked further and further. He no longer lost his way. He no longer walked in circles. He went into uncharted territories. He used his blood and sweat to nourish the grass under him. They started growing with more vitality and became taller. Gradually, it was no longer grass that grew from his footprints. They had turned into accomplishment trees. As time passed, the small trees grew into larger trees. The leaves were lush and green. They were even bearing fruits. Renzu was tired from walking. He leaned on a tree for rest. He ate the sweet and juicy fruits to recover his stamina. As time passed, he had almost walked in every corner of ordinary abyss. He created a huge forest spanning everywhere he had traveled. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt bliss and joy, but even when the forest covered the entirety of ordinary abyss, he did not find the way out of it. He felt anxious and disappointed. He plucked one fruit and put it in his mouth. The fruit no longer tasted sweet. Instead, it was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange. He tried to find the reason and realized, unknowingly, there had been a second heart growing in his body. This heart was called discontent. With this, anything that he ate would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit as he looked at the boundless forest. He no longer felt joy or bliss. At this time, his original heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke in Self-Gu's voice. "Oh human, I have thought about a way to leave the abyss. You can plant a tall and grand accomplishment tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to leave this place by climbing onto this tree." Renzu thought about it and his eyes shined. "That's right. That is a good idea." But he was troubled again. But how can I plant a tree that is so grand, taller than ordinary abyss? Self-Gu said, "You used the blood from your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. If you use the blood from your heart, you should be able to plant a great accomplishment tree. Buried under the ground of ordinary abyss are many blades. Why don't you use these blades to stab into your heart? The heart blood that flows out can be used to water the trees." Renzu tried the method that Self-Gu said. The blade stabbed into his heart. It caused an immense pain. This pain was hundreds and thousands of times greater than the ones in his body. Eventually, the trees that were watered grew tall and large. They were much larger than the original trees. Renzu felt pain but also joy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, causing more heart blood to flow out. The more blades he stabbed, the more heart blood flowed out, and the larger the trees he planted. But even the tallest accomplishment tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Renzu continued to persevere, as Hope Gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree he planted reached the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree cracked open. Inside, a girl came out. "Father, father!" The girl went into Renzu's embrace. She was very adorable. This was Renzu's fourth child, called Boundless Forest Samsara. Renzu was also overjoyed. He played around with his daughter. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, he would get her fruits to eat. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara loved to eat fruits. She became healthy and well-fed. She played in the forest every day, feeling immense joy. Renzu still wanted to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara urged him many times. "Father, why must you exhaust yourself? Isn't staying here great? There are trees to shelter us, fruits to feed us. We can play here forever. Life will be peaceful until we die of old age." Renzu shook his head. His attitude was firm. He planted an even greater tree, and the branches of the trees left ordinary abyss completely. Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She held onto Renzu's hands as she pleaded, "Father, don't abandon me. I cannot climb trees. If you go, I will be left here alone. I do not know how to plant trees. There are limited fruits. One day, I will die of hunger." Renzu said, "Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you and leave this place." Thus, the father and daughter climbed the tree. The higher they went, the more exhausted Renzu felt. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, climbing the tree alone was very dangerous, not to mention carrying a person who could not climb the tree at all. The bigger problem was, the tree started wavering and making cracking noises. Cognition Gu told Renzu, "Oh no, Renzu, you are carrying your daughter. It is impossible to get out of ordinary abyss. This is your accomplishment tree. It cannot help others become extraordinary. Even your daughter is no exception." Renzu shook his head. "I do not want to give up." Hopgu also urged him, "Put her down, otherwise you cannot leave this place. Even though you have the hearts of loneliness and discontent. After planting so many trees, your heart blood is already dry. This is your last hope. Look, the tree is about to collapse." Renzu waved his hand. "I still want to try." Self-Gu saw that Renzu was stubborn from his actions, and seeing that the other Gu worms failed to convince him, it flew out. "Ah, this is killing me." Self-Gu did not discuss with Renzu. It bit on Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted in pain. She was furious. She wanted to kill Self-Gu. But this way, she let go of her hands. With the shaking tree, she fell off Renzu's back, crashing and tumbling. After breaking her fall from many branches, she landed on the ground. She was in great pain as she started crying. "Daughter!" Renzu shouted, wanting to go down. "It's too late. The tree is going to fall." Self-Gu pushed Renzu. He took a huge step forward subconsciously. He left ordinary abyss. The tree fell. Renzu was at the edge of the cliff. He lost the way back. He shouted helplessly, "Daughter, I will return to save you." Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She said with much sadness and helplessness, "Father, how could you be so cruel to leave me behind to live here alone? I am so scared." Renzu heard her cries and felt extremely anguished. He checked around ordinary abyss but could not find a way in. "It is no use." Self-Gu said, "Your accomplishment tree, even if it has fallen, is proof of your grandeur. A grand person is extraordinary. How can a person who is not ordinary enter ordinary abyss? Who Immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace." Fang Yuan closed in his hands. He sighed as he had a complex expression. Water flowed downwards while humans moved towards higher ground. Discontented with being ordinary, this was a normal human trait. Dongfang Chongfan was like this. Fang Yuan was also like this. "In this aspect, you and I are the same type of people," Fang Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Chongfan's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly now as he tried to speak, but because he lost his body, he could not make a sound. However, the resonance caused by his soul was captured by Fang Yuan. He heard the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains say, "If you want to search my soul, go ahead, but to receive my inheritance, it is harder than you think." "Oh? You are so confident," Fang Yuan smiled. Dongfang Changfan's soul had already become his captive and his life or death was held in Fang Yuan's hands, but he still had such confidence. Fang Yuan, however, was unconcerned and started soul-searching. For a moment, Dang Hun Palace was shrouded in darkness. Cold wind blew and ghostly cries could be heard lingering in one's ears. In the bleak and strange wind, Fang Yuan revealed his original appearance, a towering immortal zombie body in a greenish-black color. A malevolent appearance, sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, 8 arms that stretched out with their sharp and large monstrous claws. One slowly moving towards Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul. Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul involuntarily wavered for a moment at Fang Yuan's vicious appearance, but it shortly calmed down and let Fang Yuan's claw grab it. A soul was not corporeal, but Fang Yuan's claws firmly grabbed on to Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul. Afterwards, he activated certain goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A formless force emitted from the monstrous claw to Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul immediately started trembling from the bursts of pain that were assaulting it. The soul search ended after a while. Fang Yuan pulled back his claw and let go of Dong Fang Chang Fan's soul. He was able to plunder much information, but his brows furrowed slightly. There was a lot of information obtained by him, but none of it was of importance. Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul turned dull and looser, no longer having the firm compactness and luster from before. However, it revealed a satisfied expression as it resonated, sending its message. In Fang Yuan's ears, he heard Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul snickering. Do you realize now? I might be a wisdom path goo immortal, but soul path and wisdom path are closely connected to each other. I have also delved into soul path, modifying my immortal soul. Your soul-searching method is only a mortal technique. That said, even if you had soul path immortal goo, I can conceal the information you want. After a brief pause, Dong Fang Chong Fan continued, Right now, I don't have a physical body. My soul would not receive nourishment. The more you soul search, the more my soul will be consumed. I have plenty of experiences. I can conceal the information up to the moment my soul completely disappears. You simply won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique. He then changed the topic. But we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession technique, and other information. You would assist in my rebirth by finding a physical body for me. Don't worry, I only need a mortal goo master. Since I lost to you, I have to admit my defeat. We can set up an oath. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. If you don't believe me, you should believe in Mountain Pledge goo, right? Fang Yuan smiled, truly worthy of Dong Fang Chong Fan. Even in this state, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. It's a pity that I have soul-strengthening method and can take all the time I need to slowly search your soul. Sooner or later, I will get what I want. Soul-strengthening method? Hee. Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul chuckled. It seems that you don't have a great amount of understanding regarding soul path. I intentionally remodeled my soul for the possession. It increased my chances of succeeding in possession, but also led to normal methods being useless in nourishing and healing my soul, unless you use immortal healing methods. What I am saying is not a lie. You can try as much as you want. Oh? Is that so? The faint smile on Fang Yuan's face faded as he took out airsac goo. As far as Dong Fang Chong Fan was concerned, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only at mortal level, his soul-healing methods should also be ordinary. He was even more sure of his estimation when he saw Fang Yuan pull out immortal goo. However, when Fang Yuan broke the airsac goo and also crumbled the guts goo contained within, Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul immediately received nourishment. His soul regained part of its compactness and luster. What is this goo? It is only immortal goo, but it can heal my soul. For a moment, Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul intensely shook, showing an astonished look. Fang Yuan relaxed when he saw this and smiled. Guess. Dong Fang Chang Fan was an extraordinary character. Even if only his soul remained, his intelligence was still there. The soul calmed down before resonating shortly after. At the mortal level, there is only one thing that can influence my immortal soul. Dang Hun Mountain's guts goo. What you crushed just now should be airsac goo bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Astute. But you only got it half right. Airsac goo is my creation and the guts goo business is also mine. What? It's you. Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul blurted out, the cruel reality striking at it fiercely. The soul did not resonate anymore, sinking into deathly silence. Dong Fang Chong Fan was filled with despair. He knew he was truly done for this time by landing in the hands of someone like Fang Yuan. He was like meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could butcher him whenever he wanted. And Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul would not be able to change the situation even if he resisted. After using Guts Goo to heal Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul completely, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Dong Fang Chong Fan resisted extremely hard. Thus the information Fang Yuan obtained was useless for the most part. However, no matter how strong the resistance was, it could not withstand the increasing numbers of soul-searching attempts. Finally, valuable information was obtained by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending a long while, Fang Yuan put an end to the soul-searching and pieced together the valuable information among them, forming into detailed information about the resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Jade Pool Blessed Land contains 3 large goo breeding grounds. Regretful spiders are ranked at the second, while the one with the largest scale are large cave toads. Their numbers are 3 times that of the regretful spiders, with extremely large numbers of rank 5 large cave toad goo. But Dongfang tribe left them behind in order to induce the creation of an immortal level large cave toad goo. Truly a big ambition. In the far east of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a pool which looks ordinary but connects to deep underground. Inside lives a desolate beast horse, a rarely seen 10,000 Li Ji horse. This horse has vigorous life force and is extremely useful. Not only is every part of it immortal goo refinement material, if it is raised underground for a long time, its sweat after dropping on the ground will gradually grow into a Ji forest. One 10,000 Li Ji horse can mean the endless creation of Ji forests. Oh, there is this kind of salt bed as well. Amazing. Using the ancient desolate beast gray life jellyfish to guard and condense the salinity, forming into a giant salt bed that can produce an immortal material, profound gray salt. A salt bed that specifically produces profound gray salt. Truly a great move. Jade Pool Blessed Land also changes between day and night. After 3 days of a bright sky, there is a day of dark night. After the night descends, some areas of Jade Pool Blessed Land will crack and split, revealing 2 deep pools that were underground. One is a jade pool which, although not big, is filled with an immortal material, desolate jade. Another is Canine Pool, in which the walls and bottom are formed from the polished teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Qilin. Under moonlight, it will create moon fangs. This immortal material is like teeth, but is as soft as water. Moonlight shines from its surface constantly, and it is extremely precious. Besides this, there is also an ancient desolate beast flying frost antelope, an immortal material hidden underground called Hidden Dragon Beard, the immortal material wind whistling bronze inside bronze pool. Dong Fang Chong Fan was Dong Fang tribe's first supreme elder, and naturally was extremely aware of the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was greatly moved as he browsed through these pieces of information, and had the impulse to make a trip to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder the goods. But he restrained this impulse. During this evening in Northern Plains, he had killed Dong Fang Chong Fan and captured his soul before moving towards Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder it again. However, when he reached the Blessed Land, he discovered the fires of combat raging. Intense battles were everywhere around him. Dozens of righteous and demonic Pathgu immortals were plundering and fighting like they had gone mad. The situation was extremely heated. Fang Yuan had used up a lot of his immortal essence and also had to conceal himself. Add in that he was alone, with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan chasing after Minuscule Mountain, and also had attracted Old Lord Kenyang's suspicion. He sensibly chose to leave. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a piece of large juicy meat right now, which is stirring all the goo immortals up, luring them towards it. Forget it, I might have rank 7 battle strength, but my movement and defense aspects are rather inferior, and the situation is also not that good. Dongfang Chongfan is still plotting against me, intentionally exposing this information to me to make me tread into the muddy water that is Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's situation was quite bad. It seemed that he was safe, but there were dangers lurking everywhere. He was the main culprit for the collapse of 88 Truyong Building, and was being actively searched for by all forces. Sha Huang was a false identity of his, but it was exposed shortly after the auction. Dragon Commander Yi Cha had suffered losses from Feng Jiuji's group, and had started to investigate Sha Huang. Fang Yuan currently did not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. In this trip to seize the Wisdom Path inheritance, Fang Yuan had further exposed many things, giving more clues for his enemies to deduce. But this risk was necessary. If I just sit by passively, I will be exposed sooner or later. The only correct path is to fight vigorously and make every second count in order to strengthen myself. I was able to obtain a complete Wisdom Path inheritance in this trip. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been rather good. I only need to seize the opportunities that come. When I grasp this Wisdom Path inheritance, I should be able to take precautions against Wisdom Path deductions. With this, I will be able to try to find a way out by arranging plans, and greatly delay the time before I am exposed while continuing to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool Blessed Land, and rested for a while. Soul searching could injure the target's soul and the soul would need to be healed. But even to the user, soul searching could make their soul become extremely agitated, and this could not be healed by guts goo, but rather required rest and sleep to pacify the soul. After resting, Fang Yuan continued soul searching. Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul felt an icy chill when he saw Fang Yuan was still here and was not tempted by Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's soul searching lasted for a long while this time. Dong Fang Chong Fan's resisted even more intensely, while Fang Yuan's soul search was only a mortal method, increasing the difficulty sharply. However, Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would try 10 times, 100 times. After a long time spent soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained the memory of Dong Fang Chong Fan remodeling the immemorial ruin bat's corpse. Not only did he obtain the method of enslaving phantom beasts, but also the secret of turning a normal goo formation into a phantom formation. No matter which piece of information, they all had enormous value. Fang Yuan did not conceal the joy on his face. Making a goo formation turn phantom is something that Dong Fang Chong Fan himself deduced and polished from some ancient texts. His phantom path attainment should be at master level. He was able to remodel the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain, which means his space path attainment was also at master level. He truly was not a simple character. Fang Yuan was especially interested in the method of controlling the phantom beast army. Several desolate-level phantom beasts, although they might only be at rank 6, but relying on their ability to turn into phantom, they could pester a rank 7 goo immortal. Fang Yuan could not help but think that if he had a group of phantom beasts, his battle strength was sure to rise by a large degree. After careful consideration, he discovered the method of controlling the phantom beast army did not have a wide range of applications. The main condition was to remodel the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. Afterwards, with the corpse mountain as the base, it needed to use the immemorial ruin bat's power to control this phantom beast army. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. This is Dong Fang Chong Fan's attempt at trying to harm me again. He knows I can uproot mountains, thus he wanted to use the ruin bat corpse mountain to lure me to take a risk. The ruin bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With its aura gone, it would no longer deter beasts. That area should already be filled with many desolate and ancient desolate beasts feasting on the ruin bat's corpse. It would be a stupid move to use Pulling Mountain to snatch food from these desolate and ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dong Fang Chong Fan for the third time. Dong Fang Chang Fan was filled with fury and hatred for Fang Yuan. It was this man that made all his schemes turn into nothing, destroying his grand plan of dominance and turning all his efforts into naught as if they were a dream. Despite his foresight and wisdom, he had fallen so far that he had nothing to rely on now. The disparity between the two sides was too big. These two attempts he made were actually very crude, aiming at using the greed in human nature and luring Fang Yuan to make a mistake. Compared to the arrangements he made while alive, it was a difference like that of heaven and earth. However, Dong Fang Chong Fan only had his soul remaining. It was understandable that his abilities had dropped greatly. Fang Yuan was not tricked, and after resting appropriately, his third soul search finally yielded him the thing he wanted the most: Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance. What Fang Yuan had not imagined was that Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance was actually somewhat connected to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Naturally, it was not an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was left behind by an immortal venerable, Dong Fang Chong Fan would not have fallen into such a state. Originally, this inheritance was left behind in ancient times by a rank 8-star path Gu Immortal of Heavenly Court. He was adept in exploring secrets, and after obtaining some secrets of star constellation Immortal Venerable, he tried to analyze her abilities, thus creating this imitation. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but his creation was of wisdom path. This wisdom path inheritance used star thought Gu as its foundation, and was related very close to star path, as it entered into wisdom path via star path. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Fang Yuan comprehended, the greater his joy, as he felt this journey was truly worth it. This wisdom path inheritance did not have any specific strong points, other than being particularly good in making deductions. Dong Fang Chong Fan relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, methods of controlling the phantom beast army, and so on. This wisdom path inheritance is so comprehensive that I have an urge to switch to wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed. This harvest was truly extremely bountiful. A complete inheritance, regardless of which path, covered all aspects like attack, defense, healing, movement, investigation, and others. All of these aspects might not be too outstanding, but there was no shortcomings either and would not be easily countered by others. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, his cultivation and strength path was formed together from bits and pieces, or was modified by himself, and was not an inheritance of a predecessor. This wisdom path inheritance's true value was the same as the blood path true inheritance Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. In Fang Yuan's previous life, it was because of this blood path true inheritance that he had a platform to make his rise. One can well imagine the value of this wisdom path inheritance from this. Blood Sea Ancestor was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal and also had divided his true inheritances into 7 parts, thus this wisdom path inheritance Fang Yuan obtained was even more valuable. A pity that I obtained this inheritance a bit late. I am already walking on strength path even though I still have the first aperture. It died after I turned into an immortal zombie and cannot be cultivated. However, Fang Yuan reconsidered. If he had truly cultivated this wisdom path inheritance earlier, he might not have necessarily created the immortal killer move myriad self. The future prospects in strength provided by the immortal killer move myriad self was certainly greater than the future prospects in strength provided by this wisdom path inheritance. It is also because I cultivate strength path that I could kill Dong Fang Chong Fan and seize this wisdom path inheritance. How could there be effect without cause? Fang Yuan shook his head, clearing up his disorganized thoughts. Regardless, this wisdom path inheritance came at an opportune time and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Why was that? There was only one reason, that was rank 9 wisdom Gu. Who immortal blessed land was holding wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan would get unlimited inspiration under the light of wisdom, deducing many immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. But this had one large disadvantage: the thoughts in his mind were consumed extremely quickly. Previously, when he had delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he had to spend precious green grape immortal essence for large amounts of joyful will to support this consumption. He sold delight in water and mountain immortal Gu in the auction, and although he earned good profits, malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu both could not bear the intense consumption. Even though Fang Yuan created a stone nest particularly for large numbers of hairy men to refine Gu with almost no rest, having them supplied with the greatest speed, it still could not match a session of consumption under the light of wisdom. This was the largest obstacle restricting Fang Yuan from making deductions. But it was all right now. With this wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan could use a smaller price and have higher efficiency in deducing all kinds of things. Land Spirit, where are you? Fang Yuan lightly tapped his foot. Master, I am here. Little Hu Immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Instantly. Her small face was flushed red, tender and plump. Her snow-white furry tail was wagging happily at Fang Yuan's summon. Fang Yuan spoke. Immediately stop the second stone nest's refinement of malicious thought Gu and change it to refining star thought Gu. This is the Gu recipe, go make the arrangement. Understood, Master. Have you already made appropriate arrangements for the resources I brought? Fang Yuan asked. The moment he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had taken out all the resources from his immortal aperture and had them arranged in Hu Immortal blessed land. The concrete work was handed to little Hu Immortal. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was okay for temporarily storing these resources, but if they were stored for a long time, they would be pervaded by death energy, which could cause the value of most of the resources to drop by a large extent. Everything has been arranged, Master. The air bubble fish group has been placed in the east of the blessed land, together with the previous air bubble fish. There are a lot of air bubble fish and the starlight firefly goo are above them. In the future, the production of starlight firefly goo will definitely increase greatly. As for that group of close to 1 million dragonfish, they are temporarily placed in other small lakes. After some time, we can send raw men to dig a large lake and put the dragonfish group together. Their reproduction will increase even more this way. For literature carps, I specially dug a small pool to store them away from plain sight. Other than those that died, there are over 1,000 living eerie fire dragon pythons which have already been joined together with the few we had before. They have occupied a large territory in the southern part of the blessed land. Oh, there is also oil water and some other common resources which have been temporarily placed in Dang Hun Palace's storage rooms. The regretful spider group has been placed in the northern part of the blessed land, which has a long and narrow terrain. I spent a great deal of effort to make the proper arrangements. Little Hu Immortal eagerly raised her head, with an expression that said she wanted to be praised for her work. Fong Yuan smiled, and praised, "Ah, our little Hu Immortal is the most capable." Little Hu Immortal smiled. Her large and round eyes curved into a crescent moon-like shape, and her snow-white tail rapidly wagged. For a moment, she was carried away with happiness, lightly hopping to Fong Yuan's foot and hugging his thick calf. She pressed her tender face on Fong Yuan's calf, before raising her head and looking at Fong Yuan with her large watery eyes. Her face flushed red with excitement as she spoke adoringly. "Master, you are amazing. You brought so many good things this time. We can earn a lot. Hu Immortal blessed land has never been so wealthy." Fong Yuan laughed heartily and picked little Hu Immortal like picking a kitten and placed her on his broad shoulder. "Don't worry, good times are still ahead." Little Hu Immortal nodded multiple times, having complete faith in Fong Yuan's ability. But with somewhat of a worried tone, she reminded, Master, I have something to report. That desolate beast shark fin wolf you brought just now is not in such a good state. It is always hiding inside the pool and doesn't hunt actively, and it even starts sobbing sometimes." Fong Yuan coughed and said in an indifferent tone, "Don't worry. This is because it suffered quite a big setback. I have experience in raising wolf groups. It will gradually recover with time." "Master, there is still another matter I need to remind you of. You should not forget that the blessed land's earthly calamity will arrive soon," Little Hu Immortal said. Fong Yuan slightly frowned. "You can relax. I have always been keeping it in mind. How can I dare to forget such a thing?" The time difference between Hu Immortal blessed land and the outside world was 5-1. Earthly calamities happened once every 10 years. In the outside world of Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal blessed land. The previous earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab, which carried the immortal goo, gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? Last time, I was only Immortal Goo Master. Now, I am already a rank 6 Goo Immortal with many Immortal Goo, Immortal Killer moves, and allies, as well as the newly obtained Wisdom Path inheritance. I have great assurance in passing the earthly calamity. Fong Yuan was not worried. He had many trump cards and resources, a vast difference from when he faced the previous earthly calamity, thus he was confident. Fong Yuan inquired the land spirit about the arrangements of the Dongfang tribe Goo Master captives. Fong Yuan had killed Dongfang Qing Yu and many others, but he still had about 1 to 200 Dongfang tribe survivors. The land spirit replied that she had temporarily set up a prison underground nearby a Rockman tribe. She then asked if these captives were to be sold. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not obediently listen, and forcing them to refine goo like hairy men would be careless. It could instead result in those that were seeking death to sabotage the refinement and cause problems. Fong Yuan shook his head and instructed. First, take away all the mortal goo on them and keep them in confinement. Give them a little food every day, as if they are pets being raised. I have other uses for these captives, but there is no hurry. Yes, master. How many immortal essence stones do I have left? Fang Yuan asked. 137. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan nodded. Unknowingly, the quantity of his immortal essence stones had once again passed 100. The biggest reason was because of the increase in price and quantity of the guts goo traded every month. After removing the shared profits, Fang Yuan earned 92 immortal essence stones in pure profit. Thus, going above 100 had become easy. Fang Yuan had also instructed the land spirit to pay attention to treasure yellow heaven, buying any cheaply sold fox groups in order to raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this way, he would be making use of the specialty of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal had taken action a few times and bought 2 to 3 fox groups, and if not for that, the amount of immortal essence stones would be even higher. Having a monopoly on the business of guts goo, where there was a lot more demand than supply, it was easy to earn immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan thought for a while before putting aside 20 immortal essence stones in preparation for unexpected situations and 70 immortal essence stones to turn into green grape immortal essence. In the series of battle to seize the wisdom path inheritance, he had completely used his previous 77 beads of green grape immortal essence. It needed to be urgently replenished. He gave all the remaining immortal essence stones to Little Hu Immortal to purchase large amounts of goo refinement materials, and also asked her to particularly focus on the refinement of star thought goo. I can't sell oil water. I plan to use it in the earlier stages of the refinement path convention. Nor can I sell air bubble fish. They are needed to raise the production of starlight firefly goo. Literature carps are precious, but their quantity is rather few. I need to wait for the proper buyer. But eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders and dragonfish are in huge quantities. They can be turned into business projects. Especially dragonfish, they can be directly sold. Fang Yuan thought inwardly. These 3 resources had appeared at a good time. Up to this point, Fang Yuan only had one source of revenue, that was the guts goo trade. Owning a monopoly business was simply like owning a goose that laid golden eggs. But it was only one business, after all, and the production of guts goo was limited. Fang Yuan had to be very careful in how he used his immortal essence stones. Although he gotten past the initial dangerous state from when he had just become goo immortal, and now had established his foothold, balancing his income and expenditure. However, he did not have additional capacity to progress further. Currently, Fang Yuan simply did not dare to refine immortal goo. He had insufficient foundation. Fang Yuan needed to be constantly ahead. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, deduce all kinds of goo recipes, killer moves, deal with all sorts of enemies, and multi-cultivating wisdom path, ensuring no shortcomings in all aspects. Just a single source of revenue could not satisfy his ever-increasing needs. If I can operate these 3 businesses, it would be like I have extra support. The earnings of immortal essence stones would satisfy my current needs, as well as greatly speed up my progress in all aspects. Dongfang tribe was, after all, a super force with a strong foundation. After plundering it, my future prospects have immediately broadened. Fang Yuan sighed and had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Chong Fan again. These economic projects were Dongfang tribe's business secrets. For instance, how to group up eerie fire dragon pythons and greatly increase their reproduction, how to raise dragonfish, what to feed them, which environment is most suitable, what to do if they got sick. To form a source of revenue was very difficult. It involved many aspects and everyone would have their own tricks of the trade and secrets. Back then, to cultivate star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had to purchase the insights and experience of a few star path goo immortals, and also pay some immortal essence stones. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Chang Fan surely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was an enormous treasury and its value was certainly not limited to the wisdom path inheritance. Thereafter, Fang Yuan attempted to get these business secrets in his 4th soul search. However, what he obtained this time was Dongfang Chongfan's possession technique. Not only the original version Dongfang Chongfan obtained in true inheritance secluded domain when he was young, but also the method he had modified, as well as the method of extracting origin cores of goo immortals of the same bloodline to immediately advance to goo immortal. I can revive using this method. It requires people of the same bloodline. Is that little brother of mine still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he is dead, it doesn't matter. I can still use blood path methods on a woman to give birth to the next generation. But this possession method will anger heaven and earth. The resulting heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity will be terrifying. The main reason for Dongfang Changfan's fall was due to this. Moreover, if I possess someone, even if I advance to Gu Immortal, my new body won't have the second aperture. The second aperture's value was enormous. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Changfan's soul saw Fang Yuan was moved, and suddenly broke its previous silence, resonating once again as it spoke. You are an immortal zombie. It will be difficult beyond belief for you to regain life. Your cultivation has stopped and it will forever be at this level. The possession technique is extremely suitable for you. Of course, I now know this method provokes the envy of heaven and anger of earth, and is extremely dangerous. But I can improve the method to hide from heaven, and you can also possess a mortal to reduce the anger of heaven and earth, thereby reducing the might of the calamities and tribulations. You are seeking death if you directly use this possession technique. I am the best example of it. But I now have the most precious experience to improve the method, and I can definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you, I would have already succeeded. How is it we can cooperate? Dongfang Changfan proposed cooperation to Fang Yuan. He could sense Fang Yuan wanted to revive, and in fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to regain life. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to speak, he continued, "It will benefit both of us if we cooperate, while it will result in harm if we are divided. What are you still worried about? I am merely a soul. Do you think I can still harm you?" While speaking, Dongfang Changfan was constantly agitating Fang Yuan. There was a vague hint of goading him into action. Fang Yuan smiled, as expected of Dongfang Changfan. "I thought your silence meant that you had completely admitted your defeat. I hadn't thought that the moment you saw hope and an opportunity you'd immediately latch onto it. I should learn from this." "Oh, I have already said that you and I are the same kind of people. We both have lofty ambitions and aspirations." The soul resonated. However, Fang Yuan changed the topic. "Precisely because we are of the same kind, I cannot let you live. Don't worry, once I extract everything of value out of you, I will destroy your soul and make sure it completely disappears from the world. People like us, the fewer there are, the better." Dongfang Changfan's soul was stupefied. He had not expected Fang Yuan's killing intent towards him would be so deep and firm. He resonated intensely, not giving up as he forced a laugh. "Ha ha, you cannot fool me, you are already interested." Fang Yuan agreed, "I am interested. I believe you definitely have the ability to improve this possession technique because you have master-level attainment in Blood Path and Phantom Path, Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, and also the most precious experience of using the possession. There is an extremely large gap between my attainment and yours, and I am sure it is impossible for me to improve this technique even if I have your Wisdom Path inheritance." The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 5 main levels: Ordinary, Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, and Supreme Grandmaster. Master was the level when one's use of Gu Worm advances to the level of an art. This level could only be reached if one had abundant talent or constantly trained and increased their accumulation. Grandmaster level was when one had a very profound grasp of their path. With their deep foundation, they could use inductive reasoning to utilize their own path's methods to make use of the specialty traits and advantages of other paths. Dongfang Changfan had attainment of Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Space Path Master, Soul Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Blood Path Master. Fang Yuan had attainment of Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. As for Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, and others, he was only at ordinary level, and for Phantom Path, he had not even touched upon it. Generally speaking, all Gu Immortals had at least master-level attainment in flying. Because flying was extremely important, and even if they had not grasped it while they were mortals, after becoming Gu Immortals, they would definitely spend a lot of time to study and master flying ability. Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment in 2 paths, but one was from his previous life's 500 years of accumulation, while the other was gained from using the superiority of his rebirth, taking constant risks and having fortuitous encounters. Everyone had their own specialties. Fang Yuan's attainment levels were not enough to deduce and improve the possession technique. But Dongfang Changfan was a specialist in it. It was due to this that Fang Yuan could not do it while Dongfang Changfan could achieve it. Thus, he had confidence in persuading Fang Yuan and requesting cooperation. Soul Search could only give memories, secrets, and so on, but it could not provide attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thinking, their emotional experiences, their insights and experiences of using Gu and so on, summed up and condensed. They were their comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth.
Currently, there was only one method to acquire the attainment levels of others by successfully exploring their dream realm. Fang Yuan knew he could gain extraordinary benefits if he cooperated with Dongfang Changfan, but he had an even greater fear of the consequences of working with this person, Dongfang Changfan. If he cooperated with this wisdom path Gu Immortal, who knew how he would be plotted against and betrayed. This was especially the case because Fang Yuan was the true culprit of the collapse of 88 Truyang Building. The external situation was extremely bad, and if Dongfang Changfan learned of this and made use of it, he certainly could cause Fang Yuan to die a terrible death. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He continued to search Dongfang Changfan's soul, no matter how much he persuaded him. This session was the longest so far. Fang Yuan searched Dongfang Changfan's soul until all of his secrets were exposed. He learned about Dongfang Changfan's life, the countless experiences he had. Gu Immortal Han Dong is long since dead. After the phantom beast dragged him into the corpse mountain, he was supposed to be a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. So it turns out that Dongfang Changfan had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 Immortal Gu House thatched hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, thatched hut went missing. This allowed us, the demonic path cultivators, to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, the moment I destroyed Dongfang Yu Liang's body, and Dongfang Changfan's soul left it, he self-detonated all of the Immortal Gu in his aperture. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Dongfang Changfan used large amounts of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to improve his immortal soul. Within his immortal aperture, there is still a batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left. Dongfang Changfan, looking at his whole life, he was unresigned to being ordinary. He was first a hero, then a champion. This is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yunxing's time path inheritance was from this person. To think that Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance was also from this mysterious old man. The stream of secrets assaulted Fang Yuan one after another. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally reacted. He had completely taken in this huge amount of information. Purple Mountain True Monarch. This was just the name that Fang Yuan gave to the mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. His background must be very profound. His motives were unknown. It could be said that he played an extremely important role in Dongfang Changfan and Tai Bai Yunxing's achievements today. For now, he shall be called Purple Mountain True Monarch. In Fang Yuan's memories of his previous life, he had no recollection of this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war, he did not appear. Did he hide himself? Did he have another identity? Or did he die of old age? According to Dongfang Changfan and Tai Bai Yunxing's situations, it seemed that this man was extremely old. Forget Purple Mountain True Monarch for now. My cleansed soul Immortal Gu needs food. The amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu is not enough, but it can alleviate my current problem. I did not want to bother with that blessed land for now, but it seems that I have no choice. Fang Yuan destroyed Dongfang Yu Liang's body, causing his immortal aperture to fall on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. Unlike public blessed lands, these individual blessed lands would have land spirits. They were easy to defend and hard to take down. When Dongfang Changfan lost, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from profiting, he destroyed all of his immortal Gu to prevent his enemy from getting stronger. But there were still a lot of mortal Gu in his immortal aperture, perhaps because they were cheap, or he did not place much value in them, or maybe he lost control of them too quickly. In any case, they were all preserved in his blessed land and were not destroyed. Not speaking of the other mortal Gu, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was something Fang Yuan needed as food for cleansed soul. Fang Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. The Northern Plains Gu immortal world was originally quite tranquil,
But ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, it had produced huge consequences. It was like a giant tsunami. Northern Plains Goo Immortals were furious. They wanted to find the culprit.
But the immortal goo that escaped from 88 True Young building caused Northern Plains Goo Immortals to fight over them intensely. It created chaos in the Northern Plains Goo Immortal world.
After the auction, with the rank 8 Goo Immortals at the lead, the super forces discussed matters and the Northern Plains Goo Immortal world was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules in place. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent Goo Immortals, there were still turbulent undercurrents.
Right now, with Fang Yuan's interference, a superforce Dongfang tribe was exterminated. The tranquility of the world of Northern Plains Goo Immortals was ruined once again. Turbulence swept the region.
Currently, countless Goo Immortals from the righteous and demonic paths were fighting to seize resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains situation, it could be said to truly be in shambles. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not had a day of peace. It had thoroughly deviated from its original path. Compared with his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan had a feeling. He seemed to have accidentally broken Northern Plains.
Fang Yuan took a risk just now. With some luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. Originally, he wanted to develop himself for some time while helping Hu Immortal Blessed Land to survive the earthly calamity.
Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he would deduce the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. Based on the news he had, the current situation was quite tense. It would be best if he stayed away.
But the allure of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was too great. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to keep it alive, Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo was reaching its limits from hunger. He needed to feed it White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo.
Immortal Goo are unique, but even though they are precious, Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo is not something I cannot live without. I have Self-Strength Immortal Goo as the core now. Even if Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo was destroyed, I would not be too greatly affected. Of course, if I could use it along with Self-Strength Immortal Goo, the killer move Myriad Self might be able to become twice as powerful as now. Furthermore, it can even promote the growth of my soul foundation. Fang Yuan was hesitant. Although Cleansed Soul was good, it was not enough for him to risk his life. Immortal Goo were only tools. His life was most important. Fang Yuan was fully aware of this point from beginning to end. He would never be blinded by greed. A few days later,
Northern Plains, at the place where Goo Immortal Chia Shermin died. From time to time, there would be Goo Immortals appearing, both righteous and demonic. After staying here for some time, they would leave, trying to find the aura of the Immortal Goo in the air.
Some tried to enter the blessed land that formed from Cheshire Min's immortal aperture, but they left after failing. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation, while using their divine senses to communicate.
The target has not appeared yet? Since they could kill Dongfang Chang Fan and made many arrangements here to conceal Dongfang Chang Fan's blessed land, they obviously want to keep it a secret.
Very likely, they want to take down this blessed land. They also know that accidents can occur over time. They will definitely return. That is not very likely by now. We have secretly stayed here for so many days. The other party might have discovered us already. With this opportunity, we might as well go to Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fairy Ling Mei said. Humph, are you saying that my Black Heaven Temple's signature Immortal Killer move, defending day and night, cannot conceal our presence and would be seen through easily? Old Man Tianlong was immediately unhappy, retorting. Fairy Ling Mei went silent. She knew that her earlier words were slightly impudent. Black Heaven Temple was one of the 10 great ancient sects. They needed to defend their reputation. Their names could not be sullied.
Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I've heard that in Jade Pool Blessed Land, a 10,000 Li Ji horse ran out. The meaning hidden in her words was very obvious. She was in agreement with Fairy Ling Mei's earlier suggestion.
She also wanted to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land for its abundant resources. Humph. This trifling level of wealth can entice all of you?
Don't forget why we are here. This immortal zombie is very suspicious. He has quite powerful battle strength in Strength Path. He is very likely to be immortal zombie Sha Huang. Old Lord Kenyang was hidden to the side, interjecting in this. Trifling level of wealth?
You speak as if it's insignificant, even though Dongfang tribe is inferior to our sex. It is also a super force. Their foundation, compared to individuals like us, is much deeper. Oh, Kenyang, your harvest just now was great. The reward from Immortal Crane Sect for the mission must be very profitable. You are benefiting greatly from this yourself, but you want the rest of us to suffer losses. Isn't this too much? Chun Jinchi spoke resentfully. He had not completed his sect's missions yet, because Feng Zhouguo called him over before he had finished. The others were in similar situations. Others might be afraid of Old Lord Kenyang's life-chasing fire, but he was not.
He was a flying grandmaster and had the immortal killer move approaching body. Even if life-chasing fire was used on him, he could escape from it. In the central continent Gu immortal world, there was a saying, Jin Qi of the Nine Heavens, followed by Fei Yin. Jin Qi of the Nine Heavens referred to Qin Jin Qi. He could spread his wings and fly into the immemorial Nine Heavens. Heaven and earth could not restrict him.
The latter, followed by Fei Yin, referred to a Gu immortal of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Bu Fei Yin. She was a female Gu immortal who could move agilely in the sky. She was like a wisp of smoke that could dance in the air. Right now, the female Gu immortal, Bu Fei Yin, had also come to Northern Plains. She represented Heavenly Lotus Sect of the 10 Great Ancient Sects. She was joining in the investigation of 88 Truyong Building's collapse.
At this moment, 2 flying grandmasters of the current generation were present. Chun Jinchi spoke, but Bu Fei Yin remained silent, not saying a word. Old Oracle, however, added, Jade Pool Blessed Land was so easily taken down mainly because the rank 6 immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut, went missing mysteriously.
I am not after those resources, but I have made a deduction. I deduced that clues about the culprit are in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Modest thatched hut. Heh. I would rather call it by its original name, Thatched Hut. Speaking of it, this Gu house was created by the late Antiquity era's 3-thatched demon immortal. It used up almost all of his wealth. During his later years, he roamed Northern Plains, becoming a grand overlord for a while. 3-thatched demon immortal had a daughter. He doted on her.
At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal, Dongfang Yu, and this woman were in love with each other, thus he left the righteous path and went into the demonic path.
After 3-thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut, killing his wife and going back to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of his past, Dongfang Yu added in some other Gu into thatched hut, calling it modest thatched hut. Its effect did not change at all. It was just for his own reputation. Wind Cloud Manor's Gu immortal Hong Qiming spoke. Before he became an immortal, he explored Northern Plains while his cultivation level was that of immortal. He lived there for some time. Thus, he knew about these details clearly. At this time, he mentioned this. His intention was also to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder for resources. But he did not say it, he was subtly hinting them. Alright, how much longer are we going to stay here like this? Should we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues? Or look for that fairy Li Shan? Since she fought together with that immortal zombie, they must have a close relationship. She certainly knows many secrets. A Gu immortal was impatient. No, Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price and left this place after obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Right now, she is hiding inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. That is a den of Northern Plains demonic path. If it was like in the past, it would be fine.
But now old Ancestor Shui, who is trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he is overseeing matters there. Once old Ancestor Shui who was mentioned, Central Continent's immortals went silent.
These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, near the top in their respective sections. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Zhouguo had the ability to fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he was still rank 7 after all. Meanwhile, old Ancestor Shui who of the demonic path had terrifying battle strength. According to the intelligence that Central Continent collected, it faintly indicated that he could be the strongest rank 8 expert in Northern Plains.
Just as the Central Continent Gu immortals went silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals had concealed their appearances and stealthily entered the trap of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, going to the place where Dongfang Changfan was killed before revealing themselves. Of these 3 Gu immortals, the one at the lead was tall, giving off a fierce aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, he had an aquiline nose, his eyes were shining with a sharp light. His ears were not human ears, they looked like wings, shining in golden light. He was the owner of the 4th peak of Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Li Ping Wang. On his left was a person shorter than him but with a more robust and stocky body. He radiated with dominance as he gave off an icy dragon's prestige. It was the owner of the fifth peak, Demon Lord Long Dan, who was in control of Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu Immortal walked on Li Peng Wang's right side. His eyes were dark, he wore a white robe and had a lean body. He resembled a scholar but was less polished-looking than unfettered scholar. Yet he still had a grand aura. It was the owner of the sixth peak, Gong Zmo. The central continent Gu Immortals were laying in ambush. They had outstanding methods. The three demonic path Gu Immortals did not discover them. Their attentions were focused on what was in front of them. There was nothing in front of their eyes, but they sensed that they had found a hidden blessed land. This is the blessed land that Dongfang Changfan left behind after dying? The longer we drag things on, the more problems will occur. The blessed land that Cheshire Min left behind is near this place. Since they are old ancestor Shuehu's orders, we will definitely do our best and take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The three moved rapidly, because they had made sufficient preparations. After making some arrangements in the outside world, they tore through space and entered the blessed land. After watching the three of them entered, the central continent Gu Immortals continued to use their divine senses to communicate. Amazing! Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's fourth, fifth, and sixth peak owners have all moved out. Snowy Mountain's first three peaks have immovable statuses, but the rest of them can compete for a higher position. These three are scheming against each other while moving together. To have them working together like this, only old ancestor Shuehu can control them. The immortal zombie did not come after all, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands members came. Should we take them down? No. These three immortals have extraordinary battle strength. They would combine to be higher than people like Unfettered Scholar, at least equivalent to any of us. Although we have more people, we lack coordination. It is easy to defeat the three of them, but it would be hard to kill them and even harder to capture them. Old Lord Kenyang agreed with this as he sighed. That's right, Northern Plains is a place of constant battles. It has the highest battle strength for individuals out of the 5 regions. Each of their Gu Immortals have rich battle experience, they have many unique methods, and their methods of self-preservation far surpass Central Continent. They are very sly. Earlier in Taichio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of dead Gu Immortals was very few. But if this was in the other 4 regions, the casualties would be 2 to 3 times as high. It is not impossible to capture them, but we will need Lord Feng Jiugu to attack personally. A Gu Immortal said. In this Northern Plains expedition, Feng Jiuji's superior battle strength left a deep impression in the Central Continent Gu Immortals' hearts. But Feng Jiugu said, we will retreat. Saying this without giving the Immortals a chance to ask him questions, he left in an extremely secretive manner, not leaving any traces behind. The Immortals looked at each other for a moment before following his lead quietly. The group gathered somewhere far away as the Immortals asked Feng Jiugu in confusion. Earlier, the ambush was Feng Jiuji's idea. Now that 3 demonic path Gu Immortals appeared, Feng Jiugu was the first to leave. We have such a strong united force. Are we afraid of just 3 people? Retreating without fighting. This tarnishes the reputation of our 10 great sects of Central Continent. Going to and fro. What is the meaning of it all? The Gu Immortals went further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land, as their tones also got more unhappy, but because of Feng Jiuji's power, they did not flare up. Feng Jiugu looked around as he said some shocking news. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and had returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already gotten news. A rank 8 Righteous Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Yao Huang, has already traveled to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Shuehu. What? There is such a matter. Are the 2 rank 8s going to fight? Northern Plains is really... Rank 8 Gu Immortals would always only act as deterrents in Central Continent, but just for Minuscule Mountain they are really being so active. They are truly battle maniacs. Back then, during the competition for Dang Hun Mountain, our 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent only sent disciples to compete for it. The Immortals talked among themselves as their expressions changed. They were trying to absorb this shocking news. At this moment, Feng Jiugu smiled lightly. He said, that Strength Path Immortal zombie is very vigilant.
The 3 demonic path immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land might be pawns to probe us, or might be the force behind him attempting to probe us.
If we go after this bait, it would then be falling into a trap. We should head to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and see if there is a chance to enter it and capture Fairy Li Shan instead. The immortals were all speechless.
Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the strongest base of Northern Plains demonic path, it would be on a similar level compared to one of the main bases of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Juji's boldness was overwhelming. He was actually targeting Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, first peak. Old Ancestor Shui, who was seated on a large chair. He was holding a small mountain in his hand as he rotated it while observing it closely. This small mountain was full of cracks. It was a terrible sight. Corpses were all over the mountain. They were of mini-men. Blood flowed everywhere. The survivors were weeping in anguish. It was a scene of misery. This was none other than Minuscule Mountain.
Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought against the mini-man Gu Immortal. They attracted other Gu Immortals who attacked from both the righteous and demonic paths.
After a chaotic battle, the mini-man Gu Immortal was almost dead. He traveled with Minuscule Mountain and moved randomly. In the end, it was captured by He Lulan, who was at the periphery of the battlefield.
He Lulan killed the mini-man Gu Immortal and defended this treasure with Fairy Li Shan. They fought their way out and went through immense danger to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land.
This caused Minuscule Mountain to be in its current state of near destruction. The mini-man tribe on the mountain also faced heavy casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain? At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wan Shou, the wife of old Ancestor Shui, who, she had rank 7 cultivation level, and was one of the 4 most famous refinement path Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. Once she appeared, her gaze was affixed to Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. My wife, did you have any gains this time? Old Ancestor Shui, who turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain over to her. Lady Wan Shou nodded. I have already understood all the procedures to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but to familiarize myself with those steps, I still have some way to go. As she said that, she received Minuscule Mountain and observed it closely. On Minuscule Mountain, because the mini-man Gu Immortal had died, there was no leader left. The surviving mini-men were shivering in fear as they squeezed together. Monster! So scary, so scary. Don't eat me. I have too little meat, you won't be satisfied. Lady Wan Shou was beautiful and elegant. She had dazzling eyes, but in the eyes of the mini-men, she was like a huge monster. She looked terrifying. Lady Wan Shou looked at it for a while before moving her gaze away from Minuscule Mountain. She smiled lightly. Sister Li Shan is very lucky. She was a wood path Gu Immortal who also cultivated earth path. Afterwards, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it into her core Immortal Gu and became an information path Gu Immortal without a solid foundation. In fact, her blessed land was still a wood path blessed land. It managed flowers and grass. Now that she has the mini-man to help her, it would be a huge advantage for her. Sister Li Shan is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, it proves that our luck is growing. We are becoming more prosperous. My wife, that is not correct. Old Ancestor Shui, who shook his head. It's the opposite. This shows that our luck is declining. I want a refined fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. I need to use Ma Hong Yun as the main refinement material. Thus, fortune rivaling heaven is targeting me, causing me to encounter obstacles. Look at this Minuscule Mountain. It is on the verge of collapsing. To fix it, I will need to pay a huge price. These are the gains of our third leader. It naturally cannot be given up. She will definitely expend a huge amount of resources on it. This will indirectly affect my plan to collect immortal materials. A man's wealth is his own ruin by stirring another's greed. Right now, she obtained Minuscule Mountain, but it created a commotion and attracted enmity. A huge problem has arisen. The righteous path is taking action. Look, this is Yao Huang's letter. Yao Huang's letter? Lady Wan Shou was shocked. She quickly looked through the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, Minuscule Mountain was in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It is the possession of Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe is exterminated, the world has been shaken. As people with the same bloodline, as descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Yao Huang was requesting on behalf of all the Righteous Path forces to negotiate with old ancestor Shui Hu and return minuscule mountain to the Righteous Path. In the letter, Yao Huang was very courteous, but Lady Wan Shou knew that this was the Righteous Path's demeanor. They were always like this, even if they had huge hatred or grudges, they would act politely on the surface and keep a gentlemanly tone in their speech.
Lady Wan Shou could feel Yao Huang's overbearing attitude from the letter. She looked at old ancestor Shui Hu worriedly. Husband, you only have 10 or so years until the next myriad tribulation. You cannot fight easily.
If anything happens during the fight and you hurt your origin core, you will lose your foundation, and even if you succeed in refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the losses will be greater than the gains. By the time your myriad tribulation arrives, if these losses cause you to fail, old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily. My wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is one of my trials, but it is also a chance. I have to make use of it and face it head-on. Old ancestor Shui Hu said that as he paused. His expression changed as he said resolutely, "Oh? He is here. It is great that he's here." Lady Wan Shou looked up, her gaze piercing through snowy mountain-blessed land towards the clear outside sky of northern plains. The sky had been clear, blue and cloudless above snowy mountain-blessed land, but after Yao Huang arrived, his aura was so grand that winds and clouds swept through the sky, dyeing the sky orange and yellow. Yao Huang's voice arrived before his figure could even be seen. Old friend Shui Hu, I seek your understanding for visiting without prior notice. His voice resounded throughout the area, piercing into snowy mountain-blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to tremble and accumulated snow to roll down. Some snowy peaks even had small avalanches. Ha ha! Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily as he flew out of snowy mountain-blessed land to the sky. The air behind him was filled with frost energy. The sky changed. One half shined with orange radiance while the other half repelled with frost energy. However, right at this moment, a wave of pitch-black ink clouds flew over from the west. The ink clouds seethed violently, quickly spreading throughout the sky. It did not lose out to old ancestor Shui Hu and Yao Huang, forcefully spreading its territory in the sky. Lady Wan Shou's expression changed and her heart sank, crying out, "Why did Heavenly Lord Bai Zu come as well?" Ink clouds, frost energy, and orange radiance seethed with irresistible force as they divided the surrounding sky into 3 sections. Old ancestor Shui Hu sneered, "Heavenly Lord, why are you here to join in the commotion rather than managing your force properly?" Heavenly Lord Bai Zu coughed as he laughed dryly. "Old friend Shui Hu, it is merely minuscule mountain. How can it be of interest to you? It would be better if you return it to the righteous path and prevent some trouble." Lady Wan Shou's expression turned dark, and the demonic path Gu immortals who had stayed behind in snowy mountain-blessed land looked at the sky with stifled breaths. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was part of the lone cultivator faction, but after the auction he had been preparing to establish a righteous path force. Right now he was working together with Yao Huang, and the situation did not look good for old ancestor Shui Hu, who was alone. However, at the next moment, old ancestor Shui Hu raised his head and laughed loudly. His valiant spirit burst out. "In that case, both of you can attack together. Let's have a round of combat before any further talk." Saying so, he flew to the sky with a loud sound and directly tore open the heavenly wind chi wall, entering white heaven. Rank 8 Gu immortals had such immense and terrifying power that it was hard for the surroundings to endure their wrath. Normally, when they fought, they would tacitly agree to enter the immemorial 9 heavens to avoid causing a catastrophe to the living beings on the surface. "My friend, since you have such an interest, then I shall keep you company." Yao Huang's gaze flashed as he followed old ancestor Shui Hu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was dazed for a moment before giving a bitter smile. "Since old friend Shui Hu is insistent, please forgive me for my following actions." The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals entered white heaven. Shortly afterwards, explosions resounded out from the sky. "The 3 have started the fight in white heaven." Someone exclaimed this among the central continent Gu immortals. They had still not reached snowy mountain-blessed land and were an immense distance afar. Right now, as they looked at the sky, they could see space churning over a vast range. Ink clouds seethed, white frost energy blew out, and orange light filled the sky. The explosions were like lightning in the sky. They were never-ending and could make a listener's heart tremble. "Quick!
take advantage of their fight to enter snowy mountain-blessed land. Feng Jiugu looked on with a firm gaze before rapidly withdrawing it, a sharp light flashing past his eyes. The Central Continent Gu Immortals took deep breaths. These people were skillful and daring. After hearing Feng Jiuji's commands, they felt a long-awaited excitement and nervousness. They all increased their speed. Halfway along their route, they suddenly heard an ancient desolate beast's cry coming from the sky. The Central Continent Gu Immortals quickly evaded it. This is a remnant heavenly dog. The Immortals stared blankly, recognizing this ancient desolate beast. Boom! The remnant heavenly dog crashed to the ground like a meteor, smashing open a huge crater. It struggled for a while before it turned motionless. Even this remnant heavenly dog was beaten out of white heaven. How can the power of rank 8s be so fierce? Just the repercussions of the battle could cause this remnant heavenly dog to die such a miserable death. Careful! The warning was just called out when hailstones started to fall down the sky. These hailstones were like the peaks of small mountains, raining down over the surroundings. Their frost energy was piercing to the bone. Countless living beings froze to death, and the Central Continent Gu Immortals also could do nothing other than to make a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky, brushing past the corner of Old Oracle's clothes. Old Oracle gave a miserable scream as he quickly pulled away from the dazzling lightning. Almost half of his body was gone, and he was instantly seriously injured, close to death. After a while, as the Central Continent Gu Immortals got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a cold wind blew, almost as if it was blowing their souls out of their physical body. The higher the cultivation of Gu Immortals, the greater the gap between each rank. There was simply a world of difference between rank 8 and rank 7. Since ancient times, characters that could fight against rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation were very rare. Over these recent years, the huge Central Continent had one such character, Feng Jiugu. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were blown from side to side, and were just barely able to maintain their concealment, but their expressions did not look good. All these signs suggested Northern Plains rank 8 Gu Immortals had battle strength that might slightly surpass that of rank 8s within Central Continent. Central Continent had many more rank 8 Gu Immortals than Northern Plains. In the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the fewest rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was because of the frequent battles in Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had the highest death rates. In Northern Plains, those that could carve out a path of blood through obstacles, standing at the peak and establishing their foothold at rank 8, were naturally not ordinary people. All of them were champions. It was impossible to merely achieve it through luck. Just the collateral damage of the battle in White Heaven could throw the Central Continent Gu Immortals in an awkward predicament. Old Oracle had restored his body after narrowly escaping death, but his expression still carried disbelieving shock as he muttered, "How is this possible? I actually was not able to predict this thunderbolt." Bu Fei Yan's gaze wavered as she wondered if she was in Old Oracle's place. Could she escape that thunderbolt with her movement ability? She could not help speaking. "Are we still continuing?" Chan Jinqi looked up at the sky, which had now become like a tattered rag which had been patched up with a sew countless times. Techniques entangled with each other as they covered areas of all sizes. Some had seething dark clouds, some had cold winds, some had thunderbolts, and some had hailstones. It was truly a scene like the end of the world. These Central Continent Gu Immortals were not ordinary experts and had outstanding insight. They could see that these small areas were completely transformed by Dao marks. Some were filled with Ice Path Dao marks, some with Lightning Path Dao marks, some were of Wind Path, and some were of Soul Path. They were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain-blessed land. But this distance was extremely dangerous. It was filled with sinister and fatal traps. This is the gap between rank 7 and rank 8. The Dao marks in each of these single areas are more than what we have after bitter cultivation. Life and death is beyond one's control. How long has it been since I had such a feeling? Too dangerous. Too dangerous. It's not worth throwing away our lives just to capture someone. The Central Continent Gu Immortals started to announce their intentions to retreat. Only Feng Jiugu remained unmoved as he kept moving ahead, his gaze calm as if he could not see the dangers around him. The Central Continent Gu Immortals felt their hearts shaking when they saw Feng Jiugu in this state. This guy is truly monstrous, being able to battle rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation. I could not normally sense it, but now that I think of it, Feng Zhougu is truly terrifying. No, even if he can battle rank 8s, it is only for a short while. Once our identities are exposed and the 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals attack us, our deaths are certain. This guy, Feng Zhougu, is facing death with indifference, moving ahead boldly. I had almost forgotten his origin as a person of the demonic path. He only converted to righteous path later on. The central continent Gu Immortals followed behind Feng Zhougu, communicating the intent to retreat with their gazes. But due to their reputations and their sex names, they could not say it out loud and wanted others to say it first. It became harder to bear with every passing minute and second. Right as they were feeling awkward, Feng Zhougu, who was at the lead, suddenly stopped and held up his hand behind him. Stop! The Gu Immortals quickly stopped and saw Feng Zhougu looking up with a serious expression. They followed his gaze towards the sky, where all sorts of powers were still entangling and repelling each other. The Gu Immortals who had the capability to do so activated Immortal Killer moves to look beyond these barriers, into the scenery inside White Heaven. These Gu Immortals immediately cried out in shock. Inside White Heaven, where 3 rank 8s had been fighting, there was no longer a stalemate, instead old ancestor Shui who occupied the upper hand. The Grand Frost energy suppressed Jiao Huang's orange radiance till it was tightly withdrawn and made Heavenly Lord by Zhu's ink clouds retreat. I had not expected old ancestor Shui Hu to have such powerful battle strength, fighting alone against 2, yet he has already grasped victory in such a short time. Feng Zhougu heaved a sigh, his expression one of admiration and regret. Retreat. The chance was lost. He immediately flew away without hesitation. The other Gu Immortals were already anxious to retreat. At this moment, they quickly retreated from this dangerous area without speaking. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could finally endure no longer, saying, "Old friend Shui who has exquisite methods, I have learned a lot. We have lost." Yao Huang also said shortly afterwards, "The current state of Northern Plains is in turbulence. Old friend Shui Hu, now is not the time to determine the winner and the loser. Since you have your sights on minuscule mountain, we can forget my previous suggestion. Until we meet again." Yao Huang was still bent on defending his reputation. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly and said with an unforgiving tone, "The 2 of you want to come and go as you please? What do you take me for?" When he finished speaking, heaven and earth started to tremor. The ground quaked and mountains shook. Endless frost energy descended, sweeping away all obstacles. The sky became clear with no more cold wind and thunderstorms. In a huge surrounding range, the ground was instantly covered with a layer of ice and snow. The temperature rapidly descended, the ground was frozen as if Northern Plains had returned to the cold winter from the warm spring. Boom! 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 3 explosions resounded from the sky. Echoes rumbled throughout the world, deafening like a lord of thunder shouting beside one's ears. The concealment of the central continent Gu Immortals lifted from this attack and their bodies staggered. Besides Feng Zhougu, everyone's ears were bleeding. Their eardrums had broken. Leave quickly. All color drained away from the Gu Immortals' faces, the battle intent inside them fell to the abyss as they only concentrated on flying away. There was also a large earthquake in snowy mountain-blessed land. Primeval energy fluctuated rapidly, and the Gu Immortals inside shivered as both their bodies and minds suffered intense shocks. After a long while, the ground gradually stabilized. 6 mountain peaks of snowy mountain-blessed land were half destroyed. There were enormous fissures in the ground, and countless resources planted and stored in the blessed land were destroyed. However, snowy mountain-blessed land's Gu Immortals were flushed red with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked far away where a tall male figure descended slowly from the sky. Old ancestor Shui Hu. From above him, pure white crystal clear powder was spreading with the wind. Feng Zhougu looked back at the sight, his pupils dilated as he muttered, "Split heaven powder, even white heaven was split." Snowy mountain-blessed land's Gu Immortals, however, were ecstatic as they flew out of the blessed land and made greetings. This subordinate welcomes old ancestor. Now, the debate of who the strongest rank 8 of Northern Plains is, has been settled. Old ancestor has endless power, the greatest in Northern Plains. Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had to retreat with their tails tucked between their legs.
The demonic path Gu immortals stopped one after the other in the air, and only Lady Wansho moved closer. "Dear," she spoke warmly with a proud expression which also contained worry. "Rest assured, I have my reservations, but Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang also have their own concerns. These two were coveting fortune rivaling heaven and did not want me to successfully refine it. I defeated both of them. Now let's see who in Northern Plains has the guts to disturb my work." Old Ancestor Shuehu chuckled and continued. "It is just that I tore open the sky to white heaven above, and have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will descend from the crack. Although they are of no threat, they will be a persistent bother." Lady Wansho relaxed after confirming her husband was all right. She poked at old Ancestor Shuehu's broad chest and said with a helpless tone, "Oh you." Old Ancestor Shuehu fought two enemies by himself, defeating the collaboration of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. This battle shook Northern Plains. Information spread like the wind. The entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world went into chaos because of it. Furthermore, because the Central Continent Gu immortals saw this firsthand, information entered Central Continent, alerting many leaders of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They quickly engraved old Ancestor Shuehu's name deeply in their minds. A few days later, Central Continent, Gu immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan visited, bringing first-hand information with them. Fong Yuan held this information path mortal Gu as he shut his eyes. It was as if he was in snowy mountain blessed land. He was viewing from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. In the sky, the sight of the 3 rank 8 great experts fighting could be seen. From start to finish, their moves were grand and majestic. His mind was in a daze as he watched. Even though the distance was great, and the 3 were fighting far away in white heaven, but just from the naked eye, one could feel the imposing power of the rank 8s. Among Gu immortals, the higher the cultivation, the greater the difference. Between rank 6 and 7, there are some elites that can fight rank 7s occasionally. Between rank 7 and 8, the difference is immense, like the distance between the sky and earth. To fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level in the entirety of human history, it was extremely rare. By rank 9, one's own strength could dominate the world. There are no opponents left. One is invincible, the strongest in heaven and earth. Rank 8 Gu immortals are not a rank 9's match. They would always lose terribly. There had never been an exception. Looking over this scenery 3 times, Fong Yuan returned the Gu worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes became clear when he opened them. Fong Yuan had already anticipated old Ancestor Shuehu's great power in his previous life's memories. Central Continent had lost several huge battles because of him. He even killed some rank 8s from Central Continent. This time, by observing the battle personally, Fong Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of Northern Plains' situation. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They are Yao Huang and Prince Fengxian. In terms of reputation, Yao Huang has the highest in the righteous path, while Prince Fengxian is related to Central Continent. He is the biggest spy that Central Continent has hidden in Northern Plains. 88 True Young building collapsed, Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. Northern Plains is in turbulence. The arrangements that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had made painstakingly were destroyed. With the breakdown of established customs and the competition for Immortal Gu, the righteous and demonic paths went into intense battles. New hatred overlapped on old grudges one after another. Even though Qin Bai Shang held the auction, the immortals are only busy processing their gains currently. After a short while, their conflicts are only going to escalate. From Imperial Court blessed land destruction, Northern Plains righteous path suffered the most, while the demonic path actually had great benefits. All along, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements had been to establish his goal of a hereditary monarchy. The righteous path of Northern Plains is also the Huang Jin bloodline. They suppress the demonic path and lone cultivators greatly. Now that 88 True Young building collapsed, the demonic path and lone cultivators have lost a large amount of pressure on them. Be it in my previous life or this current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu only created his super force after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. He is a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he does not have the Huang Jin bloodline. Even he is afraid of the combined pressure from all of the Huang Jin bloodline super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wants to establish a righteous force. He needs a good relationship with Yao Huang and the others. While steering clear of the demonic path, he needs to show proof of where he stands. Thus, when Yao Huang demanded minuscule mountain, he had to go with him. But he did not expect that old ancestor Shui, who would be so fierce, actually defeating the combination of him and Yao Huang. To old ancestor Shui, who, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo is extremely eye-catching, countless people are coveting it.
None of the righteous path forces want him to succeed.
Especially after the collapse of 88 Truyong building. The righteous forces are even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They are afraid of them rising up. But old ancestor Shui, who needs a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. He sent his demonic path goo immortals all over the place to collect immortal materials. This caused many conflicts to occur, and it would only continue to escalate, creating more animosity and obstacles. Old ancestor Shui, who decided to fight just now, his greatest motive was to send a wave of deterrence over the northern plains goo immortal world, to clear the obstacles for refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Northern Plains' situation was originally gloomy with many undercurrents. It was like a volcano ready to explode. Now that old ancestor Shui, who had defeated both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu at the same time, it would have a huge impact. He simply swept away the obstacles ahead of him, skipping past the point of a large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, bringing the demonic path into a position of great strength, pressuring the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains goo immortal world will be overbearing, while the righteous path will be lowering their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle. It affected the entire region. Fang Yuan was old and wise. He could see the situation clearly. Rank 6s, although they had surpassed the mortal realm, they are only the bottom tier of goo immortals. Rank 7s are the main pillars of strength. Rank 8s usually did not move rashly. Each of their actions, even if unintended, would cause huge repercussions and influence. For any series of events, each rank 8 goo immortal was a trendsetter. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the main flow of events. When can I also become such an important character? A person who can dictate the flow. Fang Yuan could not help but think of this. All right, Fang Yuan, we are here this time to bring what you needed to complete the transaction. Now, I am passing it all to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought Fang Yuan a group of white lotus giant silkworm goo and a large number of star thought goo. As it turned out, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land knew about the location of Dongfang Changfan's Blessed Land after he died because Fang Yuan provided them the details. Dongfang Changfan had undergone possession and been restored to life. Since he had just become an immortal, no matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there would be few resources inside. After Dongfang Changfan died, the Blessed Land was formed as a whole entity.
In terms of defense, it was far superior to a public Blessed Land. If a land spirit was formed, it might be filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan or have an obsession of taking revenge on Fang Yuan. In addition, considering the force that was investigating Fang Yuan's background, he did not want to risk his own life just for cleanse soul immortal goo. Thus, through Fairy Li Shan, he borrowed Snowy Mountain's forces to achieve his goals. The value of a blessed land was immense. Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan had an agreement. Fang Yuan would provide the information and tell her the location of the blessed land, basically giving this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. In return, he wanted the white lotus giant silkworm goo inside as well as the ordinary star thought mortal goo. As for the immortal goo, Fang Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Changfan's soul that they had all self-detonated. Fang Yuan obtained the white lotus giant silkworm goo and controlled his joy. After seeing the huge amount of star thought goo, over 50,000 of them, he could not conceal the joy inside him any longer. It showed in his eyes. These 50,000 star thought goo simply came at such an appropriate time. It was truly timely assistance. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and coughed, saying, "Congratulations, Fang Yuan. Right now, you gained the most from Dongfang tribe's destruction. After all, you obtained Dongfang Changfan's soul. This is not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Changfan's secrets in managing blessed lands have immense value. Moreover, you had obtained many resources inside Jade Pool Blessed Land as well. As Fairy Li Shan said this, she did not conceal her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance was not over yet, members of the alliance had to speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not conceal anything of the matter of obtaining Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul. He could not hide it anyway. There were many traces and clues left that could deduce the truth. Fang Yuan decided to simply inform Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan without hiding anything. At this moment, he said, Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain. That is an item recorded inside the Legends of Renzu. Its value is not inferior to what I obtained. You do not need to speak such flattery. You have Dang Hun Mountain. You do not need Minuscule Mountain. Hee, we all know inside ourselves that you are the biggest winner of this. Moreover, about Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. I am here to ask you a favor. I am here to ask for help. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. I am listening. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribe had made an agreement. As allies, they could not attack each other. But to fight for Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan went back on this agreement during the process. Although Fairy Li Shan only went into information path a while after becoming a Gu Immortal, she had made preparations in case she had no choice but to go against the agreement. She had asked someone to use a Time Path Immortal Killer move on her. The effect of this Time Path Killer move was to allow Fairy Li Shan to break the alliance agreement. The backlash and damage from it would be stalled for a period of time before activating. Minuscule Mountain's Minian tribe were only allies with Dongfang Changfan. They did not belong to Dongfang tribe. Despite this, the backlash of breaking the agreement was still very severe. Fairy Li Shan was originally heavily injured. She was not confident of enduring this backlash. Thus, He Lulan thought of a good idea for Fairy Li Shan. Initially, Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Changfan made the agreement using Mountain Pledge Gu. They had used Minuscule Mountain for it. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would fail. There would be no backlash. But if Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's risk would have been for nothing. That was not an acceptable solution. He Lulan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, when the Time Path Killer move's effect wears off, after the backlash is over, they would ask Tai Bai Yunxing to use Landscape as before to heal the mountain. By then, Minuscule Mountain would be back to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan still would have the agreement with Dongfang tribe. As long as she did not break it again, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan would be able to avoid the backlash of the agreement while fixing Minuscule Mountain. As to why they had to ask Fang Yuan, that was because Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled. He agreed, this is a great idea. I am willing to help. As for the payment, we can discuss it in detail. Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile, and her heart sank. She thought, here it comes. She knew how ruthless Fang Yuan was. She was definitely going to suffer a huge loss here. She smiled bitterly as she nodded. He Lulan, who was beside her, seemed prepared. She spoke now. Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu Immortal Blessed Land is about to undergo its earthly calamity, right? How about this? I will stay here to defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the calamity. It can be the payment for asking Tai Bai Yunshang to heal Minuscule Mountain. How about that? Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately shook his head. The value of these two services is not equivalent at all. For you two, Tai Bai Yunshang's landscape as before is a necessity. In my case, I can fully undergo the earthly calamity alone. Furthermore, old ancestor Shui, who is currently staying in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land now, and you, He Lulan, are not a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are an outsider. You cannot stay there anymore. Using the excuse of the earthly calamity, you can hide inside my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I have not even asked you for rent yet, but you actually want to use this as the payment for Tai Bai Yunshang's help. Fang Yuan exposed He Lulan's awkward position. He Lulan was unabashed. She laughed, continuing to argue with Fang Yuan. The two sparred verbally, until a while later, they came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay in Fang Yuan's place for the time being, contributing strength chi without any compensation. The guts Gu produced during this period would not have He Lulan's share. At the same time, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land faces the earthly calamity, He Lulan would need to help and defend it alongside Fang Yuan. After this transaction was completed, Fairy Li Shan was not anxious to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan regarding immortal materials.
Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shui, whose mission of obtaining immortal materials. After Fairy Li Shan obtained minuscule mountain, old ancestor Shui, who only borrowed it to have a look, he did not take it from her. After old ancestor Shui, who defeated the 2 rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's status rose rapidly. Its reputation had soared to an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shui, who summoned Fairy Li Shan, using the reason that he had acted to protect minuscule mountain from Yao Huang, he requested for her to increase her contributions. He gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan's current state was very awkward. She had just obtained minuscule mountain. Even though she asked Tai Bai Yunshang for help to heal minuscule mountain and saved a huge cost, she was still very heavily injured.
Originally, she had a lot of savings due to Mountain Pledge Gu. She was quite affluent. But by funding He Lu Lan intensively, her savings were slowly depleted, and at this point, she was running dry. The cultivation of one person expended countless resources. It was not easy. Many Gu immortals did not have a steady source of revenue. Their income did not match their expenses. They could only offer their services and travel everywhere. Even if they had a source of revenue, there were often earnings and losses in trading. Things like Mountain Pledge Gu and the Guts Gu trade were very rare and unique. How could theirs be so widely demanded? Most importantly, there were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Each time they occurred, a lot of resources and hard work would be destroyed. Even if the Gu immortals survive the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, when they see their immortal aperture in bad shape, they would feel a strong sense of dejection. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. Other than supporting herself, she even helped He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan did not have a source of revenue. The two of them had huge needs for cultivation. She was providing for them both. But no matter how great her resolve was, her finances were starting to dwindle. Other than material objects like immortal essence stones and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had a lot of other things. Many precious pieces of information were very valuable. Fairy Li Shan had a huge network. She was a top-tier information collector. Fang Yuan's immortal materials were meant to be used in the refinement path convention, but he had a huge quantity of them. It was fine to sell some to her. Fang Yuan nodded, but he requested for an immortal killer move from Fairy Li Shan. He had been wanting this immortal killer move for ages. Right now was the chance to extort it. Fang Yuan had to make good use of the chance. Fairy Li Shan heard Fang Yuan's request and knew it was coming. She felt extremely bitter. But circumstances were stronger than people. Even if Fairy Li Shan did not want to, what could she do? Time assist luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan requested from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used time luck immortal Gu as the core, to steal other people's lifespan and boost the luck of oneself temporarily. Fang Yuan had obtained time luck immortal Gu from Fairy Li Shan earlier. He had wanted to use Inch of Time Gu in place of lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal Gu, but the result was failure. Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Gu, although they could be used together, the former was expended too intensively. Later, Fang Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce the expenditure of Inch of Time Gu, but he still failed. Although he could use the light of wisdom and gain unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind. It was not enough. Memory thought Gu and malicious thought Gu were still being refined, but the expenditure was greater than the production. He had little in storage. Even if he had enough thoughts, Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was too low. There was little hope of getting any success. But Fang Yuan knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move from the start. It used time luck immortal Gu as the core. If he could use it well, it was a source of revenue not inferior to Mountain Pledge Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan used this extremely rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he checked it and felt some curiosity. He asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I am unable to answer that." Fairy Li Shan's expression was cold. Her mood was terrible. Fang Yuan was taking advantage of the situation, but she had to ask him for help. She could only give in. The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Is it from a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, Zhou Yizi? This person was very famous during the Five Regions Chaotic War. He was originally a secluded cultivator that did not bother with worldly affairs, but when Northern Plains and Central Continent Gu Immortals fought a huge battle, the battle went to the area he was staying in. causing him to rage and instantly capture 3 goo immortals on the spot. Northern Plains asked him to fight, he refused, but because they were on the same side, he used a time path killer move on the Northern Plains goo immortals to protect their lives. This killer move had a weird name, it was very short, only one word. Not long after, it spread across the 5 regions, and Fang Yuan had heard of its famed name in his previous life. It was called Delay. The effect of the killer move was to delay damage, leaving some time for the goo immortals to find ways to heal themselves. For example, a goo immortal who had Delay used on him would not die from a fatal blow. The damage would be delayed for a time period before taking effect. Thus, the goo immortal would have a chance to seek help. During this period, the goo immortal can escape to get some time to recuperate and save himself. He can also fly to his ally and seek help. If it was a certain death situation, he could pass his cultivation resources to his descendants in the tribe and place his blessed land in a secluded spot to not give his enemies any advantage. Even though Northern Plains goo immortals had great battle strength, their numbers were fewer than those of Central Continent. Central Continent made the first moves. They formed arrangements and killed a batch of Northern Plains goo immortals first, causing Northern Plains to be at a disadvantage, facing defeat time after time. But the appearance of Delay reduced Northern Plains casualties greatly. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, Northern Plains and Central Continent were in a deadlock. Central Continent's plan of attacking and taking down Northern Plains rapidly was destroyed. If it really is Zhou Yizi, then Fairy Li Shan's ability to delay the damage of the alliance agreement would be the killer move Delay. I really cannot ignore Fairy Li Shan's connections. She could actually get this lone cultivator to help. I wonder what price she paid. Fang Yuan felt that this guess was quite probable. Among goo immortals, there were many who hid their presence. They did not travel around, battle, or attend gatherings. They usually stayed in seclusion and cultivated. Many people would be unknown to the world after their deaths, even if they had astonishing achievements. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, when he was alive, he concealed himself very deeply and did not have much of a reputation. Only until Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was exposed did his high cultivation level get revealed. There were quite a number of such goo immortals. They were present among rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8. At least, Fang Yuan knew that there were more than 5 rank 8 goo immortals in Northern Plains, only that they were hiding themselves. Fang Yuan also thought about Purple Mountain True Monarch. This mysterious goo immortal did not show himself even once during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not but be moved, thinking to himself, countless streams flow into rivers. There is simply no end to the number of heroes and champions in this world. From start to finish, Fairy Li Shan did not expose any information regarding Zhou Yizi. This transaction, even though she paid a high price, was still successful. She had reached her goal. Fairy Li Shan brought the immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. For the following period of time, she was going to recuperate from her injuries and resolve the issue of the alliance agreement. She also had to find out about methods to raise mini-men to gain the most benefits in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, He Lulan stayed behind. Fang Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they reached their destination. The two looked down from above. They saw that on the ground that was lush and green with vegetation, there were 3 humongous black-gray structures. These were the 3 stone nests in Immortal Blessed Land. The stone nests had countless rooms inside. Each room had at least one hairy man. They were refining goo constantly in an orderly fashion. This was the idea of a production line that was borrowed from Earth, resulting in a huge goo refinement base that was created. Splitting the refinement procedure of a goo worm into dozens of steps, or even hundreds, and making each hairy man in charge of each step. Not only could the goo recipe be kept as a secret, the familiarity of the hairy man will be higher, the success rate and quantity of the goo refinement would be higher. In the stone nests, air sac goo were being produced. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests. They could be both mild or serious. Fire could even break out, as the hairy men were engulfed in flames, crying in pain. But the screams and cries would not travel to other rooms and interfere with the refinement from the other hairy men. Each room had perfect soundproofing methods. Not only were disturbances minimized, the hairy men were also prevented from communicating. This made them easier to control. They had no choice but to refine goo. Goo refinement carried risks. In fact, it was of similar danger to fighting. Once explosions occurred due to accidents, the room would be filled with goo worms that spat out water to eliminate the fire or to heal the injuries. When goo refinement failed, the hairy men which suffered backlashes would be lucky if they survived. The price for failure in some cases was death. In other cases, their brains might wither, they might go crazy, they might become handicapped, unable to refine goo anymore. Fang Yuan would heal mild injuries.
But if they were heavily injured and became vegetables, the price for treating them would be too great. Fang Yuan would abandon and euthanize them. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained a trace of law fragments of the Great Tao, while immortal goo were fragments of the Great Tao.
Goo refinement involved the fusion and interaction of the laws of the Great Tao. It was even more mystical than chemistry and even more dangerous than processing gunpowder. Fang Yuan was in the air. He observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men had failed goo refinement. They suffered injuries. A few of them died on the spot. He could not help but sigh inwardly. As my production expands, the loss of hairy men is becoming a bigger issue. Hairy man slaves were most expensive among slaves. They were even more expensive than human goo masters.
This might be quite shocking. How could the price of humans be lower than mere hairy men? The answer was simple. Humans were the spirit of living beings. The human mind was fickle. They were not easy to control. Variant humans were comparatively more simple-minded. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men, making them refine goo all day long, only giving them time to eat and sleep, with none allocated to leisure. If these hairy men were human goo masters, this life would be impossible. If human goo masters engaged in such strenuous activities for an extended period without rest or entertainment, they would feel extremely angry and hateful. They would attempt to resist. The arrangement of the stone nest was very simple. It could not block the intelligence of humans. They would definitely cause destruction secretly and communicate with each other. When the time was ripe, they would resist by protesting or directly revolt using their own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to buy hairy men slaves, which were most expensive, rather than placing his attention on human goo masters. This was also one of the reasons why Fairy Li Shan desperately wanted Minuscule Mountain.
It was not just because of the goo refinement materials in Minuscule Mountain, but also because it was the base of a Minian tribe. Controlling this tribe would grant her great benefits. Otherwise, the old and sly Dongfang Chang Fan would not have signed an agreement with the Minian tribe.
In the past, I could not feel the loss of hairy men. That was because the scale was still small. Now that I have 3 stone nests, and with the goo refinement processes becoming tougher, the effect is becoming evident.
If this goes on, a problem will arise if I do not create a solution. Fang Yuan was trying to think of a way. At this moment, He Lulan also advised, Fang Yuan, your loss of hairy men is a bit high. In a month, you lose at least 100 hairy men. It is quite costly if we think about it. If you can reduce this number, our cost would lower and the profit of Gutsgoo would be higher. If she was not roped into the Gutsgoo trade, she would not have said it. But now that the Gutsgoo trade also involved He Lulan's interests, she had to mention it when she saw a problem. Fang Yuan nodded. There are 2 ways to solve this problem.
One is to modify the goo recipe and reduce the risk. By further splitting up and simplifying the steps, I can make every step safer and have a higher chance of success.
The second method is to raise my own hairy man tribe. I would not need to purchase them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Goo recipes are usually the result of countless improvements. To diversify the steps on this basis and modify the recipe,
it is too difficult. The effort and resources needed to undergo experiments will be a huge sum. She did not think well of modifying the goo recipe. What she did not know was, Fang Yuan had wisdom goo. Even though he could not activate it, the light of wisdom could give him unlimited inspiration.
To Fang Yuan, the difficulty in modifying the recipe was about whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fang Yuan would obviously not say this out loud. He spoke without changing his expression. The second method is just as hard. I do not have any methods of raising hairy men.
The ones sold in the market are usually male hairy men. Very few females and children are sold. This is also to prevent other goo immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men, a variant human, was much more difficult than raising wild beasts and plants. Countries were hard to manage. That was because the citizens had wisdom. Even though this was on a larger scale, the logic remained the same. The more wisdom they had, the harder they were to control.
The hairy men would know how to rebel. They would find loopholes and create problems on a large scale. Fang Yuan knew clearly with his current foundation he would definitely lose everything he invested if he raised hairy men. His previous life's memories could not help him here.
He vaguely remembered from his life back on Earth. He raised goldfish, he did not change the water or give them oxygen. He only knew how to feed them food. In 3 days one died, and in half a month all his goldfish died. Raising hairy men was obviously harder than goldfish. The nature of hairy men, their living habitats, all these needed to be considered. It was a huge field to study. Fang Yuan had raised rockmen before. In fact, the rockman tribe in who Immortal blessed land was still quite large.
But that was because of Guts Goo. It could raise the soul foundation of the rockmen and cause them to rapidly reproduce, providing future generations. This was clearly a cheap method if Fang Yuan had to raise these rockmen normally. In 2 to 3 years, no matter how many rockmen he started with, they would go extinct.
Of course, he could buy knowledge in raising hairy men from other Goo immortals. Back then, when Fang Yuan wanted to grow the star fragment grass, he bought some planting insights. But the difference in value between the two was immense. To buy the knowledge of raising hairy men, the price to pay would be extremely heavy. Like on Earth, acquisition of an enterprise in the top 100 would involve a huge amount of funds. Even if Fang Yuan stored up all of his profits starting from now, with his speed of profit generation, he would need to accumulate them for many years to get enough. Right now, I have about 20 to 30 immortal essence stones in my storage. Even though I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, and eerie fire dragon pythons, and I even obtained the method to raise them from Dongfang Chongfan's soul, but I need to invest and build the structures. Even if I finish building them, I cannot sell these resources directly into Treasure Yellow Heaven. I need to find other avenues. After all, I cannot stand in the limelight now. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly inwardly. All in all, his future prospects were bright, but his current circumstances were in an awkward place. Fang Yuan shrugged off the random thoughts in his mind. He said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already told Little Who Immortal and made the arrangements. I won't be sending you off. For the following period of time, you can stay in the stone nest. I have already given orders. Right now the 3 stone nests are refining airsac goo. Do assist them. When the earthly calamity arrives, I will call you if I need your help." He Lulan felt something amiss when she heard that. From Fang Yuan's tone, he was treating her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw her ugly expression and did not react. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze out all of He Lulan's value, would that be his style? After settling He Lulan's matters, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Opening the hidden door, he entered the secret room. He saw Dongfang Chongfan's soul again. His soul was extremely weak, being sealed here. Even though he saw Fang Yuan, he could not move. Fang Yuan intentionally weakened him, resulting in Dongfang Chongfan's soul being very weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. To an old fox like this, he was very vigilant. But to search his soul again, he needed to replenish it first. Thus, Fang Yuan broke some air sac goo using Guts Goo on Dongfang Chongfan's soul. His soul rapidly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it was half-healed. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw, grabbing the soul and searching it. Dongfang Chongfan did not resist it at all. Fang Yuan had already searched his soul thoroughly. He had no secrets left in front of Fang Yuan. It was as if he resigned himself to fate. He had lost his heart. A legendary character falling into such a state, it was quite pitiful. Fang Yuan was vigilant regardless. After searching the soul, he inspected all of the goo worms he set up in this room to prevent any accidents from occurring. Dongfang Chongfan's soul did not even have a tiny bit of hope left. All these movements were observed by Dongfang Chongfan's soul. He inwardly felt a freezing chill. Why did he end up in the hands of such a person? There was no way out. This was a dead end. He had no methods left. As he despaired, he felt a peculiar sense of admiration. In Fang Yuan, Dongfang Chongfan could almost see himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room. Closing the hidden door, he inspected the door again and ensured that there were no issues before returning to the main hall. He sat on the bed. Star thoughts were moving in his mind as he fell into deep thought. Dongfang Chongfan no longer had any secrets. He was squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan kept him around. It was a possible card for use in a future scheme to obtain Minuscule Mountain.
Right now, Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, but because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fang Yuan could not snatch it. But the alliance agreement was not impossible to circumvent, like Fairy Li Shan's time path killer move that could delay the damage of breaking the agreement.
In addition, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Changfan and Minuscule Mountain had an agreement. From Dongfang Changfan, Fang Yuan learned that the agreement was made with Mountain Pledge Gu using Minuscule Mountain.
The agreement was not just between Dongfang Changfan and the Miniman Gu Immortal, but was made with Dongfang tribe and the Minian tribe. Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise the Miniman tribe and make use of them.
With this, Dongfang Changfan's soul still had some use. It was an effective weapon. But this effective weapon could not be used at this point, and he might perhaps not get a chance to use it in the future.
But Fang Yuan kept this as a secret. It was a casual move. He would rather keep it prepared just in case. He was thinking about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu now. This time, he searched Dongfang Changfan's soul for information about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu.
Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed the flesh of more than 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu each time it was fed. What Fang Yuan obtained was less than this amount. He had inspected and confirmed once again that Dongfang Changfan's White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were only an unexpected benefit. That place was a natural cave and was created in a mystical way by nature. It was an environment that was suitable for White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to live. Furthermore, Dongfang Changfan captured all of these Gu worms. He did not leave any behind. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation. They played a critical role. The remaining portion that was not used was now in Fang Yuan's hands. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and undergo experimentation, reverse refining its recipe, or even trying to obtain the method to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. If this method worked, he would have an unceasing source of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu.
But if this fails and all of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were consumed in the experiments, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu would die of hunger. There would definitely be not enough White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left to feed it. The other method was to feed it now. To leave aside the experiments or the long-term advantages. In this case, the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were still insufficient, but it would allow Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu to become less hungry, no longer under the threat of dying for now. Fang Yuan still had some hope that Dongfang Changfan might have a place to obtain White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, so that he could get a number of them. But this soul search ruined his wishful thoughts. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, making up his mind. Never mind. I should play it safe and use these for feeding. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu is already starving to its limits. It is very weak now. If I do not feed it and drag this on, it will die. As for the next feeding session, I can only place hope in the future. Fang Yuan was of the demonic path. He liked to take risks, but he did not take them blindly. He always assessed the benefits and risks. Having a mentality of leaving things to chance and thinking one's own luck is good, to put up stakes on chances that are low, the cruelty of reality would teach them a lesson until they suffer greatly and end up full of bruises. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was the size of a grown-up's fist. It was like a tadpole. Its body was gray-white and dry. It was sprawled on the ground, not moving at all. Fang Yuan willed and used his Gu to dissect the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, retrieving the meat and placing it in front of Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu's body shook, but it did not have any strength to crawl to the food. Fang Yuan could only place Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu on the meat. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu moved about before calming down, slowly sucking the blood in the meat quietly. After a while, the blood entered its stomach and it regained a bit of strength. It opened its mouth and started to eat the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's tender flesh. The more it ate, the more its dry body inflated like a balloon. It became chubbier once again. Its gray-white body also showed a faint luster. When all of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were killed and the meat given to Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu were all eaten, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was no longer as weak as before. It could fly in the sky. It was like a gray-white tadpole. Its round head was like a small balloon. Its tail was wriggling around behind it as it swam slowly like an old man without much strength. It opened its mouth occasionally. Its mouth was half the size of its head. Right now, it could open it and make some soft noises. Fang Yuan knew that it was trying to express that it still wanted more food. But all of the White Lotus giant silkworm goo were used up, not a single one was left. Even though Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was not satisfied, Fang Yuan sighed in relief. For now, Cleanse Soul Immortal goo had escaped the awkward fate of dying from hunger. After all, Fang Yuan had been ready to give up on it. Now that it was still alive, this was a good ending. Most importantly, he managed to get precious time for it. One could not be certain about the future. Anything is possible. Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was not full. Thus Fang Yuan kept it while trying not to use it. After temporarily solving Cleanse Soul Immortal goo's feeding problem, Fang Yuan could relax. But he did not take a break. Instead, he made use of his time and rushed into an underground cave again. In the underground cave, there was a Ji forest. The tallest Lingji king was 6 meters tall, reaching the ceiling of the cave. The flesh of the Lingji was like a huge umbrella, spreading out in a circular manner. When Fang Yuan reached here, he saw that the rank 9 wisdom goo was flying around this Lingji king. It was like a child playing around, flapping its wings and bobbing up and down. At times, it bumped into the Lingji king and was bounced back by the rubbery flesh. Fang Yuan's was inwardly moved. He had many immortal goo, but compared to them, the rank 9 wisdom goo had much more intelligence. It was quite extraordinary. Thinking about the legends of Rinzu, wisdom goo, strength goo, and the others could speak to Rinzu. Of course, this might have been exaggeration from the story, but Fang Yuan knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could bring wisdom goo away during the final moments before Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and be able to use its light of wisdom now. After seeing Fang Yuan, wisdom goo stopped flying. It stopped on the thick stem of the Lingji king. After Fang Yuan sat down on a shorter Lingji like it was a chair, wisdom goo started to give off the halo of the light of wisdom, covering Fang Yuan in it. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought goo. Star Thought goo was a one-time consumable goo. With the expenditure of each Star Thought goo, the thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly and generated endlessly. At once, in his mind, starlight specks were created. A moment later, it was like the night sky. Countless stars were shining brightly. It was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to make deductions. Instantly, star thoughts in his mind burst into action. It was like water poured into a hot pan. Star specks moved like meteors. Starlight spun around. They collided into one another or repelled each other. His inspiration was unlimited. There were many aspects of deduction. He obtained many answers from the complex procedure. It was completed in a moment. Fang Yuan stopped at once. He opened his eyes, showing immense joy in his expression. Earlier, he was just giving it a try. This wisdom path inheritance really did not disappoint him. It was even better than his expectations. Dong Fang Chong Fan's wisdom path inheritance is truly suited for deductions. Star thoughts are so durable. My initial estimation is that one star thought can substitute for 3 to 4 malicious thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. In wisdom path there were 3 aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. But thoughts varied greatly. There were all sorts of thoughts. It could be said that there were countless kinds of them. Thoughts were all different. They had their own advantages and weaknesses. For example, malicious thoughts were good for plotting against others. Memory thoughts were good for digging up information in memories. But these two were just average when used for deductions. Star thoughts were not good at plotting or digging up memories, but they were extremely useful for deductions. One star thought was equivalent to 3 to 4 other thoughts. This might seem rather insignificant. But looking at it, how many thoughts were expended to deduce one immortal killer move or immortal goo recipe? When this amount becomes huge, the difference would be great. When hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts are consumed, the advantage of using star thoughts to do deductions would be immense. One could say that this star thought wisdom path inheritance was most suited for Fang Yuan. All along, he had been restricted by the number of thoughts he had. The light of wisdom had intense expenditure. It could use up any number of thoughts quickly. Fang Yuan had many things to deduce in accordance with his plans. The first was the immortal killer move. Vaguely familiar face. Previously, he did not succeed. He only finished a portion of it. The second was to complete the immortal goo recipe of blood deity. He did not succeed either with that, he only gave it a small attempt. The third was to deduce an immortal killer move to allow time luck immortal goo and inch of time to work together, to reduce the consumption of inch of time while amplifying one's own luck temporarily. Fang Yuan had tried this earlier, but he failed because his time path attainment level was too low. Now he did not have to deduce it anymore because Fang Yuan had obtained an even better immortal killer move from Fairy Li Shan, time assist luck. Fourth was to fuse pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move myriad self, and make myriad self even stronger. The fifth was to modify air sac goo and the other goo refinement recipes to subdivide the steps even further to lower the risk of goo refinement and reduce the death rate of the hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face was the one that he needed to place most importance in deducing, because the situation in the outside world was getting more tense. If Fang Yuan wanted to move around, he needed an immortal level disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Airsac goo and the other goo recipes were not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many details. In the future, when Fang Yuan expanded his goo refinement scale, he would not be refining just airsac goo, memory thought goo, malicious thought goo, and star thought goo. As for blood deity, it was only a long-term plan, it was not even necessary to him. After all, Fang Yuan was cultivating strength path now and was planning to cultivate time path or wisdom path. He did not want to develop blood path. If it was in the past, Fang Yuan would naturally deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face first. But now that immortal blessed land was facing its earthly calamity soon, Fang Yuan's first priority was to fuse pulling mountain immortal goo into myriad self-killer move. Fang Yuan shut his eyes and settled his mind. He deduced with all his concentration. Starlight reacted in his mind, as countless star thoughts rumbled. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days later. On the afternoon of the third day, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Even with his immortal zombie physique, exhaustion was written all over his face. He was very tired. I finally fused pulling mountain immortal goo into my killer move, myriad self. Myriad self's power has risen by 10%. If I am dealing with earth path goo immortals or any mountains or rocks, the effect would be even greater, at least 20% higher. Fang Yuan inspected his star thought goo. There were about 40,000 star thought goo left in his immortal aperture. He originally had 50,000 star thought goo. In other words, this deduction used up 10,000 star thought goo. Star thought goo were really durable. Of course, this durability is only for deductions. If I used star thought goo to plot against others or think about harmful schemes, malicious thought goo would be better. In terms of recollection, star thought goo is inferior to memory thought goo. Be it star thought goo, memory thought goo, or malicious thought goo, he still had to refine them and keep a huge stock. This was a huge project, it was a long-term goal. Looking at the time, it was still not the point of immortal blessed land's calamity. But if he used the remaining time to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, it was insufficient. He could not get anything done. Fang Yuan thus returned to Dang Hun Palace, continuing to research on the Wisdom Path inheritance. This immortal level Wisdom Path inheritance had a lot of information. There were hundreds of mortal goo recipes, more than 10 immortal goo recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They comprised offense, defense, movement, storage, healing, and others. Other than that, there were many Wisdom Path techniques and methods. For example, secret arts that could expand the size of the mind or the modification of the heart into a space for additional thinking, unique methods like that. There was even knowledge about astronomy and geography, the map of the 5 regions' resources, the analysis of Northern Plains forces, an introduction to all sorts of dangers one can face when cultivating and how to resolve them. Most importantly, there were details on how a goo master can undergo immortal ascension, an introduction to all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and how to deal with them. Of course, there were details about other paths like fire path, metal path, space path, and time path, the strengths and weaknesses of these paths, what needs do they have and how to deal with them in combat. There were even some insights on how to handle management, especially in a goo immortal's blessed land, to allow one to survive and progress further. One could say that this was a goo master's encyclopedia to become a goo immortal. It allowed one to be realistic and decipher what was easy and hard, to gain methods of dealing with enemies and grow stronger. This inheritance was not just the credit of the creator, the heavenly court star path goo immortal. Each of the goo immortals who cultivated after receiving this inheritance
had added in more details and modified the information. After generations and generations of effort and hard work, this Cultivation encyclopedia was created. Fang Yuan could see much of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains in it. And at the end of the information on immortal killer moves, Fang Yuan saw that the last, newest edition was the previous owner's Dongfang Changfan's immortal killer move Myriad Star Fireflies. This inheritance's value could not be expressed in words. It was even more huge than the blood path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Fang Yuan was sighing, if I had obtained this inheritance earlier, be it this life or my previous life, I would have become a Gu Immortal long ago. Fang Yuan had spent so many years staggering along his cultivation journey, crossing rivers carefully by stepping on every rock, finally reaching his achievements today. In contrast, when Dongfang Changfan was still immortal, he received this inheritance. His luck was truly something to be envious about. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. It was drizzling with a thin fog in the air. The Gu Immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were trapped inside. They were looking for an exit vigilantly. Damn it. Don't let the rain touch you. It has the ability to consume your immortal essence. The expression of the leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, changed as he shouted at the immortals behind him. Shark Demon had rich experience. He reacted rapidly. The moment he saw the ability of this seemingly harmless drizzle, he knew this was an attack. Hearing his warning, the immortals used all sorts of methods and put up their defenses, blocking the drizzle. But it was no use. This drizzle penetrates everything. Is this the immortal killer move that Fairy Yulu was famous for? Vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain? An immortal zombie thought of a crucial piece of information, as his expression turned very ugly. Even the great vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain cannot have such incredible ability. Our defenses have literally no effect. Another immortal zombie shouted, showing an extremely shocked expression. I got it. In the previous round, we were hit by the immortal killer move Raindrop Equity. Thus, in this round, our defenses have no use against the vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain. We can only let it touch us. Immortal Zombie Sue by Man's eyes shined with brilliance as she said. The immortals communicated rapidly. The moment they got the answer, their hearts sank. This was not the first time they were attacking Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land. Each round was interconnected with others and was very difficult to deal with. Immortal zombies consisted of most of this group of Gu Immortals. There were a total of 7 people, 5 were immortal zombies. Immortal zombies have dead immortal apertures. They cannot manage their blessed lands that are filled with death energy. They could not produce immortal essence naturally. Thus, if immortal zombies wanted to have immortal essence, they would need to convert it using immortal essence stones. Immortal essence of immortal zombies was much more precious compared to ordinary Gu Immortals. They were not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals were in this round, before they had even fought, the vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain was already vaporizing their immortal essence. It was hitting at their weakness. Seeing the immortal essence that they had painstakingly saved up vanish bead by bead, the immortal zombies felt a strong sense of loss. They discussed among themselves and quickly came to an agreement. They had to get through this round quickly and find a way out, otherwise they would be in danger. The immortals used all sorts of methods, but an hour later they made no progress. Oh no, this battlefield killer move is so hard to resolve. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have melted. Fairy Yulu was the second disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She was a rank 8 great expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most skilled in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disciple. She had learned the core of this ability. Not only did she know many battlefield killer moves, she even innovated and created her own versions. This battlefield killer move was her personal creation. It was not recorded in history. This battlefield killer move has no attacking power, but it has a huge range. When used with vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain, it is being used to drain us to nothing. What shall we do? Almost all of their methods were used up. The Gu Immortals were starting to panic. Shark Demon, the leader, had a grim expression. He looked at the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in the group as he shouted, Bo Dan, what are you doing? It's been so long. Haven't you deduced the flaw in this battlefield killer move? Bo Dan had his forehead covered in sweat from the scolding. He replied in anxiety and worry. I'm unable to. This battlefield killer move is simply too profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer move by a huge margin. The wisdom path inheritance I have is incomplete. I cannot think of a way to break through this. This Bo-Dan was a living person and a wisdom path Gu Immortal. But he was scolded by the immortal zombie shark demon fiercely. He cowered like a helpless puppy. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It had a huge force and surpassed ordinary superforces by a margin. The Zombie Alliance headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, it also had living Gu Immortals. These living Gu Immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies in most cases. Shark Demon's anger resided slightly after he shouted. He said with some regret, Bo-Dan is powerless. Our only choice is to use Profound Icehouse and forcefully attack, to see if a path can be created. The other Gu Immortals were overjoyed. Their eyes shined. To think that Lord Shark Demon borrowed Profound Icehouse for this trip. Tai Baiyun Shang's eyes were also shining. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was very powerful. It was a ruler of the region. It was a senior among the super forces. For instance, it had 3 immortal Gu houses. Of course, only one was complete, the other 2 were extremely incomplete. But even an incomplete immortal Gu house could be forcibly activated. It had great power. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since he took the mission from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's main base to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land multiple times and passed many rounds. The more rounds they passed, the more emphasis he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. This time, when exploring the Blessed Land, he had borrowed Profound Icehouse from Zombie Alliance after paying a huge price. Due to the urging of his wife, Subai Man Shark Demon took out Profound Icehouse. This house was not big. It was like a ball that resembled a block of ice. Once it was taken out, the air turned cold. Many Gu Immortals felt a chill. Shark Demon did not speak. He opened the door of the house, entering it. Next, his beloved wife Subai Man went in, followed by the other 5. Inside the house, there was a huge ball-shaped space with no furniture. The immortals were floating inside, and they were surrounded by a cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. In several breaths' time, the golden light stabilized. They were like golden threads weaving together into a formation chart. Shark Demon ordered the immortals to stand on the formation core. He said, Everyone, expend your immortal essence and activate this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house will record how much immortal essence you put in. Everyone knew that activating this immortal Gu house would expend immortal essence extensively. This activation was probably going to be higher than the amount they had lost in the vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain. If not for this weakness, Shark Demon would have used the immortal Gu house long ago. This time, they charged into Yulu Blessed Land without killing any strong enemies or encountering any battles. But they had made such a loss. They consumed a lot of immortal essence. Everyone was feeling gloomy. But hearing this, they restrained their gloomy thoughts and put in all their effort. Several minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor flew out. The meteor charged out at a high speed, penetrating the water surface and reaching tens of meters into the sky in the blink of an eye. The meteor stopped suddenly in the air. It went from high speed to stillness, showing its true form. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu house. Incomplete Profound Icehouse. Come out. In the house, Shark Demon said with a look of dejection. Immediately, the doors opened and the immortals flew out, floating in the air. In the air, the immortals looked down. The sea had turbulent waves. It was no longer calm like before. This was caused by Profound Icehouse emerging to the surface. But the immortals' mind were all on Yulu Blessed Land, which had been placed deep underwater. The immortals had attacked Yulu Blessed Land more than once. There were victories and losses. Now was not their first loss, but it was the most dispiriting one. Attacking Yulu Blessed Land was not about attacking it forcefully. It was about balancing the gains and losses. This Yulu Blessed Land was firmly controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. There were no other forces trying to compete for it, thus they could explore it at their own pace and progress slowly. Facing such a mystical battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Icehouse, they could only leave the Blessed Land. They could not break through it. In that case, what should they do to pass this round? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He retrieved Profound Icehouse and thought to himself with a hint of dejection. I made a huge loss this time. Not only did I gain nothing from attacking you blessed land, I even used Profound Icehouse. When we get back to Zombie Alliance, I will have to pay a huge amount of contribution points. Thankfully, we had Profound Icehouse. Otherwise, we would still be trapped inside. Gu Immortal Bo-Dan said with some lingering fear. Shark Demon gave him a harsh glance. He quickly shut up. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly. They felt glad that Shark Demon brought Profound Icehouse along with him on this trip. This vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain is too powerful. Even the immortal Gu House could not defend against it. We were still hit by it. At another side, Tai Bai Yun Shang suddenly spoke. Seeing Tai Bai Yun Shang speak, Shark Demon's expression became milder as he said, that is because this Profound Ice House's greatest purpose is to help Ice Path Gu Immortals cultivate. Don't be deceived by its ordinary-looking appearance. Inside it is extremely damaged. It was fixed to the extent of barely being usable. If this was a complete immortal Gu House, we could use it to defend even if we were inside. So that is it. Tai Bai Yun Shang nodded, not saying anything else. All right, this trip of exploring blessed land has ended. We can split up here. Shark Demon waved his hand, declaring this. The immortals left one by one rapidly. But Tai Bai Yun Shin was in no hurry to leave. Sir Tai Bai, are there any issues? Subai Man asked. This immortal zombie couple were extremely courteous to Tai Bai Yun Shang. The reason was the man as before immortal Gu in Tai Bai Yun Shang's possession. Tai Bai Yun Shang smiled. Both of you know I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I've been in Eastern Sea for some time already. Subai Man and Shark Demon gave each other a glance before nodding together. They knew this. Tai Bai Yun Shang could not conceal his aura as he did not have a method like Old Lord Kenyang. Thus, his Northern Plains Gu immortal identity was exposed long ago. But this was not strange, because Eastern Sea had the earth tide. Once in a while, from the bottom of the sea, there would be a boundless force from the earth. It was grand and imposing, the might of nature. It was a fearsome power that far exceeded the limits of rank 8 Gu immortals. The force from the earth would move up, stirring the seawater, causing the earth tide. The power of the earth tide was great. It could easily whip up giant tsunamis. The earth tide would collide on the regional walls, causing them to weaken. It was already an extremely difficult thing for Gu immortals to pass a regional wall. However, at this time every year, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weaker and thinner, and Gu immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border could take this chance to enter Eastern Sea. Naturally, there were also a few Eastern Sea Gu immortals that took this chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains or Southern Border. Thus, it was not a strange thing for Gu immortals of these three regions to come to Eastern Sea. However, it was rare for Western Desert Gu immortals to be in Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Eastern Sea were separated by the other regions in the middle. It would definitely be eye-catching if a Western Desert Gu immortal appeared in Eastern Sea. There were 5 regions: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the highest all-around strength with countless Gu master sections. Southern Border was covered with hundreds of thousands of mountains. Northern Plains terrain was flat and boundless. The tribes moved around the most and they were the most battle-hardened. And Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources. In the vast sea areas and deep seas, countless water creatures, sea beasts, minerals, and precious stones were hidden. The Gu immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources, and this situation was common. Especially Northern Plains, where battles occurred the most and resources were few, their Gu immortals came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to grow, and there were also many who came to stay away from trouble. Tai Bai Yun Shang continued, with your support, I have been able to make good progress in Eastern Sea, and now my immortal aperture is showing signs of instability. The earth tide is arriving. I want to take this chance to return to Northern Plains and place my blessed land down, to stabilize my immortal aperture for the earthly calamity. So it is like that. Shark Demon nodded. We should have thought of that. Sir Tai Bai should pay attention to safety when you leave. Maybe you can let us drop you there. Subai Man suggested while smiling. Tai Bai Yun Shing waved his hand. No need, no need. Shark Demon and Subai Man did not insist when they saw Tai Bai Yun Shing's refusal.
The regional wall would become weaker because of the earth tide, but endless tidal forces would be present at the weak area. They were like countless reefs and vortexes, and it could get very dangerous. To pass through these, one must have an accurate map of the route. This kind of map was extremely precious. It was better if the map was deduced by a wisdom path Gu Immortal, but if one did not have wisdom path methods, they could only rely on themselves to map the route through trial and error. If Tai Bai Yunshang let the two escort him, then wouldn't his route be revealed? Thus, Shark Demon and his wife did not insist. After dealing with my matters in Northern Plains, I will return in the next earth tide. Maybe I can even persuade a few friends to come with me. Tai Bai Yunsheng spoke this as a way of preparing for Fang Yuan's appearance. Good. Brother Tai Bai's friends are our friends. We will definitely welcome them properly. Shark Demon laughed and said with great enthusiasm. Tai Bai Yunsheng bade his farewell. When Tai Bai Yunsheng's receding figure had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Bai Man frowned as she sent a transmission to Shark Demon. Although the regional wall will be weakened, the earth tide is terrifying. If one is just the slightest bit careless and struck by the formless tidal forces, fractured bones would be the least of their problems. It is very possible for them to die a violent death on the spot. Did you see how relaxed Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared? He definitely has complete confidence in his route. Are we really not going to follow him? If we had this route, we could also enter Northern Plains, and even if we don't have any use for it, we can turn it over to Zombie Alliance for large amounts of contribution points and reduce the losses of this attempt. Shark Demon firmly refused. No need. The routes are not fixed in place. After some earth tides, the formless tidal forces would change greatly and the old routes will lose their value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him to use man as before for our revival. This is a long-term plan and we cannot harm the good relation between us and him for small profits in the short term. All right, I will listen to you. Su Bai Man dispelled her thoughts, looking at her husband with a warm gaze. Her zombie face, however, was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not care in the slightest as he affectionately took Su Bai Man in his arms, letting her lean on his chest while he consoled her gently. I know what you are worried about. We hold the task of attacking Yulu Blessed Land, and by using Profound Icehouse, our losses have become large. But it doesn't matter who doesn't suffer setbacks and failures as they live in this world. We still have the foundation to sustain the losses. Now we have the hope of revival. Don't be afraid. No matter what the future is like, how many difficulties we face, I will always guard you by your side. Dear, the vast eastern sea and the clear sky merged into one at the horizon, and seagulls could be seen occasionally flying in the sky. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew through the sky without stopping. White fog lingered around his body, increasing his speed without producing any noise. Naturally, this was only a mortal killer move, and it could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. And once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength activated, the disparity between them would become even greater. However, this killer move had its own advantages. As the clouds covered one's body, mortals would not be able to see him. This was not yet the time of 5 regions' chaotic war. There was a chasm between Gu Immortals and mortals. Most mortal Gu masters had only heard of Immortals and had no personal experiences with them. Many even only thought of Immortals in a similar way to wispy legends. Tai Bai Yunsheng was, after all, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal and was an outsider in Eastern Sea. Thus he tried to keep a low profile. At the beginning, as per Fang Yuan's instructions, he received tasks of restoring sea areas in Haishur Blessed Land, and after making a name, he was able to get connected to Shark Demon and others. All the attempts at attacking Yulu Blessed Land essentially included him as well. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well, which was naturally because of his man as before. Shark Demon possessed Time Anchor Immortal Gu, which, when used with man as before, produced a hope of revival. However, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had no thoughts of seizing man as before Immortal Gu. Unless one had methods like those of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to forcibly take Immortal Gu. Dongfang Changfan was so weak and Fang Yuan held such huge dominance, but at the end, Dongfang Changfan self-detonated with just a thought, not giving Fang Yuan even one Immortal Gu as the spoils for battle. The difficulty of seizing Immortal Gu was evident. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew for a long while before he finally saw a gray streak on the surface of the sea.
As he approached closer, the gray streak in his sight gradually enlarged. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring and it was scarce in vegetation. It was basically a bare, grayish-brown rock. Even seabirds rarely visited it. In a region with bountiful resources like Eastern Sea, it was a barren place. However, Tai Bai Yunshang was a Gu immortal. He did not care about this, only treating it as a temporary residence. An isolated island with a barren landscape would naturally not be coveted by anyone, reducing potential attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunshang slowly landed on the island. He first inspected the Gu formation he had set to see if there had been any changes. These Gu formations were all coarsely arranged by him. One use was for simple monitoring and another use was that if some other Gu immortals came here, the Gu formation would indicate that this island was not ownerless. After inspecting it, Tai Bai Yunsheng found close to 10 additional Gu worms. These were all information path Gu worms carrying messages. Originally, although Tai Bai Yunsheng had been low-key in his conduct, but as a time path healing Gu immortal with extremely useful immortal Gu on him, he earned quite a bit of attention and could not be hidden for long. These information path Gu came from all sorts of parties. Some were from super forces, some from the demonic path, some from immortal zombies, and some from righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them were requests for Tai Bai Yunshang to remedy certain things. A smaller portion did not request Tai Bai Yunshang to immediately help, but wanted to establish friendly relations. If by chance a mishap happened in the future, would this relationship not be of use? Tai Bai Yunshang had a benign nature, and also possessed 2-time path immortal Gu. Thus he was greatly welcomed in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunshang collected these information path Gu worms and entered a cavern. He had only made this cavern for temporary use and had not spent any efforts on it, thus it looked very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunshang first replied to these information path Gu worms, excusing himself from the invitations one by one before sinking into deep thought. I can open a stargate to conveniently return to Hu immortal blessed land. But if I directly open a stargate now, it can ruin the situation. Tai Bai Yunshang could now be considered to have some fame. His actions would be secretly observed by many people. Thus, his return to Hu immortal blessed land this time was more troublesome than previous times. He would really have to put on a false show of approaching the regional wall using a stargate after there was nobody paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan had been studying the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were expended in his mind in producing many insights. Dong Fang Chong Fan was brimming with talent. This wisdom path inheritance in itself primarily gave priority to deductions, and is not specialized for battles, but he conceived the immortal killer move myriad star fireflies, which is a unique concept that almost perfectly transforms the superiority in deduction of the inheritance into offensive power. In this entire inheritance, myriad star fireflies is truly worthy of being the strongest offensive killer move. This was why Fang Yuan was sighing inwardly. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunshang. His was a nature filled with heavy aggressiveness. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods of the inheritance. How did myriad star fireflies cause Fang Yuan to sigh inwardly? The foundation of this move was still star thought Gu. Every starlight firefly was encased in a star thought. The consumption of using this move was terrifying. Not only immortal essence, it also expended the wisdom path Dao marks in the Gu immortal's body. Gu immortals contain Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan had strength path Dao marks. Fire path Gu immortals had fire path Dao marks. Dong Fang Chong Fan's body naturally had wisdom path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, it would consume at least 16 wisdom path Dao marks. Dao marks were very hard to obtain. To obtain Dao marks, besides rare and unique methods, the most common and orthodox method was to pass heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every tribulation and calamity passed could add Dao marks to the Gu immortal's body. The amount of Dao marks received was determined by the strength of the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, the more Dao marks would be obtained. Myriad star fireflies was a move that expended at least 16 Dao marks when used. There was no upper limit. The greater the range of myriad star fireflies, or the higher its power, the more Dao marks would be consumed when using it. But that was precisely why this move was extremely strong.
The Dao marks enter space, forming a peculiar battlefield. It was hard to destroy. When Gu Immortals entered the range, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts, forming the attack for myriad star fireflies. As time passes, myriad star fireflies would grow stronger. This was converting the enemy's strength into one's own strength, and attacking them with it. To enemy Gu Immortals, this was an obscene feeling. It was like they were dropping a rock onto their own feet, or taking a dagger and stabbing themselves. After understanding the secret of myriad star fireflies' usage, Fang Yuan understood something else. No wonder that, in the past, Dongfang Changfan usually used plots and schemes to deal with matters. Only until he had no choice would he take action by using myriad star fireflies. Because even though Dongfang Changfan was the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of the current generation in Northern Plains, he could not use myriad star fireflies frequently. Its cost was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they could not be recovered. Dao marks were hard to obtain. Most Gu Immortals could only get a large number of Dao marks after going through a tribulation. This myriad star fireflies is on par with my current killer move, Myriad Self. Of course, my killer move, Myriad Self, still has a lot of room for improvements. Myriad star fireflies cannot compete with it in this regard. I do not have any wisdom path Dao marks. Unless I enter into wisdom path, I might never be able to use this killer move in my lifetime. Of course, there was also another important point to consider. That was, this killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies, needed a core of 3 wisdom path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not have a single one. When Dongfang Changfan lost, he self-detonated all of his Immortal Gu. He did not leave any to Fang Yuan. Among these 3 wisdom path Immortal Gu, the one Fang Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal Gu. There were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes in this wisdom path inheritance. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal Gu. There was even the refinement experiences of all the past inheritors, and all of their findings after failures. Once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not need to waste so much effort in slowly accumulating the mortal Star Thought Gu. The inheritance said, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence could produce 100,000 star thoughts from the use of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Of course, if Fang Yuan used Star Thought Immortal Gu, the number he would obtain would be less than 100,000. That was because each of the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal inheritors had Wisdom Path Dao marks in them that amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. It was the same as how Fang Yuan could increase Giant Hand's power by 20% with his Strength Path Dao marks. 20% was very low. Ordinary Gu Immortal experts had Dao marks that could increase the power of their Immortal Gu, and their Immortal Killer moves would grow in power accordingly. Twice, thrice, 4 or 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. One of the main reasons why the difference between rank 7 and 8 was so great was due to this. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations. Once they passed them, they would obtain a greater number of Dao marks. Fortune and disaster appeared in turn. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, the more benefits one would obtain. It was a good thing. Once Fang Yuan had Star Thought Immortal Gu, in terms of deductions, he would have fewer obstacles. He would not need to plan their consumption so painstakingly, maintaining such minimal and cautious consumption of Star Thought Gu. In addition, with his current wealth, he could sustain the expenditure of it. But the problem was, though Fang Yuan could sustain the cost of using the Immortal Gu, he could not afford to refine the Immortal Gu itself. Even though he made some profits, he was still a long way from refining Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. They were fragments of the Great Tao. The Immortal Essence stones and immortal materials expended when refining Immortal Gu were extremely great. Most importantly, when refining Immortal Gu, one could not prepare just one set of materials. They had to prepare many portions because the success rate of refining Immortal Gu was too low. Dongfang Changfan was a formidable person in his time, the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. He was in control of a superforce for many years. He had also secretly worked with Immortal Crane Sect, obtaining a fair sum of funds. But even so, at his peak, he only had 8 Immortal Gu in his possession. Among these 8, there was Menzi's Blood Immortal Gu and Split Shadow Immortal Gu. These Immortal Gu were not of Wisdom Path. There were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes in his Wisdom Path inheritance. Among them, he only refined less than half. For example, looking at old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, the former had the highest battle strength among the rank 8s in Northern Plains.
while the latter was one of the 4 most famous refinement path Gu immortals in Northern Plains. They had deep foundations and were very affluent. But to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, even though they had Ma Hongyun and could save a lot of resources, the rest of the resources needed still used up almost all of their savings. It could be said that they were going all in on this. With Fang Yuan's current situation, wanting to refine Immortal Gu was simply wishful thinking. Other than Star thought Immortal Gu, there was an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan thought highly of. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move was used to enshroud a Gu immortal in a layer of foggy starlight for extended periods of time. It could conceal their appearance and prevent others from seeing it. This was just the surface-level effect. Its true effect was to conceal the Gu immortal from appearing as among the secrets of heaven. When other Gu immortals tried to deduce matters about this Gu immortal, the information would be concealed in fog. They would obtain unclear answers. This was almost like the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's effect was to make the Gu immortal be overlooked and for others to fail in the deduction. Star Fog Concealment obscured the information and make deductions harder, getting unclear answers. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more unorthodox ones in the Wisdom Path inheritance. Many of the inheritors did not use it in their lifetimes, thus the recorded experiences on this move were very few in number. Because Wisdom Path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Gu immortals rarely plotted against or attempted to make each other's schemes fail. Under most situations, even if they used it, they could not know what their enemies sensed when deducing information on them. But to Fang Yuan, this was very useful to him. Wasn't his motive for getting the Wisdom Path inheritance to defend against other Wisdom Path Gu immortals, to greatly delay the information of him being the culprit from being exposed to everyone? But unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the core. But the problem was this: Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Eventually, after Fang Yuan browsed through the entire Wisdom Path inheritance, he realized that what he could learn and make use of currently while also being suitable for himself was only one particular part. It was how to deal with enemy wills. There was a lot of content on this: how to defend against enemy wills, how to differentiate wills, how to control enemy wills, what to do when under the control of enemy wills and how to control them instead, how to use wills to attack important matters when engaging in a battle of wills, how to detect wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify the power of wills, how to weaken wills, and much more. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this? Because in his hands he had Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao had incredible refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman with a lot of secrets of Inkmen. She was even the lover of Bo Qing, and was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She knew many historical events that were extremely valuable. What moved Fang Yuan the most was the Red Lotus Demon Venerable inheritance clues that she had. The vital Gu of Fang Yuan's first aperture, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Gu in the past. Thus, he placed much importance on the details of this inheritance. He needed to learn this: how to search wills. Searching souls and searching wills were different matters with completely different difficulties. The former was easier. It was like eating. Everyone had a mouth. Even though Fang Yuan was not in soul path, he could still search Tai by Yunxing's soul. Outsiders could try it. But searching wills was like a chef taste testing a dish, attempting to decipher the main ingredients, supplementary ingredients, condiments, and even the steps involved in producing the dish. This was much more difficult. In other words, this was a specialized technique. Only Wisdom Path experts could try it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Dang Hun Palace diligently practicing the methods to search wills. He had just started learning. He had no experience in this. He was still some way from using it feasibly. "Junior brother, have you been well?" Tai Bai Yunxing smiled lightly. He faced a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea. He could only relax now after seeing Fang Yuan. True friendships were forged in difficulties. To him, Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land was like his home. Fang Yuan invited him to sit down, asking with surprise when he saw the tattered clothing, "You got injured?" Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He said with slight lingering fear, "Now is different from the time I first entered Eastern Sea. Some people are placing attention on me. I could not come back using a Stargate directly. I had to go to the regional wall and put up a show. To think that someone actually followed me, resulting in me seeing for myself the terrifying might of the Earth Tide.
Even though the regional wall was weakened from the earth tide, near the earth tide, the formless tides were unstoppable. Even though I was at the periphery, I suffered greatly from it. Only defensive immortal killer moves have any effect. My 9-cloud ring was like paper in front of it.
Ah, let's not talk about this, junior brother. Did you have many gains? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan started laughing. He would obviously not tell Tai by Yunshang that he, the fake junior brother, had killed his real senior brother.
But Fang Yuan only hid some parts. He told most of the truth to Tai by Yunsheng. After Tai by Yunsheng heard that, he was quite in awe towards a person like Dong Fang Changfan. He talked to Fang Yuan about his own situation.
The situation was such that Tai by Yunshang was quite popular in Eastern Sea. With his development at this rate, he could almost become a second Fairy Li Shan. Tai by Yunshang spoke about Yulu blessed land.
Shark Demon had attacked it many times and faced endless difficulties, but he did not enter Yulu blessed land. He was stuck at the rounds in the outer periphery. Fang Yuan sighed. Fairy Yulu was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yulu Grotto Heaven dropped to become Yulu Blessed Land, but it still has that foundation. It might be that Yulu Blessed Land is one of the hardest kinds of blessed lands to take down.
There are many aspects that influence defense. The first is if the blessed land is whole. The second is whether there is a land spirit. The third is the abundance of immortal essence. The fourth is the presence of guards like desolate beasts. The fifth is immortal goo.
The sixth is immortal killer moves. The seventh is immortal goo houses, and the eighth is goo immortals protecting it.
But from what I see, the offense and defense of a blessed land only depends on one thing overall, that is the quantity of Dao marks. Tai by Yunshang heard Fang Yuan's words and was nodding. These were all common sense.
But when he heard Fang Yuan's last sentence, it was like a burst of enlightenment. He was inwardly moved as he said with much interest, "Please enlighten me." Fang Yuan did not answer. He asked Tai by Yunshin, "Old Bai, do you know about the phrase, man is the spirit of all living beings? Gu are the essence of heaven and earth?" Tai by Yunsheng sat on the chair. He was stunned before laughing and scolding. "Junior brother, you're making fun of me."
I've heard this phrase countless times. Ever since I started my cultivation journey, it's been ringing in my head. Even mortals are familiar with the phrase. Fang Yuan nodded. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone. He spoke. The origin of this phrase is the first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history. It was said by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was the creator of Central Continent's heavenly court. It has remained standing up until now, through many eras, never falling to the corrosion of time.
This phrase is extremely brilliant. It is the golden rule of Gu Master cultivation, having been passed down since long ago. It is even more popular than the legends of Renzu. But in my opinion, this phrase is not brilliant enough. I summarized it into one word, that is Dao. Tai by Yunshin heard this and straightened his body.
He looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes as he said again, "Please enlighten me." Fang Yuan said slowly, "Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings, humans have the highest intelligence and comprehension ability. We can understand heaven and earth and experience the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They are very unique among living beings. Gu worms contain meager traces of the great Tao in their bodies, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao.
Thus, they are the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards, humans die from hunger, trees grow because of rain and fertilizers. These are all Tao.
Gu masters use Gu worms. They can light up fire, make rivers flow upwards, shoot out lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture, use, and refine Gu. They are making use of the Gu worms to display the might of heaven and earth. By living and procreating, they eventually understand the laws of the world. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture becomes an immortal aperture, and Tao marks are carved on the body. One could say that Gu masters are nurturing Tao when they nurture Gu worms, they are using Tao when they use Gu worms, and they are refining Tao when they refine Gu worms. There are Gu masters of all sorts of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. These are all created by our predecessors who walked on an unknown path, a cultivation path that they created step by step. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused before saying, "So in other words, when Gu masters cultivate, they are basically cultivating Tao. When Gu masters cultivate, they are basically cultivating Tao." Tai by Yunshang sat on the chair. He frowned as he thought over Fang Yuan's words. The more he muttered it, the more he felt the extreme brilliance of Fang Yuan's conclusion. This was truly directed at the core of the issue. To him, it was as if he felt clouds parting. He could see the clear skies.
At this point, Fang Yuan continued, let's talk about the foundation of a Gu Immortal's cultivation, the Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture is the blessed land or grotto heaven. It is a small world that contains Tao in it. This kind of Tao cannot compare to the world of the 5 regions. It is only expressed in Tao marks. Take my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as an example. It has the basic time path Tao marks, thus it can draw in a tributary of the river of time, allowing the concept of time to exist in the blessed land and for time to flow. It also has a rather large number of space path Tao marks, thus the blessed land is large. Even after losing the north area, it still is very large. Hu Immortal Land Spirit can even teleport freely. In blessed lands with few space path Tao marks, they have a smaller area and the land spirit cannot teleport. It is most abundant in enslavement path Tao marks. Precisely because of these Tao marks, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is helpful for raising foxes. In addition, it can help in enslaving beast groups that are similar in body structure to foxes, and can even promote the growth of desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yun Sheng nodded and said in agreement, that is absolutely correct. In my Tai Bai Blessed Land, it is most numerous in time path Tao marks, thus my time-based resources are very abundant. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. It has the least earth path Tao marks, thus there are no mountains in my blessed land, and the soil is infertile as well. In terms of space path Tao marks, it is only ordinary. In total, the area is not large, but the sky is very high. He said this as his eyes shined brightly. He gained some understanding. That is why I said the offense and defense of a blessed land only is based at one thing, that is, the composition of Tao marks in the blessed land. Fang Yuan continued, blessed lands are a small world. Why can they restrict enemies and seal their Gu worms? The reason is because of the large number of Tao marks in the blessed land. It is like a pond. Mortal Gu contain traces of Tao. They are like drops of water, sparks of fire. 1 drop of water entering the pond would be fused into it easily. 1 spark of fire entering the pond will get extinguished easily. Thus, once the Tao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power would be enforced and mortal Gu would lose effect. Why are immortal Gu unrestricted by blessed lands? Because immortal Gu are the law fragments. They are unique entities, just like a rock. When a rock is tossed into a pond, no matter how the surface ripples, the entry of the rock cannot be stopped. But although it cannot be sealed, it can be suppressed. When an immortal Gu is used in blessed lands to battle, its power would be weakened or strengthened by the blessed land's Tao marks. As for Gu immortals, when they invade blessed lands, they would be suppressed by the Tao marks as well. But Gu immortals have an immortal body. They are fundamentally different from mortals. What are immortal bodies? To put it simply, they are bodies that have Tao marks carved on them. When Gu immortals invade blessed land, the more Tao marks in the blessed land, the more suppression the Gu immortal would feel. In contrast, the more Tao marks on the Gu immortal's body, the less suppression they would experience. In his past life, Fang Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal. He could not enter many of the fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. That was because these fragment worlds had sparse Tao marks. They were far fewer than the Tao marks in his body. If Fang Yuan entered them, it would be like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only result would be that the fragment world would burst, causing the fragment world's Tao marks to be destroyed. The winds of assimilation would blow and destroy all of the resources in the fragment world. Or looking at another example, the demons and Dongfang Chang Fan had been fighting in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfang Chang Fan used his territorial advantage and caused the Gu immortals to be unable to use their mortal Gu, but he could not seal their immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land. Even though it had a lot of Tao marks, it was very mixed. Dongfang Chang Fan could not mobilize all of the Tao marks. He could only control the part of the blessed land that he contributed. Thus, its power was limited. He could not even cause the flying Gu immortals to land on the ground. Not all Gu immortals possessed immortal killer moves for flying. But Gu immortals have Tao marks in their bodies. They can resist the suppression of the blessed land's Tao marks. The demonic path Gu immortals' mortal killer moves had no effect against Dongfang Chang Fan. But the mortal killer moves used on their own bodies still had effect. Truly insightful, truly insightful. Tai Yunsheng was struck by realization. He sighed, I understand. Public blessed lands have weak defenses. Why is that? That is because they are formed by numerous Gu immortals sacrificing a portion of their blessed lands. They were pieced together. These types of blessed lands are very mixed in Dao mark varieties. They cancel out each other and cannot form a cohesive strength. It is like having a finger each from 5 people. They can only act individually. They cannot form into a fist. Blessed land that have a soul origin also have Dao marks that are pure. If there are land spirits, they can expend immortal essence and mobilize the Dao marks to use the heavenly power. Immortal Gu are the law fragments. There are Dao marks on the desolate beasts' bodies. Gu immortals have been mentioned already. Immortal Gu houses are formed by combining immortal Gu, while immortal killer moves are the fusion of many types of Dao marks. They are an effect or great power formed from varying sources. Thus, be it the blessed land or grotto heaven, the purer the Dao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit, immortal essence, they are all to assist the use of Dao marks. Looking at Imperial Court blessed land, if not for the land spirit and 88 true young building contesting against each other, if it was fully protected, how could it be destroyed? Saying this, Tai Yunsheng left his seat. He straightened his back and faced Fang Yuan. Bowing, after hearing your words, Fang Yuan, I have truly felt enlightened. My questions are answered. I have gained much from it. From today onwards, I would not dare to call you junior brother. A skilled person is a teacher. On the road of cultivation, you have already surpassed me. Old bye, today we are just having a casual conversation. You do not need to be humble. You know this reasoning deep within yourself. You were just not as clear on it as me. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He was very calm and collected. Tai Yunsheng's face was austere. No, although the reasoning is simple, it is extremely brilliant. The word Dao is indeed more brilliant than the phrase man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was quite ignorant in the past, only now have I seen the essence of Gu master cultivation. This reasoning, I am afraid ordinary Gu immortals have not comprehended it yet. Fang Yuan showed a slight smile. Tai Yunsheng's words were not exaggerated. In truth, the reason he could understand this was because he had the advantage of being a transmigrator. In the previous life of his previous life, Earth was greatly developed in the field of science. Laws of mechanics, trigonometry, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity, and others, weren't all these the laws of nature? From this aspect, science is also a form of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum and I shall move the earth. This classic sentence, when used in the Gu world, would be, give me a Gu worm and I can give off light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms, and I will be omnipotent. Because he had experiences from 2 worlds, Fang Yuan could observe this world from another angle. He could understand logic that others could not sense or comprehend. But in the Gu master world, was there nobody who can understand this reasoning? How could that be? There were lots of people who understood. Primordial origin immortal venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. This was a more detailed and easily understood explanation of Tao. Primordial origin immortal venerable said it to aid in educating people of the future. It led to the development of inheritances of various paths. He had a different objective. Anyone who could understand this was someone of high position. A Gu immortal that stood up high. After looking at their cultivation journey over their entire life, they could conclude this. Ordinary Gu masters were living in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals were busy dealing with their calamities and tribulations. Why would they have time to think about such useless things? Whether they could understand this reasoning or not, their lives would not be affected. In the end, it was only a way of thinking. But one could not look down on this way of thinking. Gunpowder was first used to refine pills in ancient China. When exposed to other civilizations, it had been developed into use for guns and cannons. The ingenuity of Chinese civilization was unquestionable, but modern Earth was on the path of science, and the Western world's contribution was the greatest. Different streams of thought would prevail in separate societies when viewing the world, and 2 different civilizations would be created. Between civilizations, one could not say which was superior or inferior. They were specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Yunsheng, who was part of the Gu master civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and was deeply enlightened. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's understanding was much higher than him. He did not dare to call him junior brother anymore. A skilled person is a teacher.
If he continued to call Fang Yuan junior brother, Tai Bai Shang would feel extremely embarrassed inwardly. There was a type of feeling called humiliation of being inferior. Tai Bai Shang was currently in such a state. The two talked for some more time before Tai Bai Shang said his goodbyes to Fang Yuan. Even though they had always communicated with each other using Gu, after a face-to-face conversation, any distance between them had vanished. Fang Yuan had lived in two worlds. His manipulation techniques were extremely amazing. After a simple conversation about Dao, he left a deep impression in Tai Bai Shang, making the latter have a feeling of inferiority. After learning that Tai Bai Shang had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Hu Immortal Blessed Land as quickly as possible. Right now in Snowy Mountain, old ancestor Shui, who was present all the time, Tai Bai Shang was an outsider and had a sensitive identity. He could not go there anymore. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Shang had the experience of saving Danghun Mountain, this process did not have any issues. It was completed uneventfully. Fairy Li Shan's pale face let out a sigh. After getting past this difficulty, a weight on her mind had finally been lifted. But she still had severe injuries on her. She needed to recuperate. Wait a moment. Fairy Li Shan was about to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction. I wonder if you are interested? Fang Yuan talked about his plan. He did not have the wealth to refine immortal Gu. But that did not mean that the combination of Tai Bai Shang, Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, and Fang Yuan could not afford it. Right now, Fairy Jiangyu's whereabouts are unknown, and to take Dark Limit Immortal Gu, we do not have a technique like that of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dong Fang Chong Fan's inheritance. It is called Star Fog Concealment. It can conceal one from heavenly secrets and is suitable for us. Fairy Li Shan's words immediately interested Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, who was beside her. But after hearing that Star Fog Concealment needed 2 Immortal Gu as the core to activate it, Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Refining an Immortal Gu is already beyond our capabilities. 2 Immortal Gu are an impossible task. Now, although restoring Minuscule Mountain saved Fairy Li Shan a huge amount of expenses, the injuries on her body still needed to be healed by other Gu Immortals. There was also old ancestor Shui, whose missions that had been given to her, and the fact that she was sponsoring He Lulan to cultivate all along. Her deep financial power was at its limits. She was in difficult circumstances with funds just like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice. He could only come up with another investment plan. He suggested, by gathering the wealth of all 4 of them, they could purchase knowledge and experiences of raising hairy men, and buy hairy man slaves in bulk. They could also raise the scale of the stone nests, increasing the production of Airsac Gu, to increase the amount of Guts Gu traded. The 4 can split the profits after that. This plan was much cheaper than refining Immortal Gu. But he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan, have you thought about Immortal Cranesek's reaction? Your Guts Gu trade is a monopoly. It is extremely profitable and has attracted much attention. If you increase the scale of production, Immortal Cranesect is bound to become even more jealous. If the balance in their mindsets change, they might target Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. What will you do then? We have enough trouble already. The less complications, the better. Fang Yuan was silently before replying. You are right. Forget about it. After Fairy Li Shan returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, He Lulan stayed in a stone nest to refine Airsac Gu for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 suggestions did not succeed. He was unresigned. After returning to Danghun Palace, he contacted Lang Ye Land Spirit. The hairy men in Lang Ye Blessed Land were the best quality he had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Treasure Yellow Heaven, none of the hairy men were as skillful as the ones in Lang Ye Blessed Land. From this, one could easily guess that Lang Ye Land Spirit had the best methods to raise hairy men as well as rich experience in doing so. Fang Yuan did not have immortal essence stones, but he had the wisdom path inheritance, many immortal Gu recipes, and he had a huge amount of immortal materials. They were all things that Lang Ye Land Spirit desired. Could he use these to make a transaction with Lang Ye Land Spirit? Fang Yuan started with hope, but he ended with disappointment. Lang Ye Land Spirit's attitude was firm. It was like an iron wall with no way of getting through.
You're targeting the hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to trade with me, there is only one way, by completing the task. Lang Yalan's spirit repeated the task again. He wanted that rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flower petals. Fang Yuan was slightly interested. He thought about it as he asked, "If I can get this immortal material for you, can you sell me some hairy man slaves? Or a portion of your experience in raising them?" Lang Yalan's spirit waved his sleeves in rejection. "Impossible. Anything involving hairy men is not for sale. You should forget about this idea. But if you can find the immortal material I want, I can give you the goo recipes of all-out effort goo. In fact, I not only have the rank 1 to 5 goo recipes of all-out effort goo, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe. Isn't this something you need?" Lang Yalan's spirit tossed out this bait. It indeed enticed Fang Yuan, but he was also a little angry internally. Lang Yalan's spirit was trying to make use of Fang Yuan, but could it be so easy to get this immortal material? The danger was too great. Fang Yuan would have to risk his life. As the saying goes, a fall in a pit, a gain in one's wit. How many times had Fang Yuan taken advantage of Lang Yalan's spirit? The Northern Plains auction was simply too much of a loss for the land spirit. The pain was so great that the land spirit had come to a realization. That was why Lang Yalan's spirit became so hard to deal with. The reason was Fang Yuan. Investment or effort leads to reward. The reverse is also true. Any reward would have its price. Fang Yuan obtained so much in immortal materials for essentially no cost. The price was that his relationship with Lang Yalan's spirit became ice cold. Land spirits were formed by the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. They were very stubborn. Even though they could not lie, once they made up their minds, they would not easily change it. Thus, suddenly, Fang Yuan could not do anything. Lang Yablessed Land could not provide him any more help. There was no need to ask Lang Yalan's spirit for any investments. His plan failed. Fang Yuan sighed as he placed his attention on the Blessed Land's calamity. 2 days later. Myriad Self-Giant Hand, rise. Fang Yuan activated his immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed on 4 sides of Dang Hun Mountain as it lifted, while the other 4 lifted the base of it into the air. Dang Hun Mountain rose up rapidly. It was tens of meters away from the ground in no time. Tai Bai Yun Shang was floating in the air. Seeing this, he was stunned. At a stone nest, He Lulan looked from far away at the huge Dang Hun Mountain floating in the air. She muttered to herself. In such a short time he got stronger again. It was much easier now for Fang Yuan to lift Dang Hun Mountain. Not only because he was using 8 strength path hands, but because he had already completely fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move Myriad Self, making it part of its core. Originally, Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. After Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was starving, it could not be used anymore, so he used Self-Strength instead. But now, the core of Myriad Self-Killer move became 2 goo, one was Self-Strength, the other was Pulling Mountain. Don't just stare. Take it. Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly opened up his immortal aperture as the 8 strength path giant hands brought Dang Hun Mountain into his blessed land slowly. Alright, next, the land spirit will lead you to collect several resources in the blessed land. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Under Little Hu Immortal's control, he vanished in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan landed on the ground. Without Dang Hun Mountain, the center of the blessed land was very empty. He sat there and closed his eyes, mobilizing time luck immortal goo as countless mortal goo flew up from within his immortal aperture. His dead land. As beads of green grape immortal essence were consumed, with time luck immortal goo as the core, and the surrounding mortal goo acting as support, a huge white gold mist of light was formed. The mist of light entered the air, flying across the gray sky for several li, towards a group of goo master captives. These captives were from Dongfang tribe. Earlier, they were imprisoned by Fang Yuan in an underground cell. Now, they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the mist of light covered them, these captives screamed in shock. What is this thing? They had an ominous feeling within themselves. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and could not move. The white gold mist of light circulated around them, initially slowly but growing faster. It soon spun quickly as it formed a spiral of white gold light.
The white-gold light spiral circulated for a while before exploding into a white-gold-colored light pillar. Immortal killer move. Time assist luck. The light pillar penetrated out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It went all the way up along Fang Yuan's spine, until it shot out of Fang Yuan's head, into the sky. After several breaths of time, the light pillar vanished. At the same time, the white gold spiral in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was consumed. On the rotting ground, there were corpses of all the Dongfang tribe captives. These corpses were all dried out and old. They were originally young people, but they were now extremely aged. Time assist luck had such an effect. It snatched the lifespan of others to give the Gu Immortal a temporary boost in his own luck. I won't give in. You killed us, you murderer. We will haunt you even as ghosts. For your own selfish reasons. You murdered us innocent souls. You are a sinner. You are a murderer. Eat him, eat him. Suddenly, a large number of vengeful remnant spirits came out of Fang Yuan's body. They twisted around his soul and were attacking him fiercely. Fang Yuan snickered. His tall, immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body had already counterattacked, colliding with these souls. These souls were very tattered and were mortal souls. It was reasonable to say that they were not worth mentioning. But at this point, Fang Yuan's soul was being suppressed by them. Thankfully, they did not have intelligence. They could not cooperate. Fang Yuan moved his soul and killed them one by one. He paid a huge price, but he exterminated these souls. After the battle, Fang Yuan's soul was 30% of its original size. It was dim and resembled a flickering candle. It was barely a light. Its injuries could be said to be severe. But thankfully, he had Guts Goo. He crushed Airsac Goo one after another. The Guts Goo inside broke as well, turning into the purest form of nourishment for his soul to strengthen and recover. A moment later, Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered. It was back at its peak condition. Compared to before, his soul was more refined. It was like forged steel, becoming more compact and durable. The backlash of remnant souls is time assist luck killer move's greatest weakness, but after the soul battle ends, when my soul recovers, there is some advantage of refining the soul. Fang Yuan could clearly discern the benefits and weaknesses of this move. Time assist luck increased one's luck without expending one's own lifespan, but it had two big disadvantages. First was the backlash of the remnant souls. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant souls become extremely fierce, and in the dangerous battle of souls, one could not use any soul path methods and had to rely on their own soul to battle. Thus, even soul path Gu immortals often suffered severe damage to their soul after the battle of souls. Second was that time assist luck could only be used once a month, and this related to the amount of time experienced by the immortal body. What was meant by the time experienced by the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different rates of time flow compared to the outside world. For instance, one day in the outside world could be over 15 days in the blessed land. If the Gu Immortal was in the outside world, the time experienced by their immortal body was 1 day. If they were in the blessed land, the same time in the outside world experienced by the immortal body would be 15 days. The length of a Gu Immortal's lifespan was the total amount of time their immortal body experienced. Fang Yuan took back time luck immortal Gu as well as the other mortal Gu, and subconsciously gazed upwards. It's a pity that I don't have luck inspection immortal Gu and cannot inspect the change in my luck. I also can't tell how effective the killer move time assist luck is. Oh, right, I can't inspect myself, but I can inspect others. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of a way. He had luck inspection mortal Gu, although it could not be used to see his own luck. He had connected his luck with Yifan, Han Li and Hong Yi. The series of luck connections made the luck of the four of them the same, like 4 bowls of water with the same volume. The water in Fang Yuan's bowl had suddenly increased. This rise would immediately be divided into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 portions would flow to the other 3 people. Fang Yuan could not inspect his own luck, but he could inspect the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals at present. Southern border. In a lush forest on a mountain, Yifan was quickly moving along the ground like an ape. He occasionally jumped over boulders, and at times climbed and grabbed long green vines flying between the tall trees. He was extremely fast. as if he was truly possessed by an ape. In fact, fine ape hair grew on his nose, cheeks, arms, and other areas. Yifan's eyes were also not white and black. Instead, they had turned golden. He was staring at a blue speck of light in front of him with a slightly anxious look. This blue face goo is truly slippery. It is so hard to catch.
No, I must catch it. It is rank 3 goo of transformation path and can change a male goo master's appearance. I am currently under an arrest warrant. This goo worm is even more important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch was felt at the bottom of Yifan's heart. Yifan glanced quickly at his body and saw his arms were already covered in thick ape hair. His heart sank. Damn it! I forcibly activated the killer move ape transformation. The longer I maintain this killer move, the more ape hair there will be, and once it goes beyond the limit, I might turn into a half-man and half-ape monster. But if I stop this killer move, my speed will definitely fall, and I will only be able to watch this wild blue face goo leave. Right as Yifan was in a dilemma, the sky rapidly changed, as dark clouds covered the sky, and soon, bean-sized raindrops started to fall. In a dozen breaths of time, the drops of rain had turned into torrential rain. The rainstorm obstructed his vision. Yifan had completely lost the blue light he had barely been able to chase. Damn it! I spent several days and nights, and now all my effort has failed. Sigh, without a goo worm specially meant to capture wild goo, it is really difficult to capture them with just bare hands. Yifan was soon soaked thoroughly, inwardly in great disappointment. Crackle. Right at this time, a bolt of lightning struck a large tree on the mountain. The tree fell down. Fire burned and soon spread, unable to be extinguished by the rainstorm. On this tung oil mountain, there are tung trees everywhere and they are very combustible. I need to quickly leave this place, otherwise it will be too late once there is a wildfire. Yifan quickly left. After 15 minutes, he was standing at the base of the mountain looking at the wildfire spreading wildly over the mountain, the rainstorm unable to extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave when suddenly a blue light swayed into his vision. When Yifan saw it clearly, his eyes opened wide. It was that blue face goo. But this blue face goo had dense soot over its body and was clearly heavily injured. Yifan quickly hurried over and grabbed it. Normally, a goo master would face stubborn resistance from a goo worms, when they refined wild goo. But as the blue face goo was too weak, Yifan was able to refine it within a few breaths of time. I had never imagined I would obtain blue face goo like this. Yifan sighed inwardly at the mysteriousness of fate. He was fully satisfied with this pleasant surprise and was about to leave, when suddenly his body stiffened like a stone statue. After the blue face goo, there were still 3 wild goo worms that had escaped the fire and were flying in his direction in heavily injured states. Western Desert. On a rocky beach, all sizes of rocks were piled up and spread over the surroundings, forming a natural rock field. Han Li was breathing heavily as he ran over the broken rocks. His legs hurt badly, but he endured it. Brat! Put down those 3 nodding stones. A rank 3 goo master shouted in fury from behind while in fierce pursuit of Han Li. Han Li ran even faster when he heard the voice. In his vision, a tall pile of rocks was getting bigger and bigger. Han Li involuntarily showed a happy expression. These rocks were extremely large and firm, with gaps of all sorts of sizes in between the rocks. This was a very good hiding place. The rank 3 goo master who was chasing Han Li, however, was exceptionally anxious. Han Li was only a young man with a weak and thin physique. He would be able to leave the goo master's vision soon if he entered the gaps. The previous intense battle had consumed the primeval essence of the rank 3 goo master. He was not able to even activate rank 3 movement goo and had no choice but to chase him by simply running. Damn it! Do I let him slip away like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 goo master elder, while he is only immortal. If I let him escape and word of this matter spreads, how am I going to hold my reputation up in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are materials to refine rank 5 goo. They are very valuable. If they were sold, the rank 3 goo master was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth fiercely and finally used his trump card. His mind blanked out briefly as his lifespan decreased by 2 years in exchange for 20% rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% to activate a movement goo worm. His speed increased sharply and in several breaths, he was right behind Han Li.
he used the other 10% primeval essence to punch out a stone fist. The stone fist could definitely kill Han Li if it struck. However, a bright light flashed past the Goo Master's eyes as he dispelled this thought. On one hand, he was afraid of shattering the nodding stones with Han Li, and on other hand, he really hated Han Li and wanted to properly torture him to death to vent his anger. Therefore, the stone fist brushed past Han Li's right leg and crashed into the tall and sturdy rock pile. A series of muffled sounds echoed, dust swirled and shattered rocks splattered everywhere. Han Li received a heavy injury. His right leg was directly fractured. However, he had a firm disposition and knew his life was hanging by a thread right now. He screamed before using all his strength to jump forward. His thin and small body allowed him to land right into a crevice. The rank 3 Goo Master was startled. He had used up all his primeval essence and had no more ways now. Was he really going to let this brat escape alive? But soon the Goo Master relaxed. Han Li had jumped into a crevice, but his head had hit a wall and was bleeding, and with the serious fracture of his right leg, he was dizzy and could not even climb up. Brat, you really can run.
Run more. The rank 3 Goo Master slowly walked closer to Han Li with a vicious expression. Han Li was filled with despair. He subconsciously stepped back, but his speed was extremely slow.
The rank 3 Goo Master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Han Li as he entered the crevice with a sinister smile. Boom! Suddenly, the many large rocks forming the crevice collapsed above the rank 3 Goo Master. The rank 3 Goo Master's sternum broke and his lungs were pierced. He struggled for a while before dying. Han Li was left stupefied on the spot. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. The Goo refinement competition had already entered its final round. 16 young Goo Masters were sitting cross-legged on the plaza, and under everyone's gazes, started refining Goo simultaneously. The refinement path convention of Central Continent was already approaching. Universal Life Academy might only be a small sect, but every sect of Central Continent had a quota for participating in the refinement path convention. Universal Life Academy only had 3 places reserved, and 1 each was given to a disciple, elder and external elder of the sect. Now, 16 Goo Master disciples were fighting for the sole reservation. This competition will soon reach the crucial moment. Right? There is one final barrier in refining Red Face Goo, which tests the Goo Master's subtle control of their senses. Their hands and mind must be coordinated to maintain control over the fire. Look, Chao Yu has already reached this barrier. He is intentionally slowing down the speed of Goo refinement to have sufficient time to react. Spectating disciples discussed and analyzed the situation in soft voices. After a while, 2 others entered this final barrier. As expected, they are Xielan and Lu Wan. These 2 along with Chao Yu are publicly recognized as the 3 ultimately most talented elite disciples in refinement path of our academy. The final winner of this competition should be from among these 3. Maybe there is a dark horse? This is not possible. Cultivating refinement path requires large amounts of practice and is not a matter of instant success. Even if someone secretly practices, this process would also waste enormous amounts of resources, and the records of buying Goo refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the raised platform, the academy principal was sitting at the front with 6 elders beside him, watching the competition to prevent any cheating from occurring. Time flowed by. There was a 4th young Goo Master, then a 5th and a 6th who stepped into this final crucial step one after the other.
We can basically confirm it now. The winner will be from among Chao Yu, Xielan and Lu Wan. As long as they don't make a mistake, they are the top 3.
Other Goo Masters have also reached the final step, but it is already too late. While the spectators discussed outside the plaza, the elders were also secretly communicating. The refinement hall elder spent all his effort to nurture the 3 of them. They are at the upper level even in Central Continent. They are truly prized students of a brilliant master. An elder praised. I am flattered. I am flattered.
These 3 children have talent, but it was mostly because of Lord Principal's support. Otherwise, they would not have become so familiar with the refinement steps. The refinement hall elder was very modest. The academy principal did not speak.
The refinement hall elder shifted the topic as he spoke about Hong Yi. Speaking of which, your son, Hong Yi has such talent as well. He is in the finals now.
Most notably, he is not a disciple of the Refinement Hall. It is very impressive that he managed to attain such results despite having little practice. All of the elders looked at each other. They were secretly despising the Refinement Hall elder for bootlicking the principal so smoothly. But they all voiced out their agreement with him. Indeed. With Lord Principal's bloodline in him, how can he be weak? When he first entered the academy, he was still inconspicuous.
But now, Hong Yi is already the leader of the disciples. In the future, he is sure to be a leader somewhere. The principal snorted. You are praising him because he is my son. Do you think I cannot tell? He could get into the finals because of his dog's hit luck. He tries out everything without putting hard work into any of them. By learning everything, he is also being unskilled at every aspect. After this competition, send him into 7 days of seclusion so that he can reflect on himself. The elders were silent.
Lord Principal had several sons. Hong Yi was the most capable one, but he was the son of a concubine and did not have a good relationship with his father. He had a rebellious nature and was thus often suppressed by the principal. This time, Hong Yi signed up for the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At the moment, Hong Yi's forehead was covered in sweat as he looked at the lump of fire in his hands. In the fire, the goo worm was gradually taking form.
I am finally at the last step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hong Yi observed the others while in the midst of his refinement. He saw that Chao Yu, Xiaolon and Lu Wen's flames had shrunken to the size of wicks. Hong Yi knew that he had no hope of winning. In truth, he had refinement path talent greater than Chao Yu and the other two. But he practiced very little. One reason was because this was not his main path. He could not divert too much attention to it as he lacked in the time he could invest. Secondly, he had no financial support. Even though he had some fortuitous encounters, his father did not support him. He could only cultivate his main path. Damn it!
Father has already noticed my intention. I want my mother's memorial tablet to be placed in the ancestral hall, but father follows the ancestral rules strictly. Why would he allow it?
He wants me to be like my other siblings, obeying him without question, and not challenging his prestige. But Hong Clan had been really unfair to my mother. This is injustice. If I do not seek justice for my mother, I am not a filial son. Forget it. At this point, I can only take a risk and make a shot in the dark. The refinement of this red face goo is usually completed in an instant in a refinement path master's hands.
But the fire is hard to control, thus the others are slowing down at this step. I cannot complete it instantly, of course, but if I can surpass their speed, I will have a chance of winning. Hong Yi made up his mind. He immediately acted on it. Be it the disciples around him or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hong Yi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. He is so naive. Hong Yi is taking a risk, but how can he turn this around?
Unless he is a refinement path master. He is obviously not a refinement path master. He is seeking his own doom. Look, his fire has gone out of control already. Oh no! Hong Yi cried out in dismay. The flame in his hands was flickering. It was making cracking sounds as it burned. It was going to explode. The force of the explosion would not be scary. After all, this was a test from the academy. They were concerned about the disciples' safety. I failed. Hong Yi's heart sank. The flame in his hand had completely lost control. It even flew away from his hand.
At once, Hong Yi felt extremely bitter.
I still failed in the end, achoo. He had been practicing goo refinement for the last few nights. He had been putting in last-minute effort but had gotten a cold in the process. Because he relaxed himself now, and his body was full of sweat, he could not help but sneeze. His sneeze blew at the fire and the flames extinguished at once. A refined red face goo fell onto the concrete floor of the stage with a loud sound. I refined it successfully? Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone stopped their movements on the spot. Guh! An elder who was drinking tea spat out all of the tea in his mouth. Even the academy principal, Hong Yi's father, stood up subconsciously. He had a strange expression. He was stunned. This sneeze actually worked like the method of a refinement path master, causing the refinement's final step to be completed in an instant, creating the red face goo. Hong Yi, this lad. Just what kind of dog's hit luck is this? Who Immortal blessed land? Fang Yuan, Tai by Yun Shang, who Immortal land spirit and He Lu Lan were floating in the air. awaiting the start of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity would it be this time? Little Hu Immortal looked at her master. Fang Yuan touched her little head. Don't worry. This time, the situation is different from last time. We have 3 Gu Immortals here, and Dang Hun Mountain along with lots of our resources were moved out. The Blessed Land's foundation is greatly depleted. Furthermore, I raised my own luck. I have an 80% confidence of getting through this calamity. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasized on balance. The deeper the foundation of the Blessed Land, the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. Thus, Fang Yuan moved Danghun Mountain and all the other precious resources into Tai Bai Yun Shang's immortal aperture. This way, with less fortune in the Blessed Land, the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would be much weaker. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, he learned about the power of luck path. He knew that the stronger his own luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would be. One could say that Fang Yuan had done all the preparation possible. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that he would fail in resisting the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were an immense variety of earthly calamities. It was unknown which one was coming. Earthly calamities have all sorts of strange effects. Even those rare and unheard of abilities were possible. Even those that had never been seen before could appear. The difficulty of resisting them would be much greater. As they waited, Earth Chi started to rumble as the earthly calamity began. Stalks upon stalks of flowers pierced the ground of Hu Immortal Blessed Land as they grew rapidly. In a few breaths' time, bright red stalks of flowers grew all around Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is... The Immortals hesitated. The flowers were blooming in all directions. These flowers were huge. They had the size of a person's face. The petals were soft and delicate like silk. They were layered on top of each other. Each flower had at least 6 layers of petals, and around 100 petals in total. This is the blood poison carrier, Fang Yuan said in a quiet tone. He recognized this flower. He felt very helpless. To think that this earthly calamity was a type of blood calamity. These blood poison carrier flowers only took 10 breaths of time from budding to wilting. When they wilt, their petals and roots would turn into a pool of poison. The poisonous blood would pollute the Blessed Land, causing widespread damage to life, leading to great losses. Only wood path techniques were specialized at dealing with these blood poison carrier flowers. Other than that, any blood poison carrier that was destroyed would also turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Fang Yuan had wood path techniques, it was too late. There were so many blood poison carrier flowers all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What could he do to stop them? Thus, even though there were 3 Gu Immortals on his side, facing the vast sea of blood poison carrier flowers, they were helpless. The blood poison carrier flowers quickly wilted, as poisonous blood covered the surface of the ground like a layer of water. The water surface was not deep, about the height of a person's ankles, but it was all over Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The lake at the eastern part of the Blessed Land had been completely polluted. The fox groups and wolf groups at the western part of the Blessed Land faced countless deaths. Corpses were lying in the pool of blood. Their blood flowed out and added to the pool of poisonous blood. The Rockman slaves in the southern part were rudely awakened. Many of the Rockmen had blood poison carrier flowers growing on their bodies. After the flower wilted, poisonous blood flowed out as the Rockmen cried out in pain, but few of them died. Tai Bai Yun Shang felt a chill as he looked at the sky, sighing, "Heaven really wouldn't give us an easy time." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan consoled him. "Tribulations are hard to endure. The current situation is quite good already." Looking at the poisonous blood all over the Blessed Land, even though most of the land is polluted and your losses are severe, the Earth Chi has already settled down. This earthly calamity is over already. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were watery. "Master, we have to clear up the poisonous blood. The soil is polluted. It will not produce anything for the next few years. Our pink flower rabbits, wolf groups, and fox groups suffered great losses in numbers." Fang Yuan made a move immediately. He used pulling water immortal goo to siphon the poisonous blood into his own immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was a dead land. It was full of death energy and had no life. The poisonous blood could not pollute anything. But the poisonous blood was all over the blessed land. The range was too huge. Even if Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal goo, the efficiency was too low. He felt some regret inwardly. If I knew this, I would not have fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. I would have fused pulling water immortal goo first. That way, my efficiency would be higher and my immortal essence expenditure would be lower. Man proposes, heaven disposes, this saying fit the current situation. After spending a day and a night, Fang Yuan finally extracted all of the poisonous blood in this blessed land and moved it into his immortal aperture. During this period, he worked without a break. He did not rest or sleep. He spent quite a sum of green grape immortal essence during the process. Removing the pollution of the poisonous blood could not be dragged on. The longer he took, the deeper the pollution and the greater the aftereffects. Even though the poisonous blood was removed, the soil on the surface of the blessed land was entirely poisonous. Squeezing it with one's hand would produce some bloody red mush. If it was not settled, in several days, this layer of soil would completely rot, turning into poisonous blood and polluting soil in other areas. Fang Yuan immediately made up his mind, removing this layer of soil. Even though Tai Bai Yunshang had landscape as before to restore the land back to its original state, Fang Yuan did not adopt that method. Thus, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunshang, and He Lulan worked together, spending several days and finally getting rid of the soil layer. Fang Yuan moved all of the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he was extremely exhausted. There was a lot of work to do. Looking at it from another perspective, it was a good thing that Fang Yuan removed the north area of the blessed land previously. Immortal blessed land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Afterwards, looking back at this earthly calamity, there was really nothing dangerous. But this earthly calamity targeted Fang Yuan's weakness. It was quite unpleasant. Fang Yuan and the other two Gu immortals could only watch the earthly calamity develop, making as much compensation as possible afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in immortal blessed land. This place was the safest to stay in for her right now. Under Fang Yuan's arrangement, she continued to use strength Qi immortal Gu, assisting the hairy man slaves in the stone nests, refining large numbers of airsac Gu. Right now, there was a mountain of airsac Gu in the storage. Airsac Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. It was paired with guts Gu and sold together. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had made full use of He Lulan. The three stone nests were refining Gu crazily, creating large numbers of airsac Gu. Right now, there was a high number of airsac Gu. The production of guts Gu could not keep up. Fang Yuan changed his refinement plan. He made one stone nest refine airsac Gu, while the other two refined mortal star thought Gu. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger. Because their earlier deal was, before the tribulation, He Lulan would help the hairy men with the refinement of airsac Gu. After these airsac Gu were used to store guts Gu and sold for profit, all of it would go to Fang Yuan. Now that immortal blessed land had gone through the tribulation, from now on, the sale of guts Gu would include He Lulan's share of the profit. He Lulan lacked money too. Or more accurately speaking, any Gu immortal who had just ascended into an immortal like her would lack money. Especially now, when Fairy Li Shan's wealth was dwindling, she could not support He Lulan's cultivation anymore. He Lulan's desire towards immortal essence stones was at an all-time high. But just when she wanted to start building and accumulating her foundation, Fang Yuan shrunk the production of airsac Gu. He Lulan was helpless. The three stone nests were Fang Yuan's possession. He could refine whatever he wanted to. He did not need to get her input. But was He Lulan someone who gave up easily? She found Fang Yuan and talked to him, hoping that he would allocate at least 2 stone nests to refining airsac Gu so as to increase the sale of guts Gu. Fang Yuan attended to her enthusiastically, telling her about his difficulties with much emotion. Fairy Lulan, I also want to increase production. I have a huge headache right now. You've also seen how many hairy men I've lost in the production of airsac Gu. If I want to replenish the number of hairy men, the cost will go up. Meanwhile, refining star thought Gu is much milder and would cause fewer deaths in the hairy men. At this point, I've lost about 30% of my hairy men. If this goes on, I'll need to buy hairy man slaves. But you've just witnessed immortal blessed land undergoing tribulation. The losses were very great. Now it's necessary to be more sparing. He Lulan heard this and frowned. She felt vexed inwardly.
She almost lost control and shouted, "You're bullshitting me." Even if He Lu Lan did not know about Fang Yuan's total assets, she knew this. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already transferred all of his precious resources into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. He had no great losses. Meanwhile, in Jade Pool Blessed Land, he seized so many resources and even obtained Dongfang Changfan's soul. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners out of the people in Taichou. The sale of Gutsgu was very much in demand. Most of the profits went to Fang Yuan. No matter how poor Fang Yuan was, he could definitely afford to buy a group of hairy man slaves. Fang Yuan was lamenting about poverty to He Lu Lan. Seeing that she was unhappy, he continued smiling, saying, "Actually, in my opinion, my earlier suggestion is quite appropriate. We can pull a huge fund and buy experiences and knowledge of raising hairy men before buying the slaves and raising them ourselves. This is a long-term investment. It is extremely worth it in the long run." Fang Yuan mentioned his suggestion again as He Lu Lan sighed in her mind. Fang Yuan's plan was advantageous to all four of them. But the first time he mentioned it, why did Fairy Li Shan object immediately? Because once this plan worked out, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. This provided him too much help. Among the four of them, Fang Yuan needed hairy man slaves the most. He had the stone nests and could use them to their greatest value. Fang Yuan's cultivation plan involved the refinement of large numbers of mortal goo. But He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunshang did not have such a need. If this plan succeeded, He Lu Lan and the others would need to invest time and money into raising hairy men. The best use of this was to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suitable for raising hairy men. Meanwhile, Immortal Blessed Land was a much better location. Not only could Fang Yuan sell hairy men slaves and have the greatest advantage in raising them, he could even use them to refine goo and sell large numbers of mortal goo. Precisely because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected him. Fang Yuan was developing too quickly. An experienced goo immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not allow it any further. Even though they were allies, the Snowy Mountain Alliance would expire eventually. After cooperating with Fang Yuan so many times, would He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan be unclear about how unscrupulous and ruthless this demonic schemer was? He Lu Lan sighed. Her brows were tightly knitted. She did not continue the conversation. She turned around and left. Fang Yuan smiled as he sent her off and watched her leave. He shouted, "This is not an urgent matter, Fairy, do give it some thought." He Lu Lan was flying in the air as she inwardly scoffed at these words. "Consider what? I don't believe that you can keep this up. You are only using one stone nest to refine airsac goo. The sale of guts goo will fall by half. This way, your monthly revenue will also shrink greatly. You spend much more money than me each month. I don't believe that you can endure it." "Oh? Wait, no." After a few breaths, He Lu Lan's flying speed slowed down. Even though he is refining less air sac goo, Fang Yuan has a huge batch in his inventory. He can totally use this batch to keep up with the sale of guts goo, or even sell multiple times the current amount. He Lu Lan flew slower and slower. Her heart was turning colder. This is a deep scheme from Fang Yuan. He was aiming this at me. His monthly revenue would not fall, it could even go up. What about me? All of the air sac goo in the inventory are refined by me, but according to our earlier transaction, I cannot profit from them. Meanwhile, Little Ant has a lot of problems to deal with now. Fang Yuan is using this timing and taking advantage of me. Oh, how can I cause more problems to Little Ant now? She has already helped me enough. He Lu Lan's heart felt chilly. She returned to the stone nests. Seeing the three majestic buildings, she jolted to awareness. Compared to Fang Yuan, I have many flaws. There are many things that I am worse in. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Fang Yuan is only an immortal zombie, but unknowingly, he has already gone far ahead of me. I thought that my scheming and plotting ability was good, but Fang Yuan has fathomless depths. He is much shrewder. I pride myself in having outstanding battle strength, but Fang Yuan's myriad self can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have economic support. Immortal cultivation is not just about fighting, management is the foundation. In this aspect, I am way behind Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lu Lan stretched out her arm and gave herself a few slaps. It is time to wake up. He Lu Lan's face was burning from pain, but her eyes were sharp like lightning.
Her expression was firm as steel. From a young age, I was nurtured as the successor to the tribe leader.
As Immortal Goo Master, I had no lack of resources. I did not have to manage resources, thus I lacked awareness in this aspect. Fang Yuan, I have to thank him for awakening my perception of this. Indeed, the best teacher is often your strongest enemy.
I have decided. My first step currently is to become truly independent. He Lulan was truly a capable genius. She realized her own shortcomings and had the courage to acknowledge them, attempting to make changes. After she gained awareness, she did not approach Fang Yuan anymore. She placed her focus on herself, finding businesses that were suitable for her immortal aperture to develop, those that could gain the most profits. This way, even if only one stone nest was refining airsac goo, it was not a problem. Because now, she had much more time to learn and accumulate her foundation, to think about how she could earn a living for herself. Fang Yuan was extremely busy. He first took Danghun Mountain out of Tai by Yun Shang's immortal aperture, and returned it to the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he started creating new homes for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained out and the surface of the corrupted soil was removed, the remaining soil was still light red in color. If one gripped it hard, blood would flow out of it. Fang Yuan decided to reorganize the entire place. This was a huge project. First he dug around the original lakes and ponds. Next, he started setting up goo worms and forming goo formations at the center of the soil. From the base of each goo formation, he purchased large amounts of fertile soils and filled the ground with it. The new soils were classified into different types. In the lake that raised dragonfish, Fang Yuan used dragon scale soil. This type of soil was grainy and tough. Viewed from afar, it resembled layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was the soil that dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived on. It was injected with the aura of dragons. Dragonfish living in the lake made with dragon-scale soil would have greater urge to procreate. The lake that raised the air bubble fish was made with jade root soil. This soil was icy cold when held, and if it was squeezed tightly, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade root soil would form chi veins that resembled the blood vessels of humans. They also looked like the roots of ginseng. That was also a reason for its name. When air bubble fish lived in such an environment, their lifespan would be increased greatly and they would be much more vigorous. Because of the soil, the areas that the dragonfish and air bubble fish lived in were called the Dragon Scale Lake and the Jade Root Lake. These two lakes were in the eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragon Scale Lake was the largest. There was a large number of dragonfish inside. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. On top of Jade Root Lake, there was a thick layer of clouds. There was star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a plain of clouds. Groups of starlight fireflies ate star fragment grass. They danced in the air on the plain, forming the scene of a sky with beautiful specks of starlight. Fang Yuan had also placed starlight fireflies in Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture. He had also moved a portion of the star fragment grass in. Now that they had been merged together once again, they recovered their original scale. The poisonous blood from the blood poison carrier flowers had only contaminated the ground. It had not caused the slightest harm to the star fragment grass in the sky. Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Root Lake were placed opposite each other at a distance. Many small lakes were dug up between the two large lakes, as well as in the surroundings, like they were stars in the sky surrounding a moon each. These small lakes and pools did not use any special soils. Dragon Scale soil and Jade Root soil were goo refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, but with such great quantity, enough to construct two large lakes, Fang Yuan had spent quite a sum. Some remaining water wolves and shark fin wolves lived in these small lakes. The shark fin wolf desolate beast that Fang Yuan had subdued also moved around here, eating the fish in these small lakes when it was hungry. There were large numbers of blue jade carps in the pools and lakes. These blue jade carps could remain alive stubbornly in harsh conditions. Even the poisonous blood could not kill them. Instead, it caused a portion of them to undergo a mutation, becoming blood jade carps. The price of these blood jade carps was several times that of blue jade carps. In the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had followed a set pattern, digging soil, arranging goo formations, and using charcoal stones to construct a large lake. However, this lake did not have even a drop of water. On the contrary, hot air rose with the charcoal stones covering the lake bed. When wind blew, the black-gray charcoal stones shone with a red light. Fang Yuan named this lake Charcoal Lake. It was the second-best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The optimal method was used in Dongfang tribe's headquarters, the arrangement in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan knew this optimal method from Dongfang Chongfan's soul. It could be said that he was extremely clear of the arrangement. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan's wealth could not support it. In particular, the amount of money required at the earlier stages was too high. Fang Yuan considered it carefully and chose to use the second-best method of charcoal stones to construct the nest for the eerie fire dragon pythons. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons inside and let them develop. Fang Yuan moved away, and at every set distance, he dug a small lake. He did not use any special soils, and after setting up simple goo formations, he poured all the poisonous blood taken into his immortal aperture into them. Under the effect of isolation from the goo formations, these lakes of poisonous blood would only seep out a little every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan dug hundreds of small blood lakes. Why did Fang Yuan do so? This related to the connection between heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities and the blessed land. Good fortune is hidden within bad. Bad fortune lurks within good. The deeper the blessed land's foundation, the greater the fortune, and the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, and the more they would target such fortune. For instance, the previous earthly calamity of Immortal Blessed Land, a desolate beast swamp crab carrying gruel mud immortal goo, was targeted at the most valuable part of Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain. The result was that Danghun Mountain gradually started turning into a pile of gruel mud. It was barely rescued by Fang Yuan from its death. Heaven was fair and paid attention to balance. If you had a special superiority in one aspect and attracted heaven's envy, the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would weaken you. Naturally, there were too many types of tribulations and calamities. This rule was not absolute, and one could only say that the probability was high. This was the embodiment of bad fortune lurks within good. After the swamp crab earthly calamity, Immortal Blessed Land had, in fact, gained large amounts of enslavement path Dao marks as well as small amounts of earth path Dao marks. The higher the enslavement path Dao marks, the easier it was to control the living beings raised in the blessed land and the higher their reproduction. Rockmen, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, and so on were among this list. This was the most superior aspect of Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the original owner, Immortal, was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Among the Dao marks increased after every tribulation and calamity, the highest quantity would be in enslavement path Dao marks. Besides enslavement path, there were a small number of earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could increase the fertility of the soil in Immortal Blessed Land. The ground would become more firm and could absorb even more earth chi and support Danghun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be inspected with ordinary methods. They merged into Immortal Blessed Land and comprehensively were built into the small world, making it more outstanding. And this was the embodiment of good fortune lies within bad. Heaven and earth targeted Danghun Mountain, creating the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after the tribulation, Immortal Blessed Land had obtained benefits, the earth path Dao marks increased, which instead caused the mountain to be better suited for the blessed land. And this earthly calamity was blood poison carrier flowers. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed that this was probably sent by heaven and earth in relation to his blood path grandmaster attainment level. After getting past this calamity, Immortal Blessed Land once again gained a large amount of Dao marks. Enslavement path Dao marks were still the highest in quantity, further enhancing Immortal Blessed Land's specialty. At the same time, there was also many blood path Dao marks. The appearance of the blood path Dao marks undoubtedly changed Immortal Blessed Land. The mutation of blue jade carps into blood jade carps was only one manifestation of this. After Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort and energy to remove the top layer of soil in Immortal Blessed Land, the layer of soil exposed below already had large quantities of tender grass and exquisite flower buds growing. The grass was called blood sickle grass, and after completely maturing, the stalks would be bent like sickles, broad and with edges as sharp as a knife. And the flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like axe blades. They were white but gave off a hint of red light.
Regarding both blood-sickle grass and red axe flowers, they were excellent goo refinement materials. Although not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal goo.
Once the blood-sickle grass and red axe flowers that were all over Who Immortal blessed land matured, they would be in astonishing quantity and act as a good source of wealth. And this wealth was actually given by the last earthly calamity to Who Immortal blessed land. In fact, there were many kinds of grass and flowers grown in Who Immortal blessed land previously, like blue degree grass, which was both blue and poisonous, water chestnut grass, which were shaped like chestnuts, 6 divine grass, which looked like 6 thin leaves with the feeling of jade, and also the 7 treasure flower, which was in 7 colors, and the cup-shaped milk tea flower, filled with nectar that was like milk tea. However, these flowers and grasses could at most be used to refine rank 1 and rank 2 mortal goo. Their value was far lower than blood-sickle grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood had seeped into the soil, changing a portion of the root systems and seeds of these flowers and grasses into the seeds of blood-sickle grass and red axe flowers. The key point was that the addition of blood path Dao marks remodeled Who Immortal blessed land's environment, which created the foundation for blood-sickle grass and red axe flowers to grow. Rank 6 Goo Immortals experience an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, facing a total of 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they could advance to a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven. They were filled with dangers, but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would reform the world of the blessed land to produce even more valuable resources. These resources provided the supplies required for the Goo Immortals to cultivate. In the beginning, Who Immortal could only plant large numbers of ordinary grasses and flowers in the blessed land. At that time, the soil was weak. There was no water and no wind. Blue degree grass and chestnut grass would not be able to survive in this environment. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and died out several times. Who Immortal suffered great losses but got new additions of wood path Dao marks and earth path Dao marks. Because of the fire calamity, the blessed land gained fire path Dao marks. Through the water calamity, there were water path Dao marks. With these Dao marks, Who Immortal blessed land's environment was remodeled. Who Immortal could then plant blue degree grass, chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flowers, and so on. Although blessed lands were able to improve greatly with these opportunities, every earthly calamity would cause losses which would test the Goo Immortal's management ability. Who Immortal weakened time and time again, her strength constantly fell, and while facing the 5th earthly calamity, she died at the hands of the blue charm lightning shadow. After Fang Yuan inherited the blessed land, he was barely able to pass the 6th calamity, the desolate beast swamp crab calamity. Now, Who Immortal blessed land had already passed 7 earthly calamities. With this last earthly calamity, Who Immortal blessed land gained blood path Dao marks, producing a living environment for blood-sickle grass and red axe flowers. Experienced farmers knew what to plant in particular kinds of soil to get the best harvest. Fang Yuan managed the blessed land in accordance with the conditions, developing the strong points and avoiding the weak points. He did not let Tai Bai Yunxing use landscape as before, instead digging the poisonous blood lakes for this reason. In fact, it is not only these flowers and grass. With these blood path Dao marks, I can raise blood-stripe foxes. The blood-stripe fox's reproduction rate is higher than any of the fox groups raised in Who Immortal blessed land earlier. The annual yield would be even greater, and if I buy some knowledge and experiences in raising blood-stripe foxes, with some good luck, I might be able to turn them into a small source of income. However, blood-stripe foxes were partway up the food chain. Fang Yuan would have to bring in some blood-stripe rabbits to feed them. Then what would blood-stripe rabbits eat? It would be blood-sickle grass. Thus, Fang Yuan put in great effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. It was to use this poisonous blood as nutrition. Under the control of the Goo formations, they would seep into the soil and constantly nourish the growth of blood-sickle grass and red axe flowers. To provide beneficial competition for the blood-stripe foxes, Fang Yuan also planned to buy some poison-beard wolves. Previously, Who Immortal blessed land was not suitable for the growth of these poison-beard wolves. But with the contamination of poisonous blood now, Fang Yuan could raise some poison-beard wolves. There was no need for a lot of poison-beard wolves. He only required a small number of them to form a catfish effect with the bloodstripe foxes. Fang Yuan was very busy. It was as if he was running around to and fro. Time flies quickly when one was busy. Almost in an instant, over half a month had passed by in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's project of remodeling Hu Immortal Blessed Land finally came to an end. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was changed beyond recognition.
In the eastern part, Dragonscale Lake and Jade Root Lake mutually enhanced each other's beauty with many small lakes and pools in the surroundings. The lakes contained dragonfish, air bubble fish, blood jade carps, and blue jade carps. Beside the lakes were some numbers of shark fin wolves, water wolves, and earthskin pigs. In the western part, the number of lakes had increased sharply, surpassing the eastern part. The center of the western part was fully occupied by the charcoal lake.
Every set interval of distance was a small poisonous blood lake. Hundreds of blood lakes were evenly spread over the western part. Looking from a bird's eye view, it was a magnificent spectacle. Not long later, there would be fields of blood sickle grass and seas of red axe flowers here. There were small quantities of bloodstripe rabbits, poison-beard wolves, and bloodstripe foxes living here. But bloodstripe foxes were being constantly drawn in from the outside world, and their numbers were increasing day by day.
Something that was worth mentioning was the desolate beast giant horned sheep. It was also placed here to prevent the desolate beast shark fin wolf in the eastern part from hunting it. In the southern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a small portion of Ra men were still hibernating underground.
Because large numbers of blood poison carrier flowers had spawned and died in their tunnels, the underground homes of these rockmen would produce bloodstone ores after tens of years. The underground cave that hid wisdom goo was, however, restored with landscape as before.
The Ji forest was looking weak, but it did not need to be cured and could dispel the poison on its own. There was even a certain chance of producing a blood Ji forest.
The northern part of the Blessed Land, where the terrain was narrow and the area smaller, was set up as a breeding ground for regretful spiders. In the center of the Blessed Land was Danghun Mountain. Dong Fong Chong Fan's soul was locked up in Danghun Palace, along with the remaining dozens of Dong Fong tribesmen. Large numbers of immortal materials were placed in storerooms. 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the giant dead egg of the worldly sand gull, and large numbers of airsac goo were also kept in stock. Near Danghun Mountain were the 3 Fang Yuan stone nests, where many hairy man slaves lived and refined goo without stopping. As for the small batch of mirror willows, they were already dead. The beggar moths which ate mirror willow leaves as food no longer had any use, and were sold off. By now, the 3 large-scale resource points, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and dragonfish, were truly established.
Instead of just storing them like before, this development ensured that the 3 resource points could grow and multiply in numbers and be sold for profit. However, at present, these 3 resources points were still being built up in scale and could not be put into the market immediately. There were also large numbers of air sac goo in Dang Hun Palace's storage, but Fang Yuan could not put them in the market all at once and make huge profits, with Immortal Crane Sect still eyeing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The less attention it received, the better.
Selling them slowly could decrease the risks and allow the profits to come steadily. The second day after Hu Immortal Blessed Land was restored, Tai Bai Yunsheng bade his farewell to Fang Yuan. He had put in a lot of effort during this time period.
Without his help, Fang Yuan would require half a month longer to complete such a large project. He had not only spent a lot of effort, but also lent some immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan.
Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence stones, and he lacked capital during the initial investment of the renovation. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave him some immortal essence stones to make up for this shortage.
Speaking of which, among the 4 who signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the richest at present. He had made good progress in Eastern Sea, importing large numbers of resources into his immortal aperture, which caused his immortal aperture's foundation to be unable to keep up. The Earth Chi became lacking in quantity and there was instability.
Just now, Tai Bai Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land not only to help Fang Yuan, but also for another purpose, to return to Northern Plains, place his blessed land down, absorb Earth Chi, and also face the earthly calamity. However, it was not yet the time for the earthly calamity to appear, and absorbing Earth Chi also required some time. When the earthly calamity struck, Fang Yuan would also have to help Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai by Yun Shang left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Lu Lan, however, remained behind. Soon, Fang Yuan also left Hu Immortal Blessed Land to go to Central Continent. It was because Central Continent's refinement path convention was about to start. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain, Immortal Crane Sect. Clouds and fog lingered around this floating mountain with cranes flying in between the pine forests. In an underground secret room in Immortal Crane Sect, it was damp and dark and the walls were covered in moss. Besides a stone bed in the room, there was no other furniture. On the stone bed, a Yungu master was lying down. His face was pale as paper, but there were no injuries on his body, as if he was in a coma. It was Guyu Fangzheng. A gu worm lied motionless on Fang Zhang's chest. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room before a gu immortal appeared. His wide sleeves were swaying. He looked like a young man with a handsome appearance. Most eye-catching of all were his eyebrows. They were green and long, reaching down to his waist. Under the eyebrows, his gaze was dark and eerie. Lord He Fengyang. The gu worm lying on Fang Zhang's chest immediately moved its wings and flew up, excitedly greeting the newcomer. This gu worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Lord Sky Crane's soul. Lord, please heal Fang Zhang's soul. Please awaken my disciple. Lord Sky Crane implored. Sky Crane, is your decision still this? He Fengyang sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. Why did he want Lord Sky Crane to revive using possession? It was because Lord Sky Crane was originally his subordinate and had handled many matters for him. His background and origin was clear, and he was quite capable himself. On the contrary, Guyu Fangzheng was too young and had been forced to sacrifice himself. If he happened to hold a grievance against Immortal Crane Sect, that would not be a pleasing scenario. Sky Crane, do you know that the possession technique our Immortal Crane Sect obtained now can be considered perfect and is extremely outstanding? If you had done possession previously, perhaps the body and soul would not match and leave behind side effects. But with this possession technique, it will be like you were born that way. The body and soul would blend together and match each other. There is not even a slight amount of shortcomings. This is your luck. You can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven is bestowing you with this opportunity. Why do you not want to take it? He Fengyang persuaded. Lord, the spirit incubating flea flapped its wings and said in a quiet voice, please forgive me for being obstinate. Fangzheng, he is my disciple. He resembles my past self, and this future belongs to him. If I possess him, I won't be able to face myself, to face my inner feelings. Please think of the many years of my servitude to you, and help me, Lord. You! He Fengyang was starting to get angry. Nothing was going like he wanted recently. To save the 9 Palace crane, Little Jiu, he had requested help from various people and spent large amounts of wealth, but it still was not showing much effect. Now, even his former subordinate was acting willfully and disregarding his persuasion. Everything was going wrong. This possession technique was powerful, but it had a condition. It could not be used rashly, and it was best to let the soul be in contact with the possession target's body for a long period of time before this technique was used. Lord Sky Crane had intended to possess Fangzheng, thus had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fangzheng's aperture. So much time had passed already, the condition for possession was already fulfilled. But Lord Sky Crane had now changed his decision. This also meant that if Lord Sky Crane wanted to possess others, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. His soul would need to be in contact with the body of the possession target for a long time. As for Dongfang Changfan possessing Dongfang Yuliang, he had secretly stored a part of his soul in Dongfang Yuliang's body. His methods were so ingenious that Dongfang Yuliang had not sensed anything wrong. He Fengyang was not feeling good these days. He was feeling frustrated and agitated and wanted to berate Lord Sky Crane. But in the end, he did not speak out the words in his thoughts because he could not help but associate his own situation with Lord Sky Crane's. Wasn't he also like Lord Sky Crane earlier? To save Little Jiu, he was determined to follow his own way and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then, when he was facing the hopeless situation, if not for Immortal Crane Sect's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon helping him, there would not be He Fengyang in the present. He Fengyang heaved a deep sigh. All right, since you are determined to do this, I, He Fengyang, shall help you. This is the compensation for all the work you have done me. If later you want to undergo possession and request me to help, it won't be free.
He Fengyang then waved his large sleeve, brushing it past Gu Yufengzhang's face. After this movement finished, He Fengyang disappeared from the spot.
Several breaths of time later, Gu Yufengzhang's soul became as firm as before, and he woke up from his coma. "You are awake." The spirit incubating flea fluttered towards his eyes. Gu Yufengzhang was dazed. Master, where are we?" "Of course we're in Immortal Crane sect, foolish disciple." Lord Sky Crane laughed heartily. "Why am I here?" Gu Yufengzhang was still in confusion, mumbling. Suddenly, he shivered, a terrified expression appearing on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of blood vines growing over his body when he looked into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. "Aya!" Gu Yufengzhang screamed and subconsciously leaped back. The back of his head struck the firm stone wall, his raised head lowered down as he fell unconscious. Lord Sky Crane, 3 days later. Immortal Crane sect officially announced the news of Gu Yufengzhang waking up. Gu Yufengzhang appeared in front of the disciples again, outrageously having rank 5 cultivation. In the morning class, Immortal Crane sect's leader publicly announced Gu Yufengzhang as an elder of Immortal Crane sect. For a while, the whole sect was in shock. The former rivals of Fengzhang, like Sun Yuanhua and others, were dumbstruck, disciples and elite disciples were in a clamor, and elders also discussed this with each other. To assist in capturing Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane sect's Gu Immortals forcibly raised Fengzhang's cultivation to rank 5. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fengzhang. Fengzhang was just adapting to his new status and was at a loss on what to do. When he walked around the sect, every disciple he met would bow to him in greeting. Among them were many elite disciples older than him. Sometimes he would see his past rivals like Sun Yuanhua. They would also pay respects to him. Many beautiful female disciples frequently flocked around Fengzhang. Some looked at him with watery eyes, while some sweetly called him Elder Fengzhang. Compared to other elders, Feng Yuan was extremely young. It could be said that he was unique. Like stories of legends, he attracted the attention of many female disciples, some even forming crushes on him. Even Fengzhang himself forgot his identity sometimes when he saw other elders, and would bow to these elders like a disciple. And each time this happened, the situation would turn awkward. Fortunately, Fengzhang had Lord Sky Crane with him. Immortal Crane sect's leader also occasionally called him over to ask about his well-being, and if he was facing any problems, making him feel overwhelmed from the attention and favor. What made Gu Yufengzhang even more happy was that the sect's benefits to elders were tens of times greater than the treatment received by disciples. Lord Sky Crane could faintly see the intention behind this. Previously, the sect's higher-ups intentionally sacrificed Fengzhang, using his life to increase the possibility of capturing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, they were showering him with status and perks to restore his loyalty to the sect. In the end, Fengzhang was not Feng Yuan. He was too young and had scant life experience, not having even the slightest sensation of this intention. In fact, he had no complaints towards Immortal Crane sect, and after becoming an elder, he had even more of a sense of belonging to Immortal Crane sect. As for the terrifying memory of looking into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was subconsciously evading it, not wanting to recall it. It was only that sometimes, deep into nights, he would dream of the scene in the blood pool, recall the pain and suffering, and wake up with his body filled with cold sweat. On this day, Fengzhang was returning after listening to another elder's public lecture, when he was obstructed by a disciple called Shi Hong. "Elder Fengzhang." Shi Hong bowed in greeting. Fengzhang returned the greeting, but felt somewhat awkward inwardly. This elite disciple, Shi Hong, was older than Fengzhang and had originally been a senior disciple several generations above Fengzhang. "I would like to receive guidance from Elder Fengzhang." One of the 4 entry tasks for the current Refinement Path Convention pertains to refining Earth Treasury Flower Goo. The third last step of refining this goo requires the use of upstream grass, matched with Zen Lion's mane, supplemented by the goo refinement method. But this disciple has always failed in this step. I would like to know what the correct goo refinement method for this is. Fengzhang was stupefied and hesitated. His main cultivation path was enslavement path, and his battle strength when controlling cranes were at an outstanding level among mortal goo masters. But he had entirely no understanding of refinement path.
Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea from which Lord Sky Crane transmitted the answer. Fang Zheng replied, "This Gu refinement technique is called one after another. Its purpose is to entwine every stalk of the upstream grass with every strand of the Zen lion's mane. To refine earth treasury flower Gu, you must weave together 100 stalks and strands within 30 breaths of time. If you go beyond this time, the fire from the Gu refinement will burn these stalks and strands to ashes. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, you will easily fail in this refinement." Fang Zheng repeated the words of Lord Sky Crane, and the more he spoke, the calmer he became. After explaining this, he then went to explain on how to practice the one after another Gu refinement technique. Shi Hong's expression slightly changed, showing astonishment before hurriedly bowing in thanks. "Many thanks for Elder Fang Zheng's guidance. I have learned a lot. Do you still have anything you don't understand?" Fang Zheng smiled, getting addicted to this feeling of teaching. "There is no more, no more. This disciple shall take his leave." Shi Hong bowed and left. After the two parted ways, Fang Zheng walked for a while before suddenly starting to slow down. He frowned and came to a realization. This Shi Hong did not come to truly ask for advice. It feels like the other way around, like he was intentionally trying to create difficulties for me. "Hee, you noticed it? Good, good." Lord Sky Crane smiled. Fang Zheng inwardly shouted, "Master, you already knew." "Nonsense, your background is extremely easy to probe. Your age is also openly on display." "Everyone knows you don't cultivate refinement path." Shi Hong, however, intentionally asked such a question. What could it be if not about trying to give you trouble? Lord Sky Crane paused here. Before asking Fang Zheng, "Do you know why he was trying to create difficulties for you?" "Why?" Fang Zheng did not understand. Lord Sky Crane smiled brightly as he explained the reason, because Shi Hong likes a female disciple called Yu. And this Yu is Elder Yen Tang's daughter. Elder Yen Tang is weak. He is sidelined in Immortal Crane sect and has had difficulties. He plans to betroth his daughter to you to form a connection, an alliance of benefits with you, the youngest elder in the history of Immortal Crane sect. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly invite you for drinking? Moreover, intentionally arrange his daughter to sit together with you every time. "Ah!" Fang Zheng exclaimed as he realized only at this point. He could not help but recall the beautiful appearance of Yu sitting beside him and warmly serving him dishes. Also how she frequently proposed a toast to Fang Zheng, and how after few sips of alcohol her face would flush red, which made her even more attractive. "Do you remember now?" "Ha ha, foolish boy." Lord Sky Crane was happy to see Fang Zheng looking dazed. Clearly, the spirit of gossip was commonly held between men and women, the old and young, and even the living and dead. Fang Zheng helplessly sighed, shaking his head and saying in a weary voice, "Schemes and benefits again, I really don't like them. From now on, I shall refuse Elder Yen Tang's invitation. I am also an elder like him anyway. Refusing shouldn't be considered rude. Foolish boy, which organization in this world is not held together by benefits? True feelings of warmth do exist, but they are rare, which makes them even more valuable." Lord Sky Crane sighed with emotions. "Don't avoid these, and especially don't refuse Elder Yen Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, there is also no need to ruin the relation with him, because currently you are even more weak than Elder Yen Tang. Let's not talk about this. Master, just now the refinement path convention was mentioned, and recently everyone, both disciples and elders, are talking about it. What is this refinement path convention?" Fang Zheng intentionally changed the topic. "It is good that you asked me this and not others. Otherwise, they would look at you as if you were stupid. I will explain it to you properly. This refinement path convention is not a normal event, but a grand occasion that occurs only every 100 years in Central Continent. That means, without special lifespan prolonging methods, most Gu masters can only participate once in their lifetimes." Lord Sky Crane explained. "Refinement Path Convention, is it an event of Refinement Path Gu masters?" "Not exactly. The cultivation of Gu masters involves 3 aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. The Refinement Path Convention is not an event where only Refinement Path Gu masters can participate. As long as you have skill in the Gu refinement aspect or experience and insight, you can participate." Lord Sky Crane continued, "The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is the biggest refinement path event in the world. Hundreds of thousands of Gu masters participate in every refinement path convention. They come from all sizes of sects in Central Continent. Even Gu masters from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains will appear. Southern Border, a wisp of emotion rose up in Fang Zheng and he could not help but recall Qingmao Mountain. He asked, after a moment, "Then what are the 4 entry tasks Shihong mentioned?" Lord Sky Crane spoke everything he knew without reservation. The so-called 4 entry tasks can be said to be qualifications for entering. Any Gu master, no matter who they are, will refine Gu sometimes in their cultivation journey. The Refinement Path Convention has generous rewards which attract countless Gu masters to participate. If there were not some tests set up, then there would be way too many incompetent people wanting to try their luck. Thus, the 4 entry tasks were created to distinguish the truly skilled ones and those with refinement path attainment. That is to say, one must finish the 4 entry tasks if they want to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Fang Zhang came to a realization. He. Lord Sky Crane chuckled. Actually, these 4 entry tasks test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Usually, any Gu master with certain experience can pass it. Fang Zhang was startled. "Master, I can't pass it." "No problem, with my guidance, if you train crazily in this period of time, you can also succeed." "Truly? My vision will be expanded." Fang Zhang was joyous. Central Continent, 5 Virtues Mountain. Streams of people were busily moving around 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent and was the base of a middle-sized sect, 5 Virtues Sect. 5 Virtues Sect was considered a large influence within the surroundings. Its background was profound. In the past, the leader of 5 Virtues Sect had been an elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Heavenly Lotus Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a superforce. Thus, although 5 Virtues Sect had not been established for long, it was able to develop smoothly, and the established forces in the surroundings did not dare to sideline or suppress it. Fang Yuan, disguised as a mortal Gu master, was mixed in the stream of people slowly moving up 5 Virtues Mountain. He was covered in a black robe. His physique was average, not tall, not short, not fat, not thin. He covered his face with a mask and his head with a rain hat. The brim of the hat was low and its shade under the sunlight covered even Fang Yuan's shoulders. But this disguise was not conspicuous in the stream of people. A lot of people's disguises were even more excessive than his. Following the slow stream of people, Fang Yuan arrived in front of 5 Virtues Sect's entrance. This tall entrance had an archway of 16 huge columns, was about 10 meters wide and taller than a 5-story building. On a plaque atop the entrance were 3 giant words shining with golden light, 5 Virtues Sect. Under the archway of the entrance were 6 magnificent stone lion statues. Behind the entrance was a wide staircase paved using the finest blue jade stones. It was like a blue river leisurely moving up 5 Virtues Mountain. The stairs were under the shade of green and verdant trees beside them. Winds of the mountain occasionally blew over, bringing cool sensations with them. People of all walks of life jostled with each other, pushing and squeezing as they moved up the stairs. Fang Yuan gazed around. In front of him and towards the left was a group of female Gu masters with long wavy hair, wearing identical striped dresses, indicating they were probably from the same sect. To his right was a white-clothed young master fanning a folding fan, seated on a leopard and constantly glancing at that group of female Gu masters. To his left, a pair of master and disciple, clothed in shabby clothes, were in the midst of a discussion. "Master, there are so many people," the disciple said with excitement. The master chuckled. "There are many people, don't wander off. My good disciple, you have great talent in refinement path. This is an opportunity for you to make a meteoric rise. You can pass the 4 entry tests with no difficulty, but you must make sure to get a good position. Only in that way will others change the way they look at you and fight over each other to recruit you." The disciple proudly smiled. "Master, you can rest assured. I will definitely take first place. With the Gu worm reward of first place, I will treat your illness." The master was about to speak, when suddenly an enormous force pushed him from behind. The master was sent rolling on the ground, and the disciple cried out as he hurriedly moved to support his master by the arm. "Step aside! Step aside!" A group of 5 burly men walked over arrogantly. Behind them was an old Gu master,
whose gaze shined with a dangerous light. He was sitting comfortably on a chair which was carried by 4 men in front and behind. The esteemed Lord First Elder of Flying Frost Sect is here. Are you still not making way? The burly men who were clearing a path shouted. Let's move. People of Flying Frost Sect are here. We can't afford to provoke them. Flying Frost Sect sent their first elder, and are coming with such aggression. They are probably thinking of restoring their face from 5 Virtues Sect. Right, last time, 5 Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the mouth of the spring. In the end, 5 Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered severe losses. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, and all made way, not wanting to provoke Flying Frost Sect. Damn it! This is going too far. The disciple supported his master in standing up, and was about to confront them with words. Don't! The master was an experienced person, and quickly stopped the young disciple.
What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect? Ahead of Fang Yuan, a male Gu master asked his companion.
After he received the answer, the Gu master snorted disdainfully. Humph! The whole sect has only 3 rank 5 Gu masters. This is a joke. His companion quickly advised. This is Central Continent, it is not Eastern Sea, we are outsiders here. It is better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Alright, enough now. The male Gu master thought for a moment before finally giving a snort, and without waiting for the Flying Frost Sect's people, he squeezed into the crowd to the right. What is with you, are you deaf?
Make way, I said make way. The burly men shouted furiously behind Fang Yuan and tried to drive him away. Fang Yuan did not turn around as if he had heard nothing. The burly men were furious, but their expressions changed immediately. Rank 5 Cultivation? Fang Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 Gu master, and right now he intentionally leaked out a trace of his aura. The burly men were bewildered but drew back in the end. On the bamboo chair, the first elder of Flying Frost Sect and Han straightened up and stared at Fang Yuan's back. Rank 5 aura, it's real.
Such a disguise is not that of a lone cultivator, demonic Gu master. And Han narrowed his eyes and moved his hand, sending the command, Are you still not moving around? The burly men immediately changed direction, moving around Fang Yuan towards the front. Among mortals, rank 5 was in existence at the peak, a leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Immortal Crane Sect only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of cowardly bullies. The disciple and master converged into the crowd again, the young disciple furiously staring at the receding figures of Flying Frost Sect's people. Shortly afterwards, he looked at Fang Yuan with curiosity, probing and with a slight hint of reverence. The white-clothed young master on the right folded his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female Gu masters ahead intentionally stopped. Many other Gu masters stopped as well and took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan, trying to leave a good impression. Rank 5 Gu master if they could build a relationship with such a character. Beside the stairs were the 5 Virtues Sect disciples in charge of maintaining order. They were hurriedly transmitting messages. Send the report, there is a rank 5 Gu master. Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word: scram. His tone was calm, but his voice carried coldness and ruthlessness. The crowd changed expressions, a chill emerging from the bottom of their hearts. Why would they still dare to trouble Fang Yuan? The young disciple also retracted his gaze in a hurry. Fang Yuan restrained his aura again. In a range of 3 steps around him, there was no one else. As one walked along the path on the mountain, they would arrive at a point partway up it. There was a huge platform here. On the mountain wall, there were the huge words of Disciple Selection Stage engraved. Every year, the aptitude of the disciples who had just entered the sect would be tested, and the elders would choose their disciples here. But here, the place had been modified roughly. There was a simple Gu formation on the ground. It separated the locations into small areas, and on each of them there was a number. Once in a while, the people ahead would move forward by a bit. At the sides of the path, 5 Virtues Sect disciples were passing out tokens with numbers on them. Fang Yuan took his token. The number on it was 63. Walking into the disciple selection stage, after finding the spot numbered 63, he sat down on the ground. A while later, when people had finished sitting in the square, an elder of 5 Virtues Sect declared, "This refinement path convention has 4 entry tasks. The test begins now."
At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage started showing off their skills.
Some of their hands were burning with flames. This was a fire refinement method. Some breathed out smoke. It was a smoke refinement method. Some released several ice snakes. The snakes worked together and breathed out cold air. This was an ice refinement method. And in Fang Yuan's hands, dozens of starlight specks were dancing. They were like blue fireflies, flying around him. In accordance with the sequence, Fang Yuan placed the Gu refinement materials in one by one. 15 minutes later, he finished all of the tasks and stood up. Such quick speed. The 5 Virtues sect elder in charge of the event knew about Fang Yuan's rank 5 Gu master identity. He had been paying close attention. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, this elder showed shock on his face. Fang Yuan's speed was simply too fast. He made no mistakes at all. His technique was extremely skillful and experienced. What? Someone already completed it? Fang Yuan's movements attracted the attentions of many Gu masters who were refining Gu. It is that mysterious rank 5 Gu master. The old master stood outside the stage, seeing Fang Yuan. His pupils shrunk as he looked at his disciple in worry. He prayed inwardly, "Good disciple, please do not get distracted from this and lose your focus." Thankfully, his disciple had been concentrating on refining Gu. He was focused and did not notice the commotion around Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked onto the highest platform as the elder from 5 Virtues sect left his seat and inspected Fang Yuan's 4 Gu worms. No negative conditions. The Gu worms look like they are well fed and in good shape. The 5 Virtues sect elder was secretly shocked. After inspecting them, he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan, saying warmly, "Lord, please come this way into the mountain." Fang Yuan nodded, slowly walking and leaving the disciple selection stage. No way is this possible? Someone actually got through using less than 1/3 of the time. Such high refinement path attainment. The people outside were talking among themselves, among the Gu masters who were refining Gu. Some were so shocked that their minds wavered, causing their Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan was here to join the refinement path convention. He did not need to hide his skill. He was a Gu immortal, after all. He did not need to conceal his ability. He walked up the mountain and after a while, an elder from 5 Virtues sect welcomed him. "Sir, please hold on." The elder was about to speak, but Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know your intention. I have no interest. Just this mere 5 Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned before rage flashed on his face. He came here with the sect leader's orders to try and recruit Fang Yuan, to invite him to be an external elder in the sect. In truth, 5 Virtues sect became one of the signing up locations for the Refinement Path Convention in order to recruit some talents. With Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, 5 Virtues sect was paying great attention to him. With the Refinement Path attainment that he displayed, even the 5 Virtues sect leader was shocked. How could he let such a talented person go? Thus, he ordered this elder to come and negotiate. But before this elder even spoke about his intentions, Fang Yuan rejected him. Being mercilessly rejected like this made the elder embarrassed. "What else do you want?" Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple. He snorted coldly. "Sir, you actually are looking down on our 5 Virtues sect? Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger subsided. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir. You think highly of yourself. I am sure you can obtain a good position in the Refinement Path Convention. My 5 Virtues sect will be waiting to watch it." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan felt indifferent. He continued moving forward. He came to a cliff and arrived at the Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the woods. It was green and mixed in with the grass and trees in the surroundings. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were many tables and chairs inside. Elite disciples of 5 Virtues sect were managing the place. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, a disciple went up. "Senior, may I ask for your name, sect, and main Gu master cultivation path?" Fang Yuan replied, "My name is Fang Yuan. My sect will be kept as a secret. My main path will be kept as a secret." "Oh, okay, senior. Please pay 100 primeval stones as the sign-up fee. This fee will be used in Before the disciple finished his words, Fang Yuan tossed him the primeval stones that he had prepared.
The disciple caught it flurriedly before saying politely, "Please wait a moment." A short while later, Fang Yuan obtained a token. On the token, the words Fang Yuan were written at the back. There was a line of words, sect hidden, path hidden, signed up at 5 virtues sect.
At the end, there was the time of signing up. Senior, please take good care of this token. If you lose it, you should get a replacement as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to join the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue on your way up the mountain. The Fire Virtue Hall has the first round of the refinement competition. Only after Senior passes this round can you join the second round. The disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left the Wood Virtue Hall.
By now, the sign-up process was over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was created by the 10 great ancient sects, but secretly, Heavenly Court was supporting it. The Refinement Path Convention was of a huge scale. There were hundreds of sign-up locations all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects similar to 5 Virtues sect, having abundant strength and being closely linked to the 10 great ancient sects, or simply one of their representatives. Fang Yuan wanted to join the Refinement Path Convention. He had to sign up at one of these locations.
By refining Gu on the spot and completing the 4 tasks, he would have the qualifications to sign up and receive the token. Because there were many demonic path Gu masters signing up for the Refinement Path Convention, and even Gu masters from the other 4 regions, the details for signing up were very flexible.
Names could be made up, sects and paths did not need to be stated. The only important thing was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu masters.
These people were either in sects or they themselves had obtained a good position in the previous Refinement Path Convention. Thus they could join the Refinement Path Convention automatically. For example, Hong Yi was such a case. He was in Universal Life Academy, which had obtained a placing near the end of the list 100 years ago in the Refinement Path Convention. This gave them 3 spots to join the Refinement Path Convention automatically.
What was worth noting was that this treatment was only for Central Continent Gu Masters as well as Central Continent sections. After all, this Refinement Path Convention was held by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They would favor their own region.
Of course, Immortal Crane Sect had a larger number of spots, but Fang Yuan was only in a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect. If he really went for it, it would be troublesome. Fang Zheng, however, was different. A portion of the spots that the sects had were distributed to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion went to elders. Fang Zheng was now an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. He could not compete with the disciples for the spot. His refinement path attainment was very low as well. He could not beat other elders. Immortal Crane Sect naturally gave the free spots to those with deep foundation in Gu refinement, those Gu masters that could defend Immortal Crane Sect's prestige in the Refinement Path Convention.
Thus, be it Fang Zheng or Fang Yuan, they had to sign up themselves. Fang Yuan held the token and walked up the mountain, entering the Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the competition in the Refinement Path Convention. If his results were bad, he would not be able to join the second round. Fang Yuan went in and was informed of the Gu refinement details. In 30 minutes, I have to refine the rank 1 Waterlight Gu, at least 100 of them to pass and enter the second round. Refining 150 would reward me with 5 kilograms of Phantom Shadow Petals, 180 would get me 6 basins of Rootless Water, 200 would get me 10 pieces of Thunderstrike Wood, 240 is third place, 260 is second place,
and 276 is first place. I would get the rank 4 Healing Gu Worm that is good at relieving heat toxins, Green Shine Gu. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. This first round's difficulty was higher than the first 4 entry tasks.
But it should not trouble most of the Gu masters, because they only had to refine 100 Waterlight Gu to pass and move on to the second round. The rewards for refining a larger number, though, was quite tempting to these Gu masters. First place would obtain a rank 4 Gu Worm, Green Shine Gu. Rank 4 Gu were often something that only the elder of a large force or the leader of a small force would have. Regarding Fang Yuan, he could buy Green Shine Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan's status was too high, these rewards had no attraction to him.
But what he found interesting was the challenge of these tasks. The materials for Gu refinement are provided beforehand. I can use them for free. They also gave the recipe for Waterlight Gu, and I can follow it casually. But even if I go all out and use the water refinement technique, I can only refine 250 of them. This result is only third place. But here in 5 Virtues sect, the third place position has already been taken. In regards to this, it was first come, first served. Once the conditions for the first 3 positions had been fulfilled, no matter how well someone who came later performed, it was useless. In other words, if Fang Yuan wanted to leave his name on the board, he would have to get first or second. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. I can add inexpensive materials and increase the production of goo worms. Water-like goo is only a rank 1 goo. If I use rank 2 or rank 3 materials, the production would be higher. But I will have to bear the expenses myself. I can also modify the goo recipe with my Wisdom Path inheritance. I can easily modify this goo recipe without Wisdom Goo's help. But that way, wouldn't I lose the fun of a challenge? Maybe I can try a water-fire refinement technique. Since water-light goo is a water path goo, people usually use water refinement or ice refinement for it. I can do the opposite and use fire refinement. There might be an unexpected result. Fang Yuan had a sudden inspiration. He thought of a great method. The goo recipe was given, but goo masters could refine the goo using their own techniques. For example, to fuse 2 materials, they can use fire to melt them into one, but they could also use water to fuse them together as another method. 2 different methods would be able to achieve the same results. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was on the first place spot and he obtained green shine goo. Fang Yuan did not practice this water-fire refinement method much, but the difficulty of refining water-light goo was too low. Even with his rusty technique, he refined 277. He was 1 goo above the criteria for first place. Fang Yuan's exemplary performance made the sect leader of 5 Virtues sect come personally and greet him, apologizing for the poor attitude of that elder. Next, the sect leader vaguely hinted that he wanted to recruit Fang Yuan in a very tactful tone. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not upset. He became even more polite as he sent Fang Yuan out, causing everyone around them to look on with much surprise. To be able to get first place, this proved that his refinement path attainment was not low. Regardless of his cultivation level, he would be welcomed and recruited by many forces. With just his refinement path attainment, Fang Yuan had the foundation to go anywhere in the mortal world and live in the lap of luxury. Furthermore, didn't Fang Yuan have rank 5 cultivation level? Thus, the leader of 5 Virtues sect did not dare to offend Fang Yuan. He was very polite. Evidently, not only did this sect leader have a strong background, he even had good foresight. He could adapt to circumstances and place himself lowly. It was no wonder he could create a force like 5 Virtues sect. But he would never guess that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the endless number of mortals, immortals were too rare. The leader of 5 Virtues sect had been overly worried with Fang Yuan's personality. Even if that elder said worse things, Fang Yuan would be unmoved. As long as they did not obstruct his path to eternal life, whether they scolded or praised him, Fang Yuan would not care about it at all. These were all just pointless talk. There was still some time until the second round. Fang Yuan left 5 Virtues sect and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He stayed in Central Continent for 1 day while 3 days and 2 nights had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you wanted earlier, I've prepared it already. The moment Fang Yuan returned, little Hu Immortal appeared, bringing him good news with an expression of please praise me written on her face. Very good. Fang Yuan patted little Hu Immortal's head. She was very happy. Her eyes closed and relaxed. Fang Yuan told the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven, while the others were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Taking these mortal goo, Fang Yuan mobilized a small amount of star will. They flew out of his mind, into his immortal aperture. In his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fang Yuan? What will is this? Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Mo Yao's fake will felt something amiss. Fang Yuan's star will laughed. He did not speak but pounced at her. Mo Yao's will could not dodge in time. Bang! The 2 wills collided, entangling with each other. Mo Yao shouted in shock. She wanted to break free. She tried retreating. Where are you going? Fang Yuan sneered. At his direction, several goo worms flew out, forming a mortal killer move as they froze Mo Yao's fake will in her place. Fang Yuan, you have to think it through. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot control me. If you force me to my limits, both of us will suffer. Mo Yao's fake will was immobilized, but she could still speak while under the attack of Fang Yuan's star will. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will was escaping like liquid water. She got the edge over Fang Yuan's star will as she tried to form into a human shape again. One could see that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's will had the advantage. Her experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan was not anxious upon seeing this. He willed and some more goo worms flew out and formed a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-edged diamond. It attacked and scattered Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan's star will counterattacked. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak. She engaged in battle and tried to defend herself. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used. It formed into a starlight spiral as it hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will had lost control of the situation. She had no choice but to fight with Fang Yuan's star will inside the starlight spiral. As they merged, the two wills interacted rapidly. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments. Fang Yuan's star will learned about them now. At the same time, the memories in Fang Yuan's star will were read by Mo Yao's fake will. Amidst their interaction, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too foolish. You are too arrogant. In that case, so be it." Saying this, Mo Yao's fake will shrunk rapidly. She was trying to suicide and destroy herself. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had predicted this. He willed and a starlight pillar descended from the sky onto the starlight spiral. In the spiral, Mo Yao's fake will tried to suicide as the fake will shrunk. But under the starlight's radiance, fake will was continuously produced. In fact, a portion of Fang Yuan's star will was converting into fake will, replenishing her. This forced Mo Yao's fake will to be at a certain size. She could not suicide even if she wanted to. Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had accepted your fate and suicided earlier, I would have no way of stopping you at all. But now you will die if I want you to, and if I want you to live, you have no way of dying. Be obedient and tell me everything that you know. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Mo Yao's fake will was in despair. Fang Yuan had obtained a method to suppress her so quickly. This was out of her expectations. By now, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she would have no value to him soon. She knew that she could not escape her fate. Just as Fang Yuan had said, if she had suicided earlier, Fang Yuan would not obtain anything. But all living beings in this world had their survival instincts. Anyone would want to live as long as there was hope. Even Mo Yao's will did not want to suicide. A moment later, the battle ended in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's star will returned with many benefits. The remainder of Mo Yao's will had lost her fighting spirit. She could not even form into a human shape. Fang Yuan had many arrangements and replenished her fake will so that he could search her will again. The vigilant Fang Yuan also left behind many mortal goo worms to immobilize Mo Yao's will so that she could not suicide. Fang Yuan's star will, which was fighting with Mo Yao, had less than 30% of its original mass after coming out. 70% was expended earlier. Fang Yuan's star will flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture and flying up into Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, checking the details in the star will. Searching souls and searching wills were different. Searching souls was directly searching the soul, reading everything in their memories. Searching wills was using one's own will to forcefully interact with another will. In this process, one had to use many methods to force the other party to comply. Those who were not skilled at dealing with wills would have no gains in the end. Against different wills, the methods required were different. Thankfully, Dongfang Chongfan's wisdom path inheritance was very complete. After Fang Yuan studied it, Mo Yao's will, which he had difficulty dealing with earlier, was meat on the chopping board. Each time he searched a will, it needed to recuperate for a while. After all, wills were more fragile than souls. What was worth mentioning was there was less capacity for storing memories in wills than in souls. Most of the memories were fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most were Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance clues. In this last search, Fang Yuan reached his goal. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. A while later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, mumbling. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was set in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what the treasure in the inheritance was. She only knew that to inherit this unrivaled demon venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have spring-autumn cicada.
Not only this, the Gu Immortal had to self-detonate and use spring-autumn cicada to carry their will into the River of Time. In the River of Time, they had to search for a Stone Lotus Island. Only after they reach a Stone Lotus Island would they see the will of Red Lotus left there.
Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. It is truly hard to obtain. Fang Yuan sighed. This was too difficult. The rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, once activated, would self-detonate the Gu Master with a certain chance of success. To find Red Lotus will, one had to risk the chance of suicide.
Even if the Gu Master successfully enters the River of Time, where would they go to find a Stone Lotus Island?
Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had 3 precious experiences, he did not find any Stone Lotus Islands. In other words, not only did the Gu Master need to self-detonate and use Spring-Autumn Cicada to carry their will into the River of Time, they had to manipulate Spring-Autumn Cicada and swim in the river, searching for some Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan could not do that. He currently was using Spring-Autumn Cicada only as a passenger. He could not control the direction or route. To control Spring-Autumn Cicada and reach this level, I need other methods for assistance.
But I don't have any. These methods would be time path methods. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was at a loss. He had nearly no knowledge in it. Currently, if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, there was a long road to travel. He needed to make ample preparations. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was in the River of Time. It was extremely dangerous for him to try to obtain it.
Fang Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside. For the time being, he was going to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land while waiting for the Refinement Path Convention's second round.
At the same time, he would use the Light of Wisdom to deduce the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. He had obtained Vaguely Familiar Face in the Northern Plains auction. It was 50% complete. As for what the 3 core Immortal Gu were, the information was not concealed. The problem was that Fang Yuan did not have these 3 core Immortal Gu. They were in another person's possession. Immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, he would need to modify the move and change the core Immortal Gu to something else.
The best situation would be an Immortal Gu he already owned. This was very difficult because in regards to Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not very high. Central Continent, East Coast. Waves were rumbling, crashing into one another. Frost energy oozed, creating white fog that covered hundreds of years ago. A piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere into Central Continent's East Coast. This profound ice was huge. It was like an island. It was overflowing with frost energy. Many Ice Path Wild Gu were gathered on it. The frost energy even got absorbed into nearby trees. After the profound ice was found, it attracted a lot of commotion. The Gu masters living in the East Coast tried to guess the origin of this profound ice. There were 2 theories. One was that the profound ice came from far away in the east. It could have originated from Eastern Sea's icy sea region. This sea region had low temperatures all year round. It was icy cold. Streams of icy water flowed like dragons or snakes, coiling around deep in the sea. Once they reached close to the surface, they formed into huge pieces of ice.
The second theory was that White Heaven had a crack and a piece of ice fell from it. The size of it should have been immensely larger at first, but as it fell, it melted due to the friction against the air. After it ended up in the sea, it cooled down and formed this profound ice island. The edges of this island were smooth and shiny. There were no rough edges. It resembled melted candles, attesting to the credibility of this theory. This profound ice was beached on the sandy shore. It did not move. At first, a large number of mortal Gu masters were attracted and came to scour the place. These Gu masters who enjoyed the benefits of being the closest and earliest to arrive all made great fortunes. The wild Gu and icy trees on the profound ice were all looted. Over the next handful of years, more Gu masters came to the profound ice, staying here permanently with no intention of leaving. It turned out that although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt. The frost energy it gave off made it the perfect place for ice path cultivators to stay in. Central Continent's east coast was tropical. It was warm all year round. It was hard for ice path Gu masters to support cultivation.
Thus, regarding this profound ice island, many ice path and water path goo masters were attracted here. Places with humans have conflict, the island had limited capacity as more people came. In order to defend their own interests, the goo masters on the island gathered into an alliance, creating a tight boundary around the ice island and preventing outsiders from coming in. Thus, a moderately sized force was created. After several hundred years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance, due to several generations of ambitious leaders, slowly became more firmly structured. They formed a sect. As they developed, the sect grew larger. It was a large force now. There was no force in the surroundings that could match them. This sect's name was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the profound ice island that was the foundation of this sect came from far away, long ago in history. The second round of competition of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was being held. One of the places was Flying Frost Sect. Fang Yuan held the token as he came to Flying Frost Sect. The task here was to refine the rank 2 Ghost Fire Goo. The rules had changed. It was no longer deciding the winner by quantity, but using time instead. It asked the Goo Master to refine 10 Ghost Fire Goo at once. Goo Masters using less time would get better positions. The specifications were listed. Using 15 minutes or less would be first place. Since this operated on a first-come, first-served basis, if someone gets first, then another person who beat the 15-minute requirement would only get second. If second place was taken, they would only place third. If all 3 positions were taken, they would get no rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Goo Worm recipes. For Refinement Path Goo Masters, Ice Path Goo Masters, or even large forces, this had a lot of attraction. When Fang Yuan stepped into the hall to refine Goo, the first 3 positions were still open. The difficulty of the second round is much harder than the first round. It is not hard to refine 10 Ghost Fire Goo one by one. I can easily use less than 15 minutes. But the challenge is in refining 10 Ghost Fire Goo at once. Ghost Fire Goo is both a Fire Path and Soul Path Goo. The steps are quite tricky and complicated. They would expend a lot of mental energy. If I keep on refining them over time, my soul will turn weak very easily. This is one of the special traits of Soul Path Goo worms. Fang Yuan considered it. He decided to use Soul Path and Fire Path techniques together to burn ghostly souls and create fake ghost fires, then using them to refine true ghost fires. Flying Frost Sect was a righteous sect. Fang Yuan had to prepare the ghostly souls himself if he wanted to burn them. Flying Frost Sect would not provide such a goo refinement material. Evil and unorthodox methods. Seeing Fang Yuan's technique, and Han, who was outside, snorted. The leader of Flying Frost Sect, who was managing the event on the stage, watched as his pupils shrunk. He thought, 5 Virtues Sect's leader tried to gather this person but was rejected. This person is burning souls now in public. This is clearly a demonic act. He is an unscrupulous individual. Even if Flying Frost Sect recruits this person, we will only invite trouble. Forget about it. Other than abiding by no fighting or killing, any Goo Master could join the Refinement Path Convention, be they righteous or demonic. There were no limitations that barred demonic path Goo Masters. They could only use Refinement Path techniques to interact and compete. Precisely because of such freedom, the Refinement Path Convention was such a popular event. People who did not know the true details would think that this was the magnanimity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But only people like Fang Yuan knew this was because of the infallible inheritance. The infallible inheritance had hidden requirements. The more Goo Masters that participated, the better. But the righteous path and demonic path were different. Fang Yuan used souls to refine Goo. This was an evil and cruel act that would be despised by the righteous path. The observing Goo Masters were mostly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Fang Yuan, they felt a strong sense of distaste inside them. They did not want to see Fang Yuan's Goo refinement succeed. Maybe it was because of their collective wishes. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan exploded. Out of the 10 ghost fire Goo that were about to form, one of them had turned into ash, falling from the fire and piling on the floor. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined brightly. Some indiscreet righteous path Goo Masters even made joyful exclamations. But immediately recalling Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut up, although the delight in their eyes could not be concealed. And Han showed joy on his face as well. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to his earlier progress, He was already on the last few steps before succeeding.
Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast, the souls were burning very effectively. If he passed the next few steps, he would be able to complete the refinement in less than 15 minutes. The position of first place would go to Fang Yuan.
Of course, Fang Yuan had no interest regarding the reward and position. And Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he lost, he would lose face in front of his peers. Furthermore, getting first place in one of the rounds of the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely great glory for Refinement Path Gu Masters. Finally, the first place reward also enticed Han greatly. Alright, this way he would need to refine Gu again. If he refines 9 Ghost Fire Gu, missing 1 would mean he would not pass. He can only restart from scratch and make 10 more. He has to make them at the same time to pass. And Han controlled his expression from changing, feeling great joy inwardly. Indeed, evil deeds lead to bad outcomes. Even if he is using souls to refine Gu, he is still going to fail. He reached first place in the first round at 5 Virtues sect, so be it. But here in Flying Frost sect, first place has to go to Lord and Han. Evil and unorthodox methods leading to Gu refinement failure. This is truly heartening. The surrounding people talked among themselves. The stage itself had a Gu formation that isolated sound, preventing the Gu masters from being distracted. But just when they were all rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hands split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, 1 big and 1 small. Inside the large lump were 9 incomplete ghost fire Gu, while the small lump had nothing. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply as he finally became more serious. Earlier, that ghost fire Gu had exploded not due to his own mistake, but because refining Gu had a chance of failure. Even though the failure rate of rank 2 Gu was not high, and he had already performed as well as possible, when a minor stroke of bad luck like that hit him, there was nothing he could do. Now he was holding the large lump of ghost fire and keeping it burning, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire, a boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire burst into life. There were pitiful cries of pain coming from within. He is using a human soul. In broad daylight, he is publicly burning a human soul. This. He, worthy of a demonic path rank 5 expert being so rampant. Flying Frost sect's members had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fang Yuan was burning a human soul to refine Gu here openly. He was totally disregarding Flying Frost sect. But now was the Refinement Path Convention. Even though Flying Frost sect was unhappy, they could not stop Fang Yuan from refining Gu. Unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and cause the downfall of their own sect. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to toss in Gu refinement materials. The ghost fire was turning between big and small from time to time, interchangeably between strong and weak. When he got to a crucial step in the middle, he tossed in a fire pellet Gu at lightning speed, as well as a soul ball Gu. The 2 Gu worms fused in the fire. They combined into one and created an incomplete ghost fire Gu. Some knowledgeable Gu masters saw this and gasped loudly. Tossing in 2 Gu worms consecutively. This is the refinement path technique, consecutive toss. Even though consecutive toss is one of the basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it so well with much experience, it is almost like this is as easy as breathing to him. This is not something that talent alone can achieve. Countless sessions of practice and hard work are needed to reach such a stage. Does this person cultivate refinement path as his main path? Hard to say. When he signed up, he kept his sect and path a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect. His path is quite possibly refinement path. Everyone made guesses. Of course, they were completely off. Fang Yuan's main path was strength path. It had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had a proper status in a sect, being in a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects. If everyone knew that the ruthless demon in front of them was a member of Immortal Crane sect, who knew what expressions they would show. A short while later, Fang Yuan succeeded in saving his refinement attempt. The 2 lumps of ghost fires fused into one. The last few steps were done smoothly without any additional mishaps. Eventually, the ghost fire burst out and scattered. 10 ghost fire Gu flew out together. Outside the stage, not a person spoke.
The expression of the elder of Flying Frost sect was dark. He announced helplessly, "Refinement succeeded. Using less than 15 minutes, the first place of this round of the competition goes to Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan quietly stood up under everyone's gazes, slowly walking out of the stage. Such deep foundation in refinement path.
He can actually do 2 tasks at once. He slowed down the refinement speed of the 9 incomplete Ghost Fire Goo while restarting the refinement of the final Ghost Fire Goo with extremely high speed.
Refining Ghost Fire Goo consumes a lot of mental energy, but he still seems energetic even now. Could it be that he has cultivated Soul Path or Wisdom Path as well? And Han was shocked and uncertain. First Elder, First Elder? A disciple beside Han reminded him in a soft voice.
What is it? And Han came back to his senses. He could not help but feel embarrassed. Unknowingly, he had stood up from his seat. Such a loss of composure was really damaging to his reputation. At this moment, Flying Frost Sect's leader looked at Han.
This was the Refinement Path convention. They naturally had to use Refinement Path to restore their reputation. Han's heart skipped a beat as he realized the sect leader's intention. He had no choice but to comply. Seeing their first elder taking action, the spectating Flying Frost sect disciples applauded loudly. They no longer had the earlier listless expressions. Even outsiders could not help but cast optimistic gazes when they saw the famous Han exiting the stage. Among the crowd, however, were some people with discerning eyes. An old Goo master sighed softly. "This Han's situation doesn't look good." "Why is that the case, master?" A youth standing beside the old Goo master asked with confusion. This master and disciple pair was the same pair of lone cultivators who had been walking beside Fang Yuan during the registration at 5 Virtues sect and had been pushed to the side by the burly men making way for Han. That demonic path Goo master, Fang Yuan, is extremely terrifying.
He has a high refinement path attainment level. His method just now involved far more than just doing 2 tasks at once. To do what he did, even I could only accomplish it back when I was in my peak condition.
Outsiders cannot see the difficulty in this. The more proficient the refinement path Goo master is, the more they would be aware of it. This Han also has extraordinary skills, but because of this, he understands even more that he cannot win against this demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Did you see how unsettled he looked when he stood up? It was because in his mind, he has already been intimidated by Fang Yuan. The old Goo master spoke with assurance, but with a soft voice. In this state, if he tries to refine Goo, he might not be able to even show half of his true skills.
Most crucially, Fang Yuan has already taken the first spot. Even if Han tries harder, this won't change. That is, unless he can use a new method to finish the task in far less time than Fang Yuan. Then he can earn back the reputation that Flying Frost Sect lost. But if he had such talent, he would not have remained in Flying Frost Sect for so many years. The young Goo master nodded his head repeatedly in praise. "Master, you are right. The sect leader of Flying Frost Sect is not an expert in Goo refinement. The move he is making now is a mistake due to his thirst for success. It is like what Master taught me. One cannot rush for quick results and be anxious when refining Goo."
It seems that managing a sect also has the same logic. The old Goo master's eyes brightened and looked at his only disciple with satisfaction. "Not bad, disciple, you are truly talented, you have great ability in comprehension. The fact is, all paths lead to the great Tao. You were able to use the logic of Goo refinement and look at other aspects. It looks like your refinement path attainment has already reached a certain mastery level.
You can definitely achieve success in this second competition." The young Goo master smiled. "This is all because of Master teaching me unreservedly. If I was not picked out by Master, I would have already starved to death. My accomplishments today are all because of Master nurturing me." Disciple had a well-thought-out plan and could have captured first place by using just 13 Goo refinement techniques. But now, first place is already taken by that demonic path Goo master. "Master, let Disciple seize that green shine Goo for you." "What?" The old master was greatly startled, quickly blocking him. "Disciple, don't." But it was already too late. Youth knows no fear. The young Goo master shouted loudly. "Senior Fang Yuan, may I be so bold as to request a duel with you?" The entire conversation between the master and disciple seemed to have taken a long time, but only a few moments had passed. Fang Yuan had just left the stage and had not gone far because he still needed to receive the first place reward from Flying Frost Sect. At the other end, and Han had stood up and was about to step onto the stage.
The young Gu Master's words caused a huge commotion that immediately attracted everyone's attention.
There's a duel, they're going to duel. Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon? I know him, he was second place at 5 Virtues Sect. He is a genuine refinement path genius. A young tiger does not fear an old lion's might.
This will be a good show to watch. The old master had a pale expression. He could no longer stop this and could do nothing. He was feeling extremely worried and regretful deep inside. I only made efforts to impart refinement path knowledge to my disciple and forgot to teach him the dangers of worldly affairs. This is my mistake. I should not have neglected it. Meanwhile, the young Gu Master, under everyone's gazes, walked slowly with his head held high, leaving the crowd and appearing in front of Fang Yuan with a shining gaze and firm expression. The first elder, and Han, had just stepped into the spotlight. When such a situation occurred, all of the determination that he had just built up left him like a leaking balloon. He normally was a famous person, his every move would attract attention. But today was really difficult for him. He had made a fool of himself and was now ignored by the crowd. He was furious and hateful. Duel? Who wants to duel me? Fang Yuan smiled slightly and turned around to look at the challenger. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event in all the 5 regions. Competitions were divided into large-scale and small-scale. Fang Yuan was currently participating in the large-scale competition of the 5 regions, which was the competition of the largest scale. First, the registration spots everywhere in Central Continent would eliminate large numbers of Gu Master through various rounds. Finally, only a handful of participants could participate in the final contest. Small-scale competitions were often held in each region. According to past conventions, they were divided into Central Continent small-scale competitions, Southern Border small-scale competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. These competitions were divided according to the geographical origins and were rather official. There were also many other small-scale competitions, for instance at the East Coast, which would be jointly held by Flying Frost Sect, 5 Virtues Sect, and others. The eliminated Gu Masters from the large-scale competition could participate in these small-scale competitions of East Coast. The largest number of small-scale competitions were held by small circles of people. For instance, 3 to 5 friends would set a time, put out wagers, or simply have a friendly contest with no rewards. The competitions could be further divided into open and private. Open battles could naturally be observed by others, but most of them sent invitations in advance, inviting limited number of distinguished guests to enjoy or evaluate. Private battles did not allow spectators, and the results were also not publicized. Large-scale competitions were the most open battles. They did not restrict anyone from viewing but forbid the spectators from using any Gu worms. Every time Central Continent held the Refinement Path Convention, it would create a trend of Gu refinement flourishing everywhere in Central Continent. It was similar to the Earth's World Cup, the grand event of football that was held every 4 years. Often, at this time, even those who did not play football would try to play a bit of it. Those who did not pay attention to football would also give some attention to the matches. In this world, Gu refinement was one of the 3 great aspects of Gu master cultivation. It was much more significant than the sport for entertainment, football. Thus, the Gu refinement trend it created was even larger and lasted longer. In this time, experiences and insights related to Gu refinement were greatly interchanged, largely pushing forward the growth of refinement path. Thus, almost every participating Gu master would reap some benefits. According to the different formats, the refinement path convention could be divided into sect contests, duels, task contests, arena contests, and so on. Sect contests were contests where 2 or more sects sent similar numbers of refinement path Gu masters to compete in Gu refinement. Generally speaking, sect contests were used to solve conflicts of interests. In task contests, one side would give a difficult problem while the other side had to solve it. In arena contests, the Gu masters who were very skilled at certain areas of Gu refinement would set the arena and invite refinement path experts from all parties to compete. The arena organizer would put forward a wager, and each challenger also had to put up a wager. These arena contests often had plentiful amounts of rewards. As for duels, they were what Fang Yuan was encountering right now. It is this junior who wants to duel. The young Gu master walked towards Fang Yuan. His expression was neither haughty nor humble.
Fang Yuan sized him up and felt some interest when he saw the youth in high spirits. "Lad, since you want a duel, then bet something that can interest me. Otherwise, I won't duel." Fang Yuan naturally had the right to refuse the duel. The refinement path convention allowed duels but did not have an unreasonable rule that said one had to accept duels no matter what. The young Gu master gave a serious nod. "I have a rank 5 Gu worms recipe with me. Senior, you are a rank 5 expert, this Gu recipe will suit you. This junior wants to bet against the rank 4 green shine Gu Yuan." Fang Yuan nodded. Green shine Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu. Its value is equal to normal rank 5 Gu. "But lad, do you know what my path is? Are you certain the Gu recipe you are betting suits my path?" The young Gu master was stunned. "Senior, aren't you in refinement path?" Judging from his words, the Gu recipe he was betting was a refinement path Gu recipe. Fang Yuan chuckled. "My main cultivation path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are actually using only one Gu recipe to bet against my rare rank 4 Gu. Do you not know that if the refinement of a rank 5 Gu fails, even people at my level can be injured? You are trying to harm me like this but still think I am stupid enough to agree to your conditions." The young Gu master gulped a few times, but he could not say anything. For a while, he stood motionless on the spot. His master quickly hurried over and gave a deep bow to Fang Yuan. "Since Sir is refusing the duel, then we won't duel." "What, no duel?" The spectators jeered as they were going to miss a good show. The first place position holder of 5 Virtues Sect competition, the mysterious demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan, and the second place position holder, the young Gu master Zheng Shanchuan. The battle between Dragon and Tiger is not going to be held because of insufficient betting capital? Come, let us all lend a hand. A pile of rocks can build a mountain, a nosy individual suggested. There is no need. It was my disciple's rashness. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. The old master was frightened and quickly bowed to everyone, cupping his hands to salvage this situation. And Han's eyes flashed ominously. He immediately sent out his instructions in a quiet voice. Soon, someone among the crowd put forward some resources. Many others responded and started to contribute one after another, urging this duel to continue. The atmosphere on the stage was getting more intense. Fang Yuan and the young Gu master, Zheng Shanchuan, could no longer avoid this issue. The elderly master also noticed that most of the Gu masters encouraging this came from Flying Frost sect. His wrinkles became deeper as he showed a bitter expression. Fang Yuan thought about the name Zheng Shanchuan. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his mind was not as sharp as if he was a living person. He could not remember it instantly. He stopped the star thoughts in his mind and activated memory thoughts to excavate his memories. He finally remembered. As it turns out, in Central Continent's East Coast, hundreds of years later, there was a super force called Shan Chuan Hall. Its creator was named Zheng Shanchuan. Shan Chuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. When dream realms manifested and dream path was flourishing, Shan Chuan Hall's leader benefited alongside the trends of that age and became a Gu immortal. But during that great era, mortals becoming Gu immortals was nothing special. Especially after dream realms appeared, there were countless opportunities given to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes were hiding in bushes, most of them only lacked an opportunity. The manifestation of dream realms gave people their fortuitous encounters. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, large numbers of Gu masters at the bottom of the hierarchy were given a chance to rise up. In the midst of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They were numerous like the stars in the sky. They all had their stories. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control with the rise of many forces, including 10 outstanding ones who called themselves the 10 new great sects. They opposed the 10 ancient sects openly. It was quite the spectacle. Unlike now, where the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had control over the situation in Central Continent, even if super forces which had Gu immortals wanted to separate from the 10 ancient sects and free themselves from the status of a subsidiary, it was difficult. In accordance with this time period, don't tell me that this Zheng Shanchuan in front of me is the creator of Shanchuan Hall? Since he could reach second place in 5 Virtues sect, he definitely has master-level attainment in refinement path. Being a refinement path master at such a young age, he truly is a genius. This fits the description of Zheng Shanchuan as well. A great teacher produces great students. This old man must be Old Man Qishan. Old Man Qishan was secretly poisoned by someone. It had been causing him great torment. Zhang Shan Chuan was filial. He tried all ways to heal his master. That's right, green shine goo is among the best healing goo for treating heat toxins. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qishan did not know that the poison in him was a transforming poison. On the surface, it was a heat toxin, but after using green shine goo, it would become a cold poison. The toxicity would intensify, becoming at least twice as severe. But eventually, Zhang Shanchuan succeeded in treating his master's poison. He gathered green shine goo, blue shine goo, red shine goo, and others up to a total of 9 types of shine goo. Forming the killer move 9 shine, it could subdue all sorts of poisons. Later, his bloodline descendant became a Gu Immortal, being Shan Chuan Hall's leader, promoting this killer move and changing it into the Immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Shine. He became a light path healing expert, becoming quite famous during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used memory thoughts to excavate his memories. He quickly remembered these minute details that were deep in his memories. He understood everything going on around him, including in Han's schemes. After observing for a while, he felt that these 2 people were Old Man Qi Shan and Zhang Shan Chuan. He used luck inspection goo on the 2 of them. Flying Frost Sect was a test location for the Refinement Path Convention. There were goo worms set up to prevent goo masters from using their goo worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body, and his immortal aperture was part of his body. When he used luck inspection goo, these mortals were defenseless. Immediately, Fang Yuan saw the luck of these 2. Above his head, Zhang Shan Chuan's luck was like a 7-colored rainbow, bright and imposing. It was out of the norm. Meanwhile, Old Man Qi Shan's luck was like a broken jade bowl. Traces of gray luck were leaking out of the bowl. Old Man Qi Shan's luck was terrible, but Zhang Shan Chuan was intimately linked with him. The luck of the 2 were joined together. The 7-colored rainbow luck split out a portion of itself into Old Man Qi Shan's jade bowl luck, causing his gray luck to be moderated to a large extent. Fang Yuan felt interested, musing, to think that I would encounter the creator of Shan Chuan Hall here. If I kill him, in several hundred years, the East Coast would not have a super force called Shan Chuan Hall. The moment Fang Yuan had killing intent, the luck of the both of them wavered. It was like a huge wind was blowing, causing the rainbow light to fade and be on the verge of destruction. But what benefit would I get if I do that? Northern Plains is already in chaos thanks to me. But that was not my intention. It was all because of Mo Yao's fake will. But who am I going to explain that to? I will leave Zhang Shan Chuan alive. These people should continue on their original paths so that my rebirth advantage can be maintained. Fang Yuan thought again. When Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear, this was the ambition of a demonic overlord. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, only a step from rank 7, but it was mostly due to his fortuitous encounters. He had actually wasted a lot of time during his life. Fang Yuan had self-confidence. Even if these people grow up or even achieve greater accomplishments than in his memories, Fang Yuan could still contest with them and gain profits. He could even stomp on these people, carving out a path of blood as he sprints towards eternal life. As to whether eternal life really existed or not, did that matter? Even if he died along the way, would there be regret? This was the life that Fang Yuan wanted to live. It was full of challenge, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were all nothing more than tools that he could make use of. Fang Yuan thought about this, and his killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately, he saw that the luck of Zhang Shanchuan and Old Man Qishan recovered back to their original points. It was even vaguely greater than before. Luck path is truly mystical. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed inwardly. Recently, he had a greater understanding of luck path. Luck was not omnipotent. It largely depended on one's strength and cultivation level. A thought from Fang Yuan could change the luck of the 2 of them. This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing the 2 of them was as easy as killing ants. Back then, Ma Hongyun had many people going after him, but he instead turned danger into blessings. But now that he was in old ancestor Shuehu's hands, he could not turn the situation around. The rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in their strength. or rather old ancestor Shui who, as a rank 8 great expert, had the power to suppress it.
There was also who Immortal blessed land's calamity. Fang Yuan used time assist luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the increase in luck was split into 4 and Fang Yuan only kept 1 portion. The 3 of them had their gains and fortuitous opportunities, while Fang Yuan barely had any.
That was because Fang Yuan was too strong. He was already an immortal. He needed much more good luck to obtain the same benefits as them. It was much more difficult to influence him than mortals.
On the stage, more and more clamoring could be heard. The urging of the crowd drew more and more people to join in. Those in Flying Frost sect no longer had to steer this matter. Fang Yuan waved his hand. We can duel, but I have no interest in these things. If I lose, I will give you green shine goo. But if you lose, I want you to be my slave and be under my command for life.
Ah! Disciple, you cannot agree. Old man Qi Shan's face paled as he shouted. Everyone looked at each other. This was a great plan by Fang Yuan. The other party was a refinement path genius. He had a bright future. If he won, he would obtain a refinement path master level slave. Senior, isn't this request too much? Zhang Shanchuan was young, but he would not agree so easily. After all, his future was at stake. This would affect his whole life.
Of course you can reject me, but I will tell you now, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel. Fang Yuan sneered, saying, do you think there are lots of green shine goo around?
This is the perfect goo for treating heat toxins. Lad, the tree may wish to be yet the wind continues to blow. The son wants to fulfill his duty, but his parents are no longer around.
Time waits for no man. Often, the opportunity is right in front of you. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Does this person know that my master is afflicted with heat toxins?
Zhang Shanchuan was shocked. These words from Fang Yuan like, the son wants to fulfill his duty but his parents are no longer around. And, if you miss it, you will regret it for life, were affecting him greatly. Disciple, you must not agree to the duel. We can think of another way. Old man Qi Shan's expression was grim. He was an experienced person. Fang Yuan's words were like bait. He had evil intentions. He was trying to trick a young and inexperienced person like Zhang Shanchuan. The duel is their matter. Outsiders are not to interfere. A Flying Frost sect elder came over. His face was austere as he spoke to Fang Yuan and Zhang Shanchuan. Both of you have disrupted the competition. Are you going to duel? If you are dueling, our sect's first elder is magnanimous and is willing to give you an area to compete in.
Please decide quickly. Old man Qi Shan felt an alarm blaring inside him. He was about to speak, but Fang Yuan said, Lad, I am giving you this opportunity because I am touched by your filial piety. If you miss it in the future, I will not agree to any duels even if you ask me.
I will not bully a kid like you. I will give you a chance. You can propose the duel task. What, senior? You are letting me choose? Zhang Shanchuan was moved. Originally, the duel would be initiated by one party, and both sides would put up a wager.
But the content of the duel would need to be agreed upon by both sides. If they refined a goo that one party was familiar with while the other has not refined it before, that would not be fair.
Now, Fang Yuan was letting Zhang Shanchuan choose. That was to say, Zhang Shanchuan could use his forte and trouble Fang Yuan. He could only accept it with no way to change the task. Once he said that, the surrounding goo masters gasped. They were thinking that Fang Yuan was too arrogant. Their money was on the young goo master, Zhang Shanchuan. Now, disciple, do not duel. Our real business is on the competition. Old man Qi Shan continued to urge him. Even though Zhang Shanchuan had a huge advantage, this old man was still worrying. He did not want any mishaps to happen to his disciple. But Zhang Shanchuan was a young man. He was hot-blooded.
Master's heat toxins are very severe. It will be too late if we do not treat it soon. The other party is so arrogant, he is looking down on my age. The goo I am most familiar with is careful goo. This goo is a specialty of ours. It is rank 3 and has many complex steps. The techniques needed for it are numerous. I spent 3 years putting in so much hard work, only now having an 80% chance of success.
I will duel him with this. Thinking of this, Zhang Shanchuan made up his mind, saying to Fang Yuan, I will duel. Disciple. Old man Qi Shan was extremely anxious. Zhang Shanchuan turned around and faced old man Qi Shan. On his young face, his eyes were bright and clear. Master, I am unfilial. I will have to go against your wishes. Master, he is letting me pose the problem. This is a huge advantage. I have no reason not to duel. If under such conditions, I refuse to duel, this will become a scar in my heart. Would I have any courage to progress further in refinement path? Old man Qishan heard his words and fell into silence.
He sighed inwardly, "Oh, disciple, you have little experience of the world, you do not know the deviousness of men." Since the other party is relenting to this extent, he is definitely confident of winning, he has his trump cards. You have been fooled.
It is a pity, it is regretful. I am old and weak now. The situation has already been set. I cannot do anything to stop it. On the surface, old man Qishan stretched out his hand, grabbing Zhengshan Chuan's shoulder. Disciple, I understand your filial intentions.
All right, you can make your own decision, I will support you on this. Use careful gu as the dual task, we will not bet on the success of the gu refinement, but the time.
Whoever refines careful gu first will win. Master! Zhengshan Chuan was so touched his eyes turned red. Careful gu was the sole secret inheritance of old man Qishan. It was not circulated to the outside world. To support his disciple, old man Qishan took out this precious gu recipe, allowing his opponent, Fang Yuan, to see it. He even suggested that they competed in terms of time. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful gu. He would not be familiar with it. If they competed using time, he would face more pressure than just needing success. As expected, the old were the wisest.
Fang Yuan allowed his opponent to choose the gu, he gave a huge advantage to him, he was in a passive situation. Zhengshan Chuan hesitated for a moment, he felt that his master's suggestion was taking advantage of his opponent. Even if he won, it was not a glorious win. But he immediately thought about the fact that this matter involved his master's safety. Even if he won unfairly, he needed to win the green shine gu. Thus, he turned around and gave his decision to the Flying Frost Sect elder. Flying Frost Sect quickly arranged it. First Elder and Han was overjoyed, he took the initiative to leave, giving them the venue in his place. Fang Yuan and Zhengshan Chuan went onto the stage, engaging in their duel. The surroundings went quiet. Both parties were dozens of steps away from each other, sitting on the ground. Zhengshan Chuan first took out the gu recipe of careful gu and gave it to Fang Yuan. Soon, Flying Frost Sect announced the commencement of this duel.
Below the stage, discussions could be heard. I've never heard of careful gu. It is definitely their specialty gu recipe. That Fang Yuan only has had a short time to look at it before the duel started. Isn't this going overboard? This is Fang Yuan's fault for being too arrogant. He allowed the opponent to choose the gu. He made a really stupid decision. The young gu master is not simple. He was second place in the previous round, but his score was good enough to hit first place. Many people are guessing that he is a refinement path master. Hearing this, many people scoffed. How is this possible? How old is he? At this age, he is already a refinement path master. In that case, with my age, have I been living like a dog all this time? But as the competition progressed, under everyone's watchful gazes, Zhengshan Chuan used nearly 10 gu refinement techniques with extremely skillful manipulation. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, those who guessed that Zhengshan Chuan had master-level refinement path attainment soared in numbers. But Fang Yuan was still researching the gu recipe, he had not started the gu refinement. Looking at this, the crowd did not think well of Fang Yuan. Oh no! Old man Qishan frowned. This person has such a calm nature, he is trying to decipher each step before refining the gu. This is the demeanor of an expert, calm under any situation. Thankfully, I use time as the factor, whoever refines the gu first wins. The process of refining careful gu is complex. He cannot win unless he is familiar with the gu recipe, and has practiced with it more than little Chuan. That was impossible, of course. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this careful gu recipe. Careful gu was, strictly speaking, a wisdom path gu worm, but it had a huge use in refinement path. Fang Yuan guessed that this was the core gu in Zhengshan Chuan's inheritance. History had recorded that Shan Chuan Hall's gu masters were most skilled at refining those gu worms, which had crucial steps that directly affected the success rate of the refinement. Careful gu was best in assisting the refinement path gu master to settle these problems. After Fang Yuan looked at the recipe several times, he understood it deeply and could use it properly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard to understand a rank 3 gu recipe. In truth, not only did he read the gu recipe, He also observed Zheng Shanchuan's techniques. Zheng Shanchuan was already at the middle part of the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan had watched the first part closely. Even Fang Yuan had to nod his head in acknowledgement. With Zheng Shanchuan's age, it was very hard to get to his level. But as a refinement path quasi-grandmaster, Fang Yuan could see that his techniques were not skilled enough. There were still flaws when he dealt with the materials. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands and started to refine the Gu. He is finally refining the Gu. Outside the stage, quiet mocking voices could be heard. He is not anxious at all. Someone evaluated impartially. Fang Yuan started to refine the Gu. It attracted Zheng Shanchuan's gaze. But he only took one look before concentrating on his own task again.
Fang Yuan started Gu refinement. He went through it step by step. All of the bystanders were staring in disdain. These were Zheng Shanchuan's techniques. But soon, Fang Yuan made some modifications. He used a different technique, and his Gu refinement speed got faster.
The mocking sounds in the crowd vanished. Everyone watching his hands moving at lightning speed in shock. He has already used more than 10 Gu refinement techniques. Such experienced Gu refinement techniques with deep foundation. He is unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is chasing up to Zheng Shanchuan. Old man Qishan frowned tightly. He was shocked inwardly. This person's speed is not scary. The problem is, he is fast without any anxiety. His techniques are so calm and collected. Impressive, very impressive. This person's refinement path attainment is probably not just master level.
Little Chuan is going to feel pressure. He cannot lose control of himself and become anxious. Careful Gu gets harder as the refinement proceeds. Little Chuan has the advantage. He needs to maintain it. The enemy is strong. If he loses his bearings, he is bound to lose. Zheng Shanchuan's pressure was high indeed. This was very normal. In running competitions, the person at the very front has the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many strategies revolved around conserving energy, only attempting to go all out at the end. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the burden on the body. Especially when Zheng Shanchuan was seeing Fang Yuan refining Gu rapidly and catching up to him, he could not help but be flustered. Such ability.
He used more than 10 refinement techniques and he is still continuing. His mind is too strong. I cannot compete with him on this. Oh no, he is catching up. Zheng Shanchuan was a youngster. Fang Yuan's rapid speed was making his mouth dry. His heart was pounding. His gaze was firm. Forget it. I'll use my trump card and leave you in the dust. Zheng Shanchuan made up his mind. His refinement speed slowed. His mind entered his aperture as he activated his Gu worms. Is little Chuan going to? The master and disciple had great mutual understanding. After seeing his actions, old man Qishan understood Zheng Shanchuan's plan. He became nervous. Zheng Shanchuan's Gu refinement speed is slowing. Soon, the spectators noticed this change. Are the steps ahead going to be very difficult? He needs to recompose himself? Many people were making guesses. They did not know the recipe of careful Gu. They were inaccurate in their conjectures. At this time, Zheng Shanchuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with a golden light as his body was covered in a golden glow. He stretched out his right hand rapidly. His open palm was facing down and pressing heavily.
In an instant, all of the golden light in his eyes and body gathered on his right hand. The golden light condensed and formed into a small golden bell.
The golden bell spun slowly, covering all of the fire in which the refinement was occurring. It became faster and faster as it emitted a suction force. The Gu refinement materials that were gathered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell.
The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it faded. But at the next moment, before everyone's eyes, an incomplete careful Gu was formed. The crowd was in a commotion.
This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves can be considered rarer than killer moves of other paths. Zheng Shanchuan is still so young, yet he already knows a refinement path killer move. What is most precious is that he actually succeeded in using it. This lad's talent is incredible. His future is unpredictable. Fang Yuan is in danger. He has the ability, but he was too careless. Zheng Shanchuan already had such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. It was all for victory. He is really stopping at nothing.
In my opinion, even if Fang Yuan loses this, it was not disgraceful. Zhang Shanchuan let out a breath of turbid air. His expression was spirited. I am definitely winning. I used my killer move and instantly grinded 6 goo refinement materials. I completed the longest step in this goo refinement already. I am way ahead of Fang Yuan now. Old man Qi Shan's heart settled. Even if Fang Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, this is his first time refining careful goo. He has 0 experience. The usual procedure for this is to refine the 6 materials one by one while controlling the fire meticulously. If he uses a killer move to rush it, he would be causing his own doom. Even though Little Chuan took a risk, it was a good decision. He is definitely going to win. The other goo masters were not familiar with careful goo. They did not understand the situation. But Fang Yuan was in dire straits. Any person could tell. By completing this step in advance, he really did solidify his victory. Zhang Shanchuan stabilized his emotions and continued to refine goo. His technique was fast and stable. He did not give Fang Yuan a chance. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He started to slowly refine the 6 materials, slowly boiling them as he refined the materials. This step was not hard at all, it was just time-consuming. But Fang Yuan was not anxious in the least. Time passed. Zhang Shanchuan was finally at the last few steps of the refinement. The incomplete goo worm in the fire was becoming more clear. To play safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again. He saw that Fang Yuan had just finished the previous step. He had fused the 6 materials together. By this point, Zhang Shanchuan has to admire Fang Yuan's calmness. It is a pity. I am the victor of this duel. I will definitely get this green shine goo. Zhang Shanchuan was oozing with confidence, but when he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha, Zhang Shanchuan, you lost. Look at my refinement path killer move. What? Zhang Shanchuan's heart shuddered. He immediately turned to look at Fang Yuan, only to see that Fang Yuan took out a goo worm and squashed it. Instantly, Zhang Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to the size of pins. As he was about to jump, he screamed at Fang Yuan angrily, You actually destroyed green shine goo. As he said this, the fire in his hands became unstable. It went out of control and exploded. The explosion was not intense, but after it occurred, Zhang Shanchuan's clean face was covered in soot. He was like charcoal. It was a sad sight. Zhang Shanchuan was stunned on the spot. He froze like a statue. Such a huge change had occurred in mere moments. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths before reacting. They were all shocked. Their voices overlapped and caused a huge wave of chattering. What a ruthless demonic path goo master! He directly destroyed green shine goo, causing Zhang Shanchuan to lose control and fail the goo refinement. All his hard work was wasted. This Fang Yuan is too good at scheming. He flipped the situation around instantly. Zhang Shanchuan failed and has to restart the refinement now. Fang Yuan's advantage is too great now. Even if Zhang Shanchuan repeats the process, he cannot catch up to Fang Yuan. Most importantly, he only destroyed his own goo. This cannot be determined as him maliciously interfering with his opponent. Oh no, oh no. He actually did this. This actually happened. Old man Qi Shan was flustered. Zhang Shanchuan suffered a huge blow. He took a long while before recovering. When he regained control of his mental state and restarted the goo refinement, Fang Yuan was at the last step already. This duel no longer had any surprises. Fang Yuan was the eventual winner. Exciting. This was too exciting. The spectators were commenting with much enthusiasm. Zhang Shanchuan was too young and naive. He lost his bright future now. Sigh. Some people felt pity. Of course, some people were happy, for example, an Han, but he was the first elder of a righteous sect. He could only be happy in secret. He had to express his sympathy towards Zhang Shanchuan's fate on the outside. The duel was over. Fang Yuan stood up as Zhang Shanchuan stared at the flame in his hands blankly. He lost. He lost his life, his bright future to a mysterious demonic path goo master in a duel. How could this be? What should he do? Zhang Shanchuan felt that his future was bleak. There was no hope. Senior, please spare him. Both of us had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We offended Senior. Please be magnanimous. My disciple is still young and innocent. Please let him go. I am willing to replace him and contribute all of my savings in exchange for his freedom. Please have mercy on us. Please spare us.
Old man Qishan knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Fang Yuan non-stop. The old man's head hit the floor, causing a wave of loud thudding sounds. His face was covered in blood.
Master, master? Zhang Shan Chuan was jolted to awareness. He hurried over and tried to help old man Qi Shan get up. But old man Qi Shan was insistent. He pushed his disciple away as he continued to kowtow, begging for mercy.
Master! Zhang Shan Chuan's face was full of tears. With a splat, he knelt down facing old man Qi Shan. Everyone looked at this with varying expressions. Flying Frost Sect's leader showed a look of regret and sympathy, and Han was coldly sneering internally. But the duel was over. How could the terms be changed under everyone's watchful gazes? Unless Fang Yuan was willing to let them go. But he was a ruthless demonic cultivator. Zhang Shan Chuan was a refinement pathmaster at such a young age. How could Fang Yuan let him go?
Even if it were the righteous Path Gu masters in his position, they would not let Zhang Shan Chuan go. The cruel and harsh side of the refinement path convention was displayed in front of everyone. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said to old man Qi Shan, "It is not impossible to let him go." And Han's mental sneer froze. The place went silent.
What?
Zhang Shan Chuan was stunned. Old man Qi Shan was the first to react. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, senior, for your magnanimity. Thank you, senior, for your kindness." Fang Yuan smiled. His tone was warm and kind. People should be kind to one another.
That is also being kind to oneself. Everyone heard this and showed looks of disbelief. Weren't his words too fake? Who was it who destroyed the green shine goo earlier and made a young lad lose?
And Han's expression changed. He screamed inwardly, "Hey, are you still a demonic path goo master?
Quickly act ruthless."
What are you saying? Are you not cold at all? Are you trying to make the entire demonic path lose face? Fang Yuan's words changed, "But since you offended me, you need to be punished." Everyone immediately restored their composure. And Han calmed down. He was overjoyed. "Oh, so this is it. He is trying to toy with their relationship. Ha, that is right. This is the demeanor of the demonic path." Zhang Shan Chuan's expression tightened.
Old man Qi Shan started to kowtow again. He shouted, "Lord, please have mercy. Forget it. I will not make you my slave for life. I want you to do 3 things. But now you are not qualified yet to do things for me. As for what these 3 matters are, I have not decided yet. Maybe I will not make you do any in your entire life. Maybe in the next moment, I will ask you to do 3 matters. It will all depend on my mood." Fang Yuan said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the people were quiet, listening to him. Old man Qi Shan sighed out in relief. He shouted while holding back his tears. "Thank you, Lord, for your mercy." Zhang Shan Chuan lowered his head. "Junior thanks senior. 3 matters compared to being a slave for life, the former was much easier to accept."
Central Continent was dominated by the righteous path. If Zhang Shan Chuan had the identity of a demonic path gu master's slave, even if he had refinement path talent, he would be unable to be successful and make a name for himself. But handling these 3 matters was just an agreement.
Having an agreement between righteous path and demonic path gu masters was nothing much. Zhang Shan Chuan's future was still very bright.
Looking at the master and disciple who were extremely grateful to him, Fang Yuan laughed, ordering, "Both of you, bite your tongues and give me a drop of blood from the tips of your tongues." Old man Qi Shan and Zhang Shan Chuan looked at each other.
They bit their tongues and gave the blood to Fang Yuan with much fear. Fang Yuan stretched out his right arm and his 5 fingers closed up, grasping the 2 drops of blood in his hand. Next, he moved his hand, grinding with his fingers as black smoke emerged from the spaces between his fingertips. When the black smoke faded, Fang Yuan opened his hand, showing 2 gu worms. Old man Qi Shan and Zhang Shan Chuan were staring with wide-opened eyes. These 2 gu were a pair of rank 4 gu. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan was actually so formidable he refined a pair of rank 4 gu in a few breaths' time. This is the technique of blood path. He actually has such astounding blood path gu refinement techniques. Flying Frost Sect's higher-ups were showing dark expressions. Even the demonic path gu masters outside showed looks of wariness. Blood path was notorious. It was even more vile than using soul path techniques to burn human souls. Righteous path members would hunt it down. Even the demonic path often excluded it. This pair of rank 4 gu can sense each other. You 2 will take one, I will take the other. If I have anything to request of you, I will send someone over carrying this blood path goo worm as the symbol.
These two blood path goo worms can sense each other and tell if they are real. Even if you die in the future, these three matters will extend to your children, descendants, disciples, and other later generations. Are you willing?
If not, be my slave. Fang Yuan said. Willing, we are willing. Old man Qishan replied hurriedly. Fang Yuan's hand moved, and one of the blood path goo worms was tossed to old man Qishan. He tossed Zheng Shan Chuan another goo. When Zheng Shan Chuan received this goo, he was stunned. He stammered, This is green shine goo? Fang Yuan stored the other blood path goo worm away as he said slowly, laughing, Did you really think I destroyed green shine goo? As he laughed, he left the dumbfounded goo masters behind, turning around and leaving. Zheng Shan Chuan looked blankly at Fang Yuan leaving, as old man Qishan stored the blood path goo worm carefully. He did not dare to violate this agreement. Their witnesses were not just Flying Frost Sect, but the entire Refinement Path Convention itself.
All of the competitions, including this duel, were recorded. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and all of the forces that joined the Refinement Path Convention had the evidence. He could not deny it. Master, you need to heal the injury on your head. Zheng Shan Chuan quickly got up, helping old man Qishan up. Go, quickly leave, we cannot stay here anymore. Old man Qishan was intimidated by Fang Yuan's methods. He was truly shell-shocked now. He urged his disciple to leave this terrifying place. With this, Zheng Shan Chuan backed out of the competition, no longer joining the rest of the rounds. But he had obtained green shine goo, his original goal.
After this matter, old man Qishan gave Zheng Shan Chuan a good lesson using this as an example, telling him how vicious Fang Yuan's methods were. He truly had a grasp on the nature of people. He next told Zheng Shan Chuan about the jealousy of Flying Frost Sect's first elder, and Han.
Towards the talents of others, he was the person surreptitiously encouraging this duel. Zheng Shan Chuan matured greatly from this matter. He finally understood his own shortfalls as well as the vicious nature of the world.
For most of his life, he tried all sorts of ways to treat old man Qishan while raising his refinement path attainment, keeping a low profile. When he was 53 years old, he healed old man Qishan's poison. When he was 88 years old, he became a refinement path grandmaster without causing much of a disturbance. In his final years, he returned to Central Continent's East Coast, creating a sect that he named after himself. It was called Shan Chuan Hall. His life ended at 150 years old. He did not join the Refinement Path Convention ever again.
As for the agreement of those three matters, that was another story. After the second round of the Refinement Path Convention ended, Fang Yuan returned to Immortal Blessed Land.
Some time had passed in the Blessed Land already. Mo Yao's will had recovered from Fang Yuan's arrangements. He could search again. Fang Yuan had no pity for her. He conducted will searching on Mo Yao's will. This time, he obtained quite a few goo refinement techniques that Mo Yao knew, including a refinement path killer move. In these memories of Mo Yao's fake will, many were related to details of goo refinement.
In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was also a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. The refinement path techniques that she had expanded his vision quite a bit.
After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he benefited greatly. Usually, when masters teach their disciples, they might keep some secrets to themselves or hide their trump cards. As the saying goes, a teacher dies of starvation after teaching his student. Mo Yao's will was now Fang Yuan's master, but she was teaching him without reserving anything. Fang Yuan had many benefits. On one hand, he learned all sorts of new goo refinement techniques from Mo Yao's fake will. On the other hand, he was revising the things he had learned.
He intended to show his skills in the Refinement Path Convention using all his ability to get the best result he could obtain, because this concerned the infallible inheritance.
Looking over the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that it was still safe for him to join the Refinement Path Convention. But as time passes, the risk of undertaking such actions would be uncertain. The toppling of 88 Truyang building was too huge of a matter. Fang Yuan was a lone force. He could only stall them. It was impossible to completely hide the truth from the investigative forces of Northern Plains and Central Continent. If the 5 regions' chaotic war was soon to occur, the 5 regions would be busy fending for themselves. Fang Yuan would be able to conceal the truth. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' chaotic war was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent did not have much chaos under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. Northern Plains' situation had improved in stability after the battle between Old Ancestor Shui, who against Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang. One day, the truth that I caused Truyang Building's collapse will be exposed. By then, I will have arrest warrants from Central Continent and Northern Plains. The other 3 regions might also come after me due to Giant Sun's true inheritance. Who Immortal blessed land would no longer be unaffected by the outside world. It would be attacked immediately. Thus, before the truth is exposed, I have to develop myself during this period of time. Fang Yuan could clearly discern his future circumstances. Once the truth was exposed, Fang Yuan would have to start a life as a fugitive. Thus, he has to increase his strength as much as he could, using all opportunities that came, or even create them if they didn't come. Right now, the Refinement Path Convention was a huge opportunity. This was only the second round of the Refinement Path Convention. Towards the middle and late stages, the first place rewards would be Immortal Essence Stones, Immortal Materials, Immortal Goo Recipes, or Immortal Killer Moves. If one obtained a good position during the final competition, they would be qualified to obtain the reward from the infallible inheritance. Thus, even if he attracted the attentions of people and was high profile, Fang Yuan could not care less.
Also, his duel with Feng Jin Huang was well known by everyone already. Almost all of the higher-ups in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent knew about it. Fang Yuan could not lay low even if he wanted to. One day, when news that he was the culprit behind Truyang Building's collapse gets exposed, his name would spread over the 5 regions. He would be extremely famous. By then, he would face a difficult and dangerous challenge. The entire world would be his enemy. Countless Gu immortals would chase down Fang Yuan. In their opinions, Fang Yuan certainly would have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I have to use this last stretch of time to develop, accumulating Immortal Essence Stones, Immortal Materials, and raising my battle strength to the limit. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain a living body. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. Even his usual cultivation expenses were dragging Fang Yuan down. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to be careful and calculative in every battle. If Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie when he was a fugitive, he would face immense danger. It might even be the cause of his demise. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan had to join the Refinement Path Convention and practice his Gu refinement techniques, but he also had to deduce and use large numbers of Star Thought Gu to modify the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was an urgent matter. It was his best way to change the situation for the better. Other matters could not compare to it. They were put aside by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. He had outstanding capability. His quasi-grandmaster refinement path attainment was uncommon even among Gu immortals. He got first place in all 5 competitions. With such a record, his reputation was surging. Fang Yuan's name started to circulate everywhere. Everyone who heard of it knew that he was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was skilled in refinement path and had many Gu refinement techniques. He had a deep foundation. The day before the 6th round, Fang Yuan finally reached preliminary success in the deduction of the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. It was not easy at all. Fang Yuan walked out of the underground cave. He was really excited, almost to the point of tears. The process of deducing and modifying this Immortal Killer move was very difficult. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were entirely too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill, going one step at a time. To get his current results, Fang Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu he had obtained from Dongfang Chong Fan by the 4th round of the competition. Thankfully, he had the stone nests and large numbers of hairy men. He had been continuously refining and accumulating Star Thought Gu. That gave Fang Yuan enough resources in order to obtain a vaguely familiar face that he could utilize. As has been mentioned previously, Immortal Gu were unique. Fang Yuan did not have a single one of Vaguely Familiar Face's 3 core Immortal Gu. They were in Feng Jiuji's hands. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Vaguely Familiar Face, he could only change the core Gu and modify the killer move. Furthermore, it would be best if this Immortal Gu was one that Fang Yuan currently had. Right now, Fang Yuan achieved the same. The modified, vaguely familiar face that he deduced was greatly simplified in comparison to the original. It only had one core immortal goo, eat strength immortal goo. His other immortal goo, like fixed immortal travel, self-strength, iron crown eagle strength immortal goo, and so on, were incompatible. Or rather, Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not make use of these goo in this regard. Fang Yuan could use Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core to activate vaguely familiar face. This was mostly due to his rich foundation as a Strength Path Grandmaster. Using Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core to use vaguely familiar face, the effect was very limited. Once the killer move was used, it could not change Fang Yuan's appearance, but it could change his aura. Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Goo Immortal. Once he had to exert himself seriously, his aura would leak out and be exposed along with his identity. But if he used this version of vaguely familiar face activated by Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he could change his aura and turn his Northern Plains Goo Immortal aura into that of Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, or Western Desert. If the other party was not a Goo Immortal skilled in investigation, they would not be able to expose him. In fact, Old Lord Kenyang had such a method. When Old Lord Kenyang helped Dongfang Changfan, he fought with the band of demonic path immortals in an intense battle. But from start to finish, he was showing a Northern Plains aura. He did not display any relationship with Central Continent. This was evidently an immortal killer move. This was an indication of immortal crane sex plentiful foundation. But Fang Yuan created vaguely familiar face in a rush. The effect was weaker than Old Lord Kenyang's move. Old Lord Kenyang could fight intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Goo Immortals without exposing his true Central Continent aura. Fang Yuan knew clearly that his version of vaguely familiar face could not do that. Furthermore, the use of this killer had a huge weakness. The price was very high. Each time he used it, he would need to consume several Strength Path Dao marks. Eat Strength Immortal Goo's effect was to allow the Goo Immortal to eat immortal materials that were full of pure Strength Path Dao marks, and extract the natural Strength Path Dao marks from them, adding them to the Goo Immortal's body. Fang Yuan faced many failures in his deductions. He eventually racked his brains and placed his target on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body purely consisted of Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Time Path and Space Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they were not related to his body. Looking at another example, who Immortal Blessed Land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path Dao marks, but who Immortal's body when she was alive only had Enslavement Path Dao marks. After she died, the Enslavement Path Dao marks on her body were all transferred into her blessed land. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to eat his own body. He used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core. By supplementing large numbers of mortal goo, he expended Strength Path Dao marks in order to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move effect was not great, it could not meet Fang Yuan's requirements and also had a huge drawback, but it was at least usable. It was already very fortunate that he obtained such a result. He had thought that his deduction would end in utter failure. Having a preliminary success was already very satisfactory to him. The highest credit had to go to Wisdom Goo. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He could forcefully make the Strength Path Immortal Goo into the core of vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan entered the 6th round of the competition and got first place. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a short while before using fixed immortal travel to go to Western Desert. Western Desert, impassable dunes. Winds were blowing as sand was scattered in the air. The Goo Masters of Shao Clan were all in a battle formation. They were fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants. Their bodies were covered in a layer of glazed exoskeleton. They were skilled at moving in the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand. Their mouths were sharp and dangerous. They attacked the Shao Clan Goo Masters. Fang Yuan watched them from the sky. He estimated that there were at least 30,000 of these hidden sand spiders. But Shao Clan was a super force of Western Desert. The Shao Clan Goo Masters had exemplary skill in battle. They also had rich experience in dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, the situation was tilted in favor of the humans. Fang Yuan only took a look before moving his gaze to behind the hidden sand spider group. This was a huge area of sand dunes. Within this area,
Fierce winds were moving about as the sky turned dark. Countless beasts were growling. If one looked closely, they would realize that these sand dunes were moving slowly. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of sand dunes. It was like heaven was using a brush to sweep past most of the Western Desert, drawing a curved line. In this fixed curved path of moving sand dunes, there were no oases, no beasts and no rocks. There was only yellow sand. No one could stop it, even rank 8 goo immortals were powerless. For these enormous moving sand dunes, Western Desert's people named them impassable dunes, revealing their helplessness and confusion towards nature's might. Impassable dunes. Fang Yuan, however, narrowed his eyes and flew straight towards the sand dunes. He had concealed his figure and flew right above the battlefield on the ground, but no one detected him. Several of Shao Clan's goo immortals were fighting on the impassable dunes, but they were at the periphery. Even these goo immortals could not explore the inner areas. Their opponents were 3 enormous hidden sand spider queens. Each was a desolate beast. These hidden sand spider queens were like fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Their hill-like colossal bodies were constantly letting out hidden sand spider groups. However, Shao Clan's goo immortals were well arranged and in good order. Xiao Huqi led the charge as the leader, shouting and roaring as he immersed himself in the thrill of battle. The deputy leader, Xiao Shirang, sighed, transmitting, "Leader, it is almost time. We have already achieved our objective of training them. We should order our goo masters to retreat now. If you had not said this, I would have forgotten it. Handle this by yourself. Ha ha, these 3 hidden sand spider queens have weakened greatly. It is time to capture them." Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was just about to attack when his gaze suddenly focused in front of him and towards his left. He shouted, "Who's there?" Boom. The reply was a giant hand that passed through the sandstorm with an imposing air, directly grabbing a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi stared with a furious expression, but this giant hand's timing was perfect. That hidden sand spider queen had just been forced back by Shao Clan's goo immortals when the giant hand smoothly grabbed it from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen had gone straight into a trap. Such guts! You dare to challenge Shao Clan in our territory? Thief! You want to reap the fruits of our labor. You are unforgivable. Everyone, attack and capture this person. I, Xiao Huqi, must see who is so daring. Shao Clan's goo immortals were furiously about to attack when suddenly, 7 strength path giant hands emerged from the sandstorm. Bam bam bam. Intense banging sounded out. 5 rank 6 goo immortals of Shao Clan were routed in panic. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were able to fight equally with 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The enemy is extremely powerful. The 2 leaders have used their signature killer moves, but they actually haven't made progress. The other party still doesn't seem to have used all their strength. This is the first time I have seen this strength path killer move. Who in the world is this person? Immediately, Shao Clan's goo immortals revealed heavy expressions. No need to be nervous. I have no malicious intentions. Look. Fang Yuan slowly flew out and revealed his appearance, his expression having a slight smile. Everyone's gazes turned towards that hidden sand spider queen, which was already clenched firmly in the grasp of the strength path giant hand, screeching in pain and struggling desperately. Captured just like that. This immortal killer move is really strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang glanced at each other, seeing the vigilance in each other's eyes. If it were them, they could not accomplish this so easily. Otherwise, Shao Clan would not have sent so many goo immortals to capture the hidden sand spider queens. Fang Yuan was able to accomplish this easily. One reason was because he had grasped the correct timing when the hidden sand spider queen was greatly weakened. Another reason was that after the merging of a second immortal goo, pulling mountain, into myriad self-giant hand, its might had greatly increased and had even more power against earth-path desolate beasts like hidden sand spider queens. After grabbing the hidden sand spider queen, Fang Yuan appeared in front of Shao Clan's goo immortals of his own accord. "Sir, who might you be? What is your intention?" Sensing Fang Yuan's good intention, Xiao Huqi asked in a low voice. Fang Yuan chuckled. "I am nothing more than a nameless lone cultivator of Western Desert, living in seclusion over my life.
Not long ago, I had no choice but to become an immortal zombie, only then did I come out into the open. I am here because I want to do a long-term trade with your esteemed clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spider groups.
Oh? Regretful spiders. Shao Clan's goo immortals felt joyous. Shao Clan possessed an immortal goo house. 10,000 Li Silk Corridor, 10,000 Li, was only a general name. The entire immortal goo house was far longer than 10,000 Li.
This immortal goo house had a very special function. As long as there were enough mortal spider goo, it could be spread out and built everywhere. If looked on from a bird's eye point of view, it would resemble a giant spider web spread over Western Desert.
And the surface of the floor of this 10,000 Li Silk Corridor was smooth like silk. Anything placed on it could be transported at an extremely fast speed. Shao Clan was one of the richest among Western Desert superforces. The most important reason was because Shao Clan possessed this 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Any immortal goo house was a unified construct involving defense, attack, movement, healing, investigative, and other aspects. Be it 88 Truyong Building, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or any other immortal goo house, they all were like this. They could be considered war fortresses. Shao Clan spread 10,000 Li Silk Corridor everywhere, transporting goods and earning a fortune. However, 10,000 Li Silk Corridor's usage consumed large numbers of mortal spider goo.
10,000 Li Silk Corridor was Shao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus Shao Clan had to gather a very large quantity of mortal spider goo every year to maintain 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang led the group to capture hidden sand spider queens. It was to raise them in the clan's headquarters. Every set interval of time, the blood of the hidden sand spider queen would be drawn and their flesh would be cut. Then the clan's goo masters would gather to refine large amounts of mortal spider goo. Despite Shao Clan's own management fulfilling a portion of the requirement, there was still a shortfall left, which would have to be filled by purchasing large numbers of mortal spider goo from the market.
Moreover, the larger the number of mortal spider goo and the greater the variety of them, the more beneficial it would be in the operation of 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Shao Clan's goo immortal group was naturally excited. Xiao Huqi asked immediately, "How many regretful spiders do you have, sir? And how will we make the transaction?" Fang Yuan laughed, reporting a number. The joyous light in Xiao Huqi's eyes faded in an instant. Fang Yuan then spoke. "I can supply your esteemed clan with this number of mortal spider goo every month." Xiao Huqi beamed with delight. "As for how to trade them," Fang Yuan said slowly, "isn't your 10,000 Li Silk Corridor the best way?
Give me a token for a nearby node of 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. Every month on the 30th, I will arrive at this node, place the goods, and take the payment. Then what is the price of Sir's goods?" Xiao Shirang chipped in.
"No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Let's discuss the price after you look at the quality of the goods." Fang Yuan took out a sample. Shao Clan's goo immortals were greatly pleased at the quality. These regretful spiders came from a super force of northern plains, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Shao Clan's goo immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan quoted a price. After a round of bargaining, the two sides settled on a price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi made the payment on behalf of Shao Clan, and Fang Yuan also obtained a node token. After the completion of the transaction, he turned around and left.
Xiao Huqi and the rest of the group returned to Shao Clan's headquarters and immediately reported this to Shao Clan's first Supreme Elder.
The first Supreme Elder slowly nodded his head after learning of the details. "Little Hu, you did well. The contribution points for this task will be doubled," Xiao Huqi said in a heavy voice. "Lord, it is just that this person appeared too suddenly.
A rank 6 immortal zombie with rank 7 battle strength.
Does Lord know of his origins?" The first Supreme Elder smiled indifferently. "Western Desert is vast. There are naturally many goo immortals who remain in seclusion. This is not something I can know completely. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence by themselves. It is not strange for them to be forced to come out of seclusion. Since this person wants to do business sincerely, we will cooperate with them for now. Our clan has an unceasing demand for mortal spider goo.
If the cooperation is pleasant, there's no problem with handing out one of Shao Clan's transaction tokens to him. Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" The first Supreme Elder thought for a moment before saying, I know what you mean, since the other party can supply goods for a long time. He must have other blessed lands. Okay, investigate him a little for a while. We cannot treat him like a normal immortal zombie. The most important thing right now is the contest with Dong Clan to occupy the market in the northwest side. We need to spread 10,000 Li Silk Corridor as fast as possible. I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder. Xiao Huqi saw the First Supreme Elder shutting his eyes to rest. He understood the message and gave a respectful bow before quietly leaving. A few days later, Central Continent, Floating Flower Riverbank, Hearing Wave Pavilion. The large force Hearing Wave Pavilion was generally a secluded sect, but it was now bustling like a market. This was the one of the test locations for the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention. A round of the competition had just ended. Everyone in the audience was discussing and exclaiming, with countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was clothed in a black robe. He wore a mask on his face, just like previously. Silently and unhurriedly, he walked out of the stage. Many gazes followed his slow movement, while another portion of people stared at the rankings on the wall with shock. Right now, Fang Yuan's name was imprinted on first place. Demonic cultivator Fang Yuan has seized first place 7 times in a row. Amazing, truly amazing. This performance means he has master-level attainment at least. With such talents and ability, there is a high chance that he can pass the famous nightmarish 8th round of the Refinement Path Convention. When can I have such ability? Among the crowd, Hong Yi gazed at Fang Yuan's receding figure, his heart filled with yearning. For some reason, while others disliked Fang Yuan's style as a demonic cultivator, Hong Yi, as a disciple of the Righteous Path's Universal Life Academy, did not feel any dislike towards Fang Yuan. Hong Yi had great luck and huge potential, but his skills were too thinly spread out and he was eliminated pitifully at the 2nd round. Do you guys think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals just like this? Youngster, you are thinking about the finals now? It is too early, too early. That's right, who knows how many dragons and snakes are in Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention. The water here is too deep. The previous 7 rounds were no more than the initial portion of the competition. The true essence and brilliance of the Refinement Path Convention lies in the later parts of the competition. Under everyone's discussions, Fang Yuan slowly started walking out of Hearing Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowds of people opened up a path for him. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path-gu cultivator, those of the righteous path felt distaste and repulsion regarding it, but they had no choice but to admire his refinement path attainment. Especially in such a special environment like the Refinement Path Convention, this was a special time where demonic cultivators could enter the righteous path forces openly. The mentality of Gu masters was slightly different now. They were focusing on champions of refinement path. At the outer gate of Hearing Wave Pavilion, several Gu masters from their respective forces were shouting loudly and selling information. It was a booming business. Attention, attention, the newest information has been updated. There is the most comprehensive results list in this Refinement Path Convention. We even have the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the top 100 Gu refinement geniuses most favored in this competition? Then come take a look. 1 shadow image Gu for a minimum price of 50 primeval stones. We will sell it for the highest prices offered, until we run out of stock. A famous wisdom path Gu master's conjecture towards the ranking of the participants in this small competition of Central Continent sects. There are also the grudges of the 10 great ancient sects. A set of information for only 10 primeval stones. It is a steal. To think that the results of the 7th round are already out. Fang Yuan heard this and he was inwardly moved. But when he saw the attire of the Gu master selling the information, he understood why. This Gu master selling the information of the 7th round was wearing the clothes of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu immortal. It was obviously far inferior to the 10 great ancient sections. Lightning Information Sect's creator, Mi Lan Guang, was originally a Lightning Path Gu immortal from Wind Cloud Manor. Because he broke the sect rules, he was crippled in his cultivation and expelled from the sect. In order to sustain a living, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combined with his Lightning Path cultivation experience, he created a set of unique Information Path Gu worms.
In the end, he developed at a much faster pace than before. He created Lightning Information Sect after more than 100 years of development. It was already a first-rate sect that was skilled in information path among the forces of Central Continent.
Even the 10 great ancient sects bought information from them at times.
Fang Yuan walked to this Gu master and threw him 10 primeval stones. "Give me a copy." The Lightning Information Sect Gu master received the primeval stones in a hurry. He took a look at Fang Yuan and was shocked. "Oh, sir. Is Sir Lord Fang Yuan? It is my greatest honor to be able to provide this information to you. How could I accept any primeval stones? Sir, please take it back. This information will be given to you for free." Saying so, he passed the 10 primeval stones back to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "It is your reward." The Gu master smiled in a fawning manner. "Then I will thank Lord for the reward."
"Lord, this is the information you want. I thank you for purchasing this on behalf of Lightning Information Sect. If you could spare us a moment of your time and accept the interview of our sect, we will give you immortal materials as compensation." Fang Yuan waved his hand, receiving the Gu master's information path Gu worm as he walked away. "Lord, take care." The Gu master saw that Fang Yuan rejected him and did not say anything else. After all, Fang Yuan was a rank 5 demonic cultivator. He stood on the spot and sent Fang Yuan off, gazing after him. Only until Fang Yuan was gone did he continue to shout loudly and promote his information. Fang Yuan walked as he diverted a portion of his thoughts into the new information path Gu worm. This information path Gu was only rank 1, it was simple to refine, it was not worth mentioning. But the point was the information inside. That was the thing that was valued at 10 primeval stones. Fang Yuan inspected it and found out that there were over 8,000 people that got through all 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. These people were able to get through the 7 rounds. They would essentially be quasi-masters, at least. Of course, among them, there were some lucky ones with lower attainment levels. But here, speaking of those with lower capability was only relative to the experts. They were not at Hong Yi's level. People like him were already completely eliminated by the 3rd round. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu masters. There were also people from Southern Border and the other regions. After 7 rounds, only 8,000 were left. It was not even 10,000. One could see how intense the elimination rate was. And among them, only 400 or so were people who had gotten the top 3 places in all 7 rounds of the competition. These were talented people who were at least refinement pathmasters. This number of 400 might appear high, but in a huge region like Central Continent, they were truly a small fraction. These people were at the top of the pyramid. In any path, people of master level were rare. Compared to other paths, refinement path could be considered much deeper and harder. The proportion of masters was even lower. Among these 400, only 80 or so had gotten first place in all 7 rounds. Undeniably, these 80 were the focal group of the focal group. They were the pivotal characters. Fang Yuan was among them. According to the expert's evaluation, his name was only at the middle upper position. This was the result when Fang Yuan did not bother concealing his ability. One could see how intense the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was. Talented people were emerging everywhere. It was not easy to defeat these refinement path geniuses and stand at the top. Of course, this ranking was only an estimate. It did not represent their true level. The tests in the 7 rounds could not evaluate Fang Yuan's limits. At the same time, he had a mysterious background. Even if they wanted to make a guess, they had no way to do so. These reasons caused his ranking to be at the 30th position or so. Fang Yuan looked at this ranking and found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief Fang Huai, Tian Min Mie, Feng Jin Huang, Yumu Chun, Louis Pin Tian, Dou Pingtan, Chuan. All these people had high statuses in Fang Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all outstanding people. Shining stars lined up one after another. Fang Yuan felt a strong, piercing light coming from them. Among these people, some were superstars during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Even though some of their rankings might be low now, they were immortals in the future. Some even were refinement path grandmasters during their lifetimes. Fang Yuan felt pressure inwardly. Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. He was 1 step away from grandmaster level. But this 1 step was very far away. It required great accumulation to make the breakthrough.
Actually, in terms of refinement path talent, Fang Yuan was very ordinary. If his talent was insufficient, he could only make up for it with hard work. Fang Yuan's accumulations from his previous life, along with his current life, forcefully elevated his refinement path attainment from master level to quasi-grandmaster level. 500 years of cultivation but only becoming a quasi-grandmaster. Wasn't he really useless? Look at Zheng Shanchuan. He is so young but already a refinement path master. Talent was undeniably important. But there was another factor. Zheng Shanchuan was a Gu master that cultivated refinement path mainly. All of his efforts were placed in it. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan in both lives only cultivated refinement path on the side. During his previous life, he lived 300 years at first, only cultivating blood path for the last 200 years, and in this life he cultivated strength path. Being one's main cultivation as opposed to being cultivated on the side, the amount of effort put into them was vastly different. If Fang Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path mainly, he might not have lived up to now. He was not fortunate like Zheng Shanchuan, having a master to protect and nurture him along the way. Furthermore, attainment levels of paths were hard to raise. The higher one went, the more difficult it was. Before Dream Realms changed the 5 regions, to raise one's attainment level, one could only work hard and accumulate their foundation while having ample talent. One could say that it was not easy for Fang Yuan to reach his current quasi-grandmaster attainment level.
With my ability, it will be difficult to even reach the top 10 of the refinement path convention. Meanwhile, to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to be at least top 6. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. Central Continent's refinement path convention had expanded over the years. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to fight over the infallible inheritance and split its benefits, using refinement path to hold a competition and determine the winner, to gain the most benefits for one's own sect. But later, because the infallible inheritance's benefits were too great, it could even help in the recovery of Fate Gu. Therefore, Heavenly Court took over it. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were representatives under Heavenly Court to manage affairs. Heavenly Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. Since the boss wanted to take over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate to the best of their efforts. With Heavenly Court controlling it, Central Continent's refinement path convention became famous throughout the region, and even expanded its influence over the world. Right now, each refinement path convention would attract many people from the other 4 regions to participate. Based on records from previous competitions, those who can reach the top 3 are refinement path grandmasters or even quasi-great grandmaster level occasionally. The quality of each competition's Gu masters vary, but the top 10 were usually mostly refinement path grandmasters sometimes. The 7th to 10th positions were refinement path quasi-grandmasters. When there were few people joining and there were only 3 to 4 refinement path grandmasters, there would be refinement path quasi-grandmasters in the top 6. But when there were many people, there would be 7 to 8 refinement path grandmasters in the top 10. Then there would be few quasi-grandmasters who could reach a top 10 position. This time, the standard was neither high nor low. There were 5 refinement path grandmasters. I am best at blood path Gu refinement techniques. But right now, I do not have many blood path Gu worms, and if I use those blood path refinement techniques openly, I would be giving Immortal Crane sect an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To get top 6, I need to scheme. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a superforce. There were 3 Gu Immortals in it. Its sphere of influence spread over an enormous range. It covered dozens of large forces, hundreds of middle-sized forces, and countless small forces, including the insignificant Gu Master families. To be a test location of the 8th round was something Demon Expelling Sect's main headquarters definitely had the qualifications for. Tens of thousands of Gu Masters rushed in on this day to watch the exciting competitions of Gu refinement. Of course, the actual location was limited in space and could only hold 1,000 people, but these 1,000 people were not ordinary Gu Masters. Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements for the huge squares that could hold many ordinary spectators. Once the 8th round started, the real-time broadcast of the competition would play in the air. Fang Zhang and another Immortal Crane sect elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. It was a hubbub of sound outside the stage.
Over 1,000 Gu masters were sitting in the surroundings, discussing in murmurs while waiting for the 8th round to start. However, because there were too many people, even the softest whispers converged together to become an extremely clamorous scene. Immortal crane sects elders and disciples. Once they saw Feng Zheng's group, the surrounding Gu masters could not help but stare at them. The sounds of their discussions became softer. Compared to large and small forces, members of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sect members gave the feeling of royalty walking among common people. That young man is actually wearing the attire of an immortal crane sect elder. I am not hallucinating, right? Quiet down, can't you sense his aura? He is a genuine rank 5 Gu master. Making a fuss over nothing. It's not like there aren't Gu worms to maintain a youthful appearance. Look over there, they are myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted towards another group of people. The number of this group of Gu masters was twice that of immortal crane sects, with 4 elders leading the way and many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc, an elder of immortal crane sect, couldn't help but focus his gaze. Of the 10 great ancient sects, Myriad Dragon Doc could be said to have been in the limelight recently. And the reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. During his 2 years of closed cultivation, he created the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After coming out of seclusion, he roamed around Central Continent, challenging countless Gu immortals in his journey. Most ended in his victory. There were few draws and very rarely did he lose. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his reputation soared because he gained a lot of resources from the spars and duels. The amount of lightning deities that he owned increased instead of decreasing. There were a total of 3 now. Even before he had Lightning Deity, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive achievement of battling a rank 7 Gu immortal to a draw. Now with 3 Lightning Deities, his battle strength had increased explosively, even surpassing normal rank 7 Gu immortals. In his challenges, he had achievements of defeating many rank 7 Gu immortals. With rank 6 cultivation, winning against rank 7 Gu immortal was extremely rare. Especially praiseworthy was that Vicious Lightning Fiend had repeatedly challenged and won against rank 7 Gu immortals. He was at the peak of fame now, and the reputation of Myriad Dragon Doc, his affiliated sect, was also soaring with him. This was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world was starting to recognize Vicious Lightning Fiend as the strongest among rank 6 Gu immortals of the current generation in Central Continent. Some battle-hungry elders of Myriad Dragon Doc were so encouraged that they even proclaimed that Vicious Lightning Fiend was the next Shirley, the next Feng Zhou. Vicious Lightning Fiend had immediately reprimanded them when he heard news of it. Leave Shirley aside, but Lord Feng Zhou is not someone I am qualified to compare with. Speak less of such things from now on. The implication of his words was that he was able to match Shirley. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Combat Immortal sect with outstanding battle strength, but he had firmly been pushed down by Feng Zhou, unable to turn the situation around. It was rare to see a monster like Feng Zhou even once in thousands of years. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had been forced to accept it, respecting and fearing him. A series of victory fostered Vicious Lightning Fiend's swagger till he began to publicly challenge Shirley. Combat Immortal sects people were naturally extremely indignant. But strangely, the violent-natured Shirley was maintaining silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's confidence, as they felt Shirley did not have certainty in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was hiding like a coward. Of course, people who knew some of the inside story were aware that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was nothing more than Myriad Dragon Doc probing at Combat Immortal sect. Combat Immortal sect discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm within it. They had already covertly started attacking the Grotto Heaven. And because they had withdrawn their Gu immortal level battle strength from everywhere, the other 9 sects were already starting to sense something amiss. However, such secrets were generally only known by Gu immortal level higher-ups and characters. Thus, when Myriad Dragon Doc's elders and disciples saw Feng Zheng's group, they were clearly filled with arrogance. Ah, it is immortal crane sex people. He. What are you here for? To see how your elders fail? It's useless. Our Myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final winner, no doubt of it. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu masters immediately taunted and jeered.
The competition between Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was extremely intense. There was much rivalry between either side. Especially when Immortal Crane sect had been showing weakness for a long time now, myriad Dragon Docks members, with their increasing reputation, further looked down on Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect's disciples felt suffocated by anger, but they could not retort to them, maintaining their silence as myriad Dragon Docks group brushed past them, before they sat at their arranged seats. A bunch of cowards, someone said in disdain. Someone else ridiculed, ha ha ha. This is indeed the style of Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect's group looked even more unsightly. Some spectators were surprised at this and asked, Immortal Crane sect and Myriad Dragon Dock are both of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Dock being so rampant? Someone immediately replied, there are stronger and weaker sects even among the 10 great ancient sects. Immortal Crane sect is weaker than Myriad Dragon Dock. This is known by everyone. Besides this, the participating Goo Master of Myriad Dragon Dock in this test is truly strong. It is that refinement path Goo Master who is called Firesmith Dragon Chief. What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually a Goo Master of Myriad Dragon Dock. Isn't he a lone cultivator? Hee. Didn't you read the information from Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief had violated sect rules in his early years and was thrown out of Myriad Dragon Dock. He is participating in this Refinement Path convention to get a good placing and return to Myriad Dragon Dock. So it was like that. It is said this Firesmith Dragon Chief has Grandmaster attainment in Refinement Path. Even a person like this is begging to return to Myriad Dragon Dock. The appeal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is really enormous. Over at Immortal Crane sect, Fang Zhang and the other elder were quietly discussing. Fang Zhang asked, I wonder, what is the possibility of our sect's elder Yen Tang succeeding in this round? Fang Zhang did not have much skill in Goo refinement. He had trained hard and barely passed the 4 entry tasks, registering his name. However, he was miserably eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, large-scale competitions were all open contests and did not prohibit anyone from spectating. Fang Zhang's status was also high as an elder of Immortal Crane sect. Elder Yen Tang, who had invited him to many banquets and drinks, was participating this time, be it privately or publicly. He had to come in support of Elder Yen Tang. The Immortal Crane sect elder, sitting beside Fang Zhang, frowned at his question and sighed. Elder Fang Zhang, you are also aware that Elder Yen Tang's main cultivation is Fire Path, and he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. Meanwhile, Firesmith Dragon Chief's main cultivation is Refinement Path, and he cultivates Fire Path on the side. The gap is too large. Fang Zhang still did not understand completely. Even so, with Elder Yen Tang's Refinement Path attainment, he should be able to place in the top 3. Sigh! The Immortal Crane sect elder shook his head while smiling bitterly. Elder Fang Zhang, you are not aware. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path convention, it uses a cruel system of a single winner. In this huge demon-expelling sect test venue, only one Goo Master will be able to win and advance. What? It is actually like that. Fang Zhang was shocked and was only able to react after a few breaths. He had experienced many setbacks. As such, the way he thought had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why didn't Elder Yen Tang go to another test venue? The Refinement Path convention doesn't restrict the participants from choosing the venue. Elder Fang Zhang, you are right in thinking of that. After all, retreating to progress forward is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, other test venues have already been occupied by Refinement Path experts. Moreover, it was the higher-ups' decision to arrange Elder Yen Tang in this venue. The final words were spoken quietly by the Immortal Crane sect elder. Fang Zhang was alarmed and startled. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the higher-ups had already made the decision to sacrifice Elder Yen Tang to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief? He suddenly recalled his master, Lord Sky Crane's words. Elder Yen Tang was isolated in Immortal Crane sect. So he is inviting you to drinks to form a political alliance with you. Because he is alone, he was chosen to be a sacrifice. Elder Yen Tang is probably filled with discontent. What if I was treated as a sacrifice one day? The moment he thought of this,
Fang Zhang suddenly remembered the miserable scene of him in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over him.
Ugh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fang Zhang shuddered and gasped. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked with concern. Nothing. Fang Zhang wiped his forehead, his palm swiping away a layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think more. He was filled with panic and hesitation inside.
Right at this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. All the participants have entered the venue. This round of the competition is about to begin. Fang Zhang quickly raised his head and saw over 100 Gu masters slowly stepping onto the stage.
Fang Zhang saw Immortal Crane Sect's elder Yen Tang, who was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with discontent and helplessness.
At another side, the red-robed Firesmith Dragon Chief, however, had an arrogant expression as he gazed around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding participants. A group of weaklings, it is my win for sure. Start already. Firesmith Dragon Chief indifferently laughed loudly, openly urging demon expelling sex hosting elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters did not dare to refute this because of Firesmith Dragon Chief's strength. Immortal Crane Sect's elder Yen Tang clenched his fists tightly and looked furious, but he unexpectedly remained silent. Victory to Myriad Dragon Doc.
Victory! Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group was cheering loudly as if injected with morale. They were rampant. The surrounding spectators, however, could only sit quietly and watch all this happening.
Repulsive, truly repulsive. Fang Zhang still had the nature of a young man. He was clenching his teeth and shouting furiously inwardly. Damn it, if only I had enough strength.
I really hope someone will beat down this Firesmith Dragon Chief right now and destroy this Myriad Dragon Doc group's arrogance. Seemingly responding to his wish, a figure quietly appeared. At first, no one paid attention, but when he stepped on the stage, countless gazes turned towards him.
Black robe, mask, rank 5 demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Why is he here? The whole venue was silent before being sent into an uproar. Nobody expected that Fang Yuan would show up here. According to the competition rules of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention, from the 8th round onwards, there can only be one winner from each test venue. Thus, gradually, the whole of Central Continent's test venues became domains to be dominated by skilled Refinement Path Gu masters, like fierce beasts ruling over a territory. Unless they were forced to have no other choice, no beast would move out of their territory to challenge another beast. This was not sensible. The further they advanced, the higher the glory and rewards they could obtain. Having a decisive showdown early on would only let someone else reap the benefits. Thus, when they saw Fang Yuan, many Gu masters guessed, does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The demon-expelling sect elder hosting this round of the competition also felt baffled, but showed no expression on his face.
Fang Yuan's entry was in accordance to the competition's rules. As long as someone entered any test venue within the set time, their results would be recorded. Thus, even if there were people who wanted to obstruct someone, they could not do so under everyone's gazes. This person is Fang Yuan? Is he that famous owner of who Immortal blessed land in our sect? Immortal Crane Sect's disciples also began to guess. Truthfully speaking, our sect's Lord Fang Yuan is truly mysterious. I have yet to see his true appearance. This is Fang Yuan?
Impossible. Central Continent is so large, there are also Gu masters with the same name. Fang Yuan and Feng Jin Huang's agreement has already been widely spread.
Our Immortal Crane Sect has many exemption quotas. Fang Yuan could have simply conserved his energy and participated from the 10th round onwards. Immortal Crane Sect's disciples discussed, many of them stealthily glancing at Fang Zheng's face.
Fang Zheng's lips were pursed tight. His face looked pale white and his hands were clenched tightly within his large sleeves. They were brothers by blood. The moment Fang Yuan appeared, Fang Zhang could intuitively tell that it was his big brother.
Fang Zhang was caught unprepared. The shadow during his childhood years suddenly fell and shrouded over him again at this moment, seemingly like a pair of black hands were tightly clenching his neck. Fang Zhang felt suffocated.
The nightmare, that he had done his best to evade from since he woke up from his coma, attacked his mind once again.
The arrogant exclamations and cheers of Myriad Dragon Doc group gradually turned quieter. Fang Yuan had displayed high refinement path attainment, seizing first place in all the past 7 rounds, the same as Firesmith Dragon Chief. Myriad Dragon Doc's elders and disciples had to admit Fang Yuan was a powerful opponent. I heard this Fang Yuan's achievement is the same as that of our Firesmith Dragon Chief, seizing first place in all 7 rounds. Is he that person who is dueling Feng Jin Huang? If it is truly him, then that is the owner of who Immortal blessed land. He should be very affluent. So what? Haven't you seen the rankings? Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked at 7th, but where is Fang Yuan placed at?
It is beyond 30th place. Right, he is simply looking for humiliation by coming here. I believe Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will definitely defeat him. Although Myriad Dragon Doc's group said this, other spectators did not have the same thoughts. Fang Yuan entered on his own accord, showing an extremely aggressive stance. Fang Yuan was clearly not a fool. He surely had confidence and trump cards to move out of his territory and attack. Fang Yuan's unorthodox behavior made Firesmith Dragon Chief startled, furious, and doubtful. Thereupon, Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Fang Yuan of Immortal Crane Sect. Are you coming to lose in advance? What Firesmith Dragon Chief truly wanted to ask was, why are you coming here to compete? Couldn't you have just stayed in your territory and advanced safely? You must be smoking something. At the same time as he asked this, he felt gloomy inwardly. We don't have any grudges. What are you trying to do by disturbing me? Don't you still have the duel with Feng Jin Huang? Do I look that easy to bully? The moment he spoke, the uproar turned even louder. What, this Fang Yuan is actually a member of Immortal Crane Sect? Isn't he a demonic cultivator? It should be true. Firesmith Dragon Chief has personally confirmed it. Can it still be false? This is big news. Who could have thought he was actually a disciple of one of the 10 great ancient sects? But why did he come here? Did Immortal Crane Sect have a fight with Myriad Dragon Doc? I haven't heard rumors about any disputes. Even the hosting elder was looking with eyes wide open, staring at Fang Yuan blankly. At once, Fang Yuan became the focal point of everyone's gazes. Big brother? Fang Zhang gritted his teeth, his face pale as paper and his body filled with cold sweat unknowingly. He was feeling difficulty in breathing, and also physical weakness, as if he had collapsed after doing intense exercise. Fortunately, everyone was gazing at Fang Yuan and no one noticed his miserable state. Lord Sky Crane consoled him from his aperture, but there was almost no effect. Other Immortal Crane Sect members were excitedly gazing at Fang Yuan, some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Immortal Crane Sect's headquarters. However, his legends were spread widely in Immortal Crane Sect. Mysterious and powerful, with countless rumors regarding him. It was said that he had outstanding talents, such that he was taken in as a legacy disciple by a Gu Immortal the moment he stepped into Immortal Crane Sect. This was of course a rumor, purely speculative and completely unreliable. However, Immortal Crane Sect's higher-ups could not refute them. Once they spoke the truth, where would their reputation as one of the 10 great ancient sects remain? Moreover, Immortal Crane Sect's disciples were more willing to believe the proof in front of them. The greatest proof was Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang had a great aptitude and already had rank 5 cultivation now, becoming a sect elder. They could only imagine as his big brother how outstanding Fang Yuan's aptitude must be. Otherwise, how could he have won against Feng Jin Huang and seized who Immortal blessed land? Right now, Immortal Crane Sect's members was stretching their necks, firmly fixing their gazes upon Fang Yuan like glue. Uncertainty and curiosity was overflowing from within their hearts. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. It should be similar to Elder Fang Zheng's. Why did he have to wear a mask? This is a test venue. If we carelessly use investigative goo, we will be thrown out. The disciples communicated excitedly. The other Immortal Crane Sect elder finally discovered Fang Zheng's state and asked with concern, Elder Fang Zheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Nothing. Fang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, hurriedly replying. Why does Elder Fang Zheng seem to be afraid of Fang Yuan? Is the relationship between these brothers not good? A strange look flashed past the elder's eyes. Fang Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly glanced around, pausing a moment on Fang Zhang before slowly landing on Firesmith Dragon Chief. He chuckled, breaking the long silence, his voice somewhat hoarse as he proudly proclaimed to everyone present. Right? I am Immortal Crane Sex Fang Yuan. Haha. It was true. Elder Fang Yuan. Best of luck. Elder Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Zhang are our sex heroes. The most intense response was from Immortal Crane Sex Group. Some disciples almost jumped in excitement. They felt pride and a strong sense of honor in their sect, after being suppressed by Myriad Dragon Doc. Right now, with Fang Yuan's words, they felt really relieved and avenged. What are you so happy about? Right? What is there to be pleased about? Myriad Dragon Doc's group retorted. Hatred flashed past Fang Zheng's eyes, as he said with clenched teeth, "Don't compare my brother with me." These words, however, had another meaning when heard by others. Did you hear it? Even Elder Fang Zhang, with his aptitude, admits he is inferior to Lord Fang Yuan. That's right. Reportedly Fang Yuan is a Gu immortal seed, and the higher-ups are nurturing him with all their strength. Immortal Crane Sex disciples talked in a soft volume, but the sound was not soft at all. You guys, Fang Zheng's expression turned ashen and he felt an intense dizziness. The expressions of Myriad Dragon Doc's group turned even more unsightly. The atmosphere of conflict intensified. One elder of Myriad Dragon Doc sneered and cursed in a quiet voice. Let's see what kind of downcast expressions you guys will have when he loses. The bustle outside the stage already made the other participants on the stage into props to be ignored. Fang Yuan continued to gaze at Firesmith Dragon Chief, and intentionally raised his voice. Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here to defeat you. It is way too boring to defeat those incompetents. You are a slightly decent opponent. You will add some radiance to my path of advancement. So use your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is, what was it, Mad Deity's Blazing Flames? Use it and fight me, this way when I defeat you I can feel a little satisfaction. Hearing such provocative words from Fang Yuan, whether it was on the stage or outside the stage, all the Gu masters had the same feeling, arrogant, too arrogant. Everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fang Yuan, they realized the saying, no matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you, was completely true. Look at Fang Yuan, this was the true master of arrogance. Firesmith Dragon Chief was startled. He actually knows about my hidden trump card. This is impossible, I have never exposed this technique. How did he find out? After the astonishment, anger rose in him as he countered. All right, since you, Junior, are boasting so shamelessly, let me teach you a thorough lesson. I will make you understand what true pain is. At the same time, he furiously shouted inwardly, will I, a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has undergone 2 heavenly tribulations and is only 1 away from rank 7, be afraid of you, a bottom-tier immortal zombie? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. I will step on you and make you lose all your face. Blindly challenging me will be the greatest regret of your life.